Oh yeah, I forgot the thing. Okay. Crashing out, cashing in, let it ride and close the wind, taking profit, taking L's with tarpeian.
Crashing out, cashing in,
Let it ride and close the wind,
taking profit,
taking L's with tarpeian. Profit and loss. And there's that. We have a mic on. Great. Good morning. And praise God. Oh my God. We had such a beating yesterday. Everything was backwards. How long? We have 7 minutes to open. Let's do quick research. What's up, what's down, all around. CPOP is up. PM. Is PM Procter and Gamble? Let's see. PM. That's Philip Morris. It's down, huh? Wow. Sim, what's SYN? Symbotic. That's moving slow. Oxy, really? Oil is down. Oil is down, huh? IBM is down, huh? Oracle is down, huh? What's going on over here? Weird. Okay, 5 minutes till open. I wonder if we'll see some green. See some green today. NWGL. What is that? Workshop group. There's nothing. APD, what's that? These are all alerts I'm getting. Air products and chemicals. Wow, that looks promising. Let's look what the insiders. RDW. Redwire. That is down from 2320 previous high. Okay. That looks like a good one. That looks like a good one. Okay. I'm supposed to have $700 of buying power. I don't see it. Palantir just went down. That's a good one. PLTR. You'd think there's a bounce back after yesterday's poop show. But no. Just keeps getting worse. Let's see how Google did overnight. Man, if it keeps crashing, we're gonna need to keep buying. Or no. Or no. Or we just go home. See how Google's doing. Okay. We need it to go over how much? 365. Okay, we're good. We're in the green. I think. 366. Okay. Now the question is, do we hold it or do we sell it? Hood needs to be at 85. It is at 85. 80. Beautiful. We are in good shape. Baba needs to be at 129. We're at 121. That's no bueno. Spy 741. It's at 743. Beautiful. Okay, I think everything's gonna be in the green when market opens. Oh God, thank you so much. Oh, this sitting is killing my back. 1 minute countdown. It's gonna go crazy. CVX is at 210. Oh wow, Chevron's way down. This Coherent and Now, I don't know why they're down. I don't know why they're down. Needs to be at 472. It's at 405. What? Really? Really? Okay, here we go. Wow, Google, 120 profit. Do I pull out? Nah. I'm gonna let it ride. I have till Friday. TGB, it should execute. I'm gonna sell it right now. $35. This way we get some play money. Did not sell. I should sell this Google, but look, it's climbing right off the bat. Oh, that's Spy. I'm gonna let that ride too. I got just one. Look at him climb. Look at him climb. Right out the gate. Wow, look at Google. Look at all my buddies. Baba just shut up. Baba just shut up. Okay. What's going on with Apple? Apple's not doing anything. There you go. Hood is in the lead. Nope. Oh, this is so exciting. This is exciting. Okay. Let's put on some jams. Do the wiki. Do the candle. Let's put in the We're not.
Big D, Big D.
Hey. Na 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 na. Yeah. Morning screen glow, red and green. Coffee gone cold, I'm in between. Bid on the left, that's on the right. I read the tape all day and night. Order hits, then the candles jump. Volume loud and the numbers thump. Every tick makes my heart go up, down, fast, slow. I watch the line, I watch it bend. One more push before the send. Do the wicked, now do the candle. Buy that dip, let that heat handle. Do the wicked, now do the candle. Cut that loss, keep the moves nimble.
Up 343 with Google.
Keep the moves nimble. Open bail, I'm chasing size. News break sharp in the blink of eyes. Break out fresh from a tight little range. Then the crowd starts calling for change. I set my stop, I lock my plan. Don't let greed take the upper hand. Every take makes my heart go up, down, down, fast, slow. I watch the line, I watch it
right now
bend.
with Google.
One more push before the send. Do the wicked, now do the candle.
Look at Meta.
Let the heat handle.
Meta's climbing.
Now do the candle, cut that loss, keep the moves nimble. Late day, the chart gets wild. One false move can humble a smile, but I stay cool, I stick to the play. Cash out right, then I walk away. Do the wicked, now do the candle. Buy that dip, let the heat handle. Do the wicked, now do the candle. Green or red, I can manage the gamble. Yeah. Morning screen glow, red and green. Coffee gone cold, I'm in between. Bid on the left, ask on the right. I read the tape all day and night. Order hits, then the candles jump. Volume loud, then the numbers thump.
There's no way. I'm gonna let that spy ride.
I watch the line, I watch it bend. One more push before the send.
I'm not setting any stop loss ever again. Yeah, look at Google go.
Keep the moves nimble. Open bell, I'm chasing size. News break sharp in the blink.
Let it ride to $1,000
From a
profit.
tight little range. Then the crowd
I'm
starts
done.
calling for change. I set my stop, I lock my plan. Don't let greed take the upper hand. Every tick makes my heart go up, down, fast, slow. I watch the line, I watch it bend. One more push before the set.
Back is so messed up.
Do the wicked, now do the candle.
Buy that dip, let the heat handle.
Do the wicked, now do the candle.
Cut that loss, keep the moves nimble.
Late day, the chart gets wild. One false move can humble a smile. But I stay cool, I stick to the play. Cash out right, then I walk away. Do the wicked, now do the candle.
Buy that dip, let the heat handle.
Do the wicked, now do the candle.
Green or red, I can manage the gamble.
Look at Spy go.
Wiki, wiki.
I think that's the most I've seen Spy in profit. Oh no, this song doesn't apply. This was for yesterday.
It's a sad day in trading
It's fine today.
history.
The screen keeps
This
bleeding.
song is fun now.
I came in with a mess. Wrong turns on my hand.
We have two hoods,
Me a pit
two
with
Robin
my
Hoods.
own plan.
Why is Google going down?
I watched that red ink burn. I felt the weight sink low. But you
Ain't no
stayed
way.
in the dark, and you helped me go.
Ain't no way.
You reached for me when I couldn't reach back. You covered my
Extremely
shame
bullish
and
today.
got me on track. You pulled me out. You pulled me out.
Red Bullets today.
Standing now with my head held high.
Meta's crushing it. Fruit's crushing it. I gotta sell this crap.
With profits in my hands. I was chasing
Spy is going higher than Google.
winds like they owed me more than one hard stop came and I hit the floor.
How much for the Spy? Oh,
Right where I broke down, you turned that loss around, and I praise you now. You reached for me when I couldn't reach back. You covered my shame and got me on track. You pulled me out. You pulled me out. I'm standing now with my head held high. You pulled me out. You pulled me out. Ended the day strong with profits in my hand.
that looks amazing, but I'm not cashing out just yet. I'm gonna let it ride.
Not luck, not pride, not my own two hands. Grace was the rescue, grace made the stand. I give you the glory, I give you the praise. You
Yeah.
stayed with me all through the way.
Yes, sir.
You pulled me out,
Meta's way up there.
I'm standing now with my head.
Yeah, we're in good hands. Just Apple. What's going on with Apple? Took a dump.
Strong and I thank you, God. You pulled me out. You pulled me out. Pulled me out.
Okay.
I came in with the mess, wrong turns on my hands. I built me a pit
Okay, Meta
with
went down
my
again.
own plan.
But we're not gonna worry.
I watched that red ink burn. I felt the weight sink low. But you stayed in the dark
No tripas.
and you helped me go. You reached for me when I couldn't reach back. You covered my shame and got me on track.
This
You
is
pulled
crazy.
me out. You pulled me out. I'm standing now with my head held high.
I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to do here. Google is being bipolar. Get this, look at this big giant wick. Don't know if it's coming or going. How's Spy doing? Same with Spy. It's crazy. Everything's working the same this morning. It's like they're all on the same schedule. All three of these. What about Hood? Same thing. Big ugly wick. That's not ugly, it's green, so that's nice. Nope. Yup. 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 Yup, yup, yup. There you go. There you go. Just needed a little motivation. Yup, 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 yup. Wow. this rate. Okay. We're gonna step away for a minute and hope for the best. This candle better close green. No. Verde, por favor. No rojo, solo verde, por favor. Oh, SJM is up. That's schmuckers. But you know what? I don't know if I want to buy anything today. Oh, that's way up there. Look at that giant green candle. Dash is up. Is that DoorDash? Yep. Wow, everything's up this morning, but I don't have any options for DoorDash. I had some and I lost money. It's like I buy them at the worst times. Okay, we're up like 800 since the morning. It's great. We're just gonna let it ride. Imagine SPY goes back to all-time high. Big killer. Okay, I guess we learned not to buy on a Monday after a giant crash. Wait till next day. Gotta journal that. Whoa, Meta just jumped way high. I can pull out $1,500 right now. Do we pull out $1,500 right now? Or no? No, let's let it ride. SPY's climbing up. They were crushing it. I might make all my money back with just these 3 or 4 stocks. It's crazy. Oh, look at SPY go. Beautiful. Alright, I'm gonna step away. Gotta stretch my back.
chasing fast winds like they owed me more. Then one hard stop came and I hit the floor. But mercy found me there, right where I broke down. You turned that loss around, and I praise you now. You reached for me when I couldn't reach back. You covered my shame and got me on track. You pulled me out. You pulled me out. I'm standing now with my head held high. You pulled me out. You pulled me out. And did the day strong with profits in my hands. Not luck, not pride, not my own two hands. Grace was the rescue, grace made the stand. I give you the glory, I give you the praise. You stayed with me all through the waves. You pulled me out, you pulled me out. I'm standing now with my head held high. You pulled me out, you pulled me out. And did the day strong. And I thank you, God. You pulled me out, you pulled me out. Pull me out. I came in with the mess, wrong turns on my
Look at that, all the greens coming in. Oh, we got another hood
with my
climbing up. Beautiful.
I watched that red ink burn. I felt the weight sink low. But you stayed in the dark and you helped me go.
We got a long ways to go, but we're going there.
You reached
We're up
for me
$1,000
when I couldn't reach
more.
back. You covered my shame and got
Got
me
both
on
hoods in the
track.
green.
You pulled me out. You pulled me out. Pulled me out.
Come on, Spy.
I'm standing now with my head held high.
See what the people are saying.
You pulled me out. Pulled me out. Ended the day strong with profits in my hand. I was chasing fast winds
What up?
like they owed me more than one hard stop came
Good
and I hit
morning.
the floor. But mercy found me there, right where I broke down. You turned
going on over here?
Two hands. Grace was the rescue. Grace made the stand.
Has it been 15 minutes?
I
No.
give you the glory. I give you the praise. You stayed with me
That's 15 minutes.
through the way.
5 minutes.
You pulled me out. You pulled me out. Pulled me out. I am standing now with my head held high.
Okay, this was a bit of a tease from SPY because it went up and then it went down. But we're still in the green. I think it'll go back up. Surely, because what is this? No bueno. How much is puts? Too expensive. We got it for today. We got. Can we buy like a $5 puts? I got a $5 puts. It's too late for that now. Oh, that's disappointing. That's disappointing. Surely it would go back up. Surely. Man, we were doing so good. Oh man, I blew my whole buying power yesterday. So I can't buy a whole lot today. What do we do? Do we load up more cash? Or should I pull profits and use that? Let's see what people are saying. Let's see what the bros are saying this morning. Okay, trading. Fraternity live.
And then SPY just came down to VWAP here, so it's 2 points off of the high. I mean, I don't know where.
Come on, load, load, load.
Puts us in the grand scope of things. Yeah, I guess, damn, Friday was hideous. So even that move got you into like by Euro close of Friday. So it didn't even get you to the point where you opened up at, and then yeah, you're still another 10, 12 points away from any sort of gap fill.
It'll go back up, I hope. Let's mark our high and low as if it matters. 630.
It is. Russell's the leader, 2.2. Absolutely killing it.
It's too bad we got no
And
money.
let's see, I mean, if Google or Microsoft can move, that could change things. Amazon was doing good too. I mean, I think they're leading, and then Apple is the drag. Not to mention NVIDIA. I mean, NVIDIA's doing the whole gap up 1 or 2 and then hang around by 0.3. AAOI on the low. SMCI too, they were running yesterday. What was that other one? OPTX, that one's still up. And then Coin. Again, more financials, dude. Bank of America, Wells Fargo. Staples aren't doing too hot. Oh, where is Palant? Palant's just chilling. RKT ripping? It is, dude. All these real estate stocks kind of are today. Well, we're about to get real estate data here in a little, but I don't think it should move us too much.
It is dropping.
Shopify, Tilray, we got some weed. A little reach target. Oh, dude, a little Corsair. Corsair at 888. Yeah, QNT started waking up. Again, it's above 60. That was the offering price. Yeah, Zillow's looking good now too. Where's gold and silver? Oh, gold and silver topped out and then came back down. That's a really weird move considering oil's still down. Where's Dollar? Dollar's down a decent amount, so that helps. Tabs, I think that was in the morning, of 470. Existing home sales 4.17. Estimate was 4.0. So existing home sales went up, and then wholesale inventories 0.6 versus 0.6. Interesting. So yeah, existing home sales went up by like what? A little bit, like almost 10%, 20%. So yeah, Zillow even reacted to that. And then again, RKT is already up 9 or 10. Space vertical. Well, SPY's coming down now, and then oil too. So we'll see. This is where it gets interesting. First half, oil coming down. Market liked it. Second half, oil coming down. Market's also coming down. Yeah, Apple isn't helping, and Nvidia too. I mean, again, if you get Google or Microsoft coming back down, I mean, it'll add some pressure. But generally, more names are green today than not. Again, positive real estate data. Wholesale inventories came in line. Yeah, Dow 19 green still. Nasdaq 68 in the green. And then SPY 374.
Meta going up.
Oh, HD2, yeah. That's even, again, all these real estate plays, kind of anything real estate adjacent, doing quite well. Bonds didn't budge. Space is on the high, so that's starting to run again. This month is going to be choppy. Not maybe just to start, but I think this month is going to be exciting. But who knows? Maybe it is. I'm not expecting chop, but I'm not really expecting anything. I'm just big data, big moves, and bubble continues or ends. Energy Secretary Wright, ship traffic through Strait is rising very meaningfully. 87.45. FCX now coming up. Interesting. And Starbucks. There's even KWeb. XLF is still really leading. Again, SPY just flushed below VWAP, then bounced back up. So we're still dancing around a little bit with, again, about 75% of the names in the green. Where is Tesla? It's chilling there. Meta opened up pretty good. It's just holding this 1.8. I think Google's up by 1.8 as well too. And then Amazon's 1.3, but then Apple's the lagger. JP Morgan had deployed more powerful AI agents this year. CNBC.
No, SPY is crashing. No.
CCTG. Another, is that 900%? Bro, there's so many of these little small caps like that. Again, whatever that FAC was too. not. Equal weight looks like it ripped. 1.1. Equal weight's doing better than the actual SPY, which is odd considering, I mean, 70% of names are green, but that could be the Apple effect. I mean, Apple is drilling. Apple's down by 2.2 in all of this, and that's after yesterday's move as well, too. So, yeah, and then again, NVIDIA is not helping. Chips up 1.6. IGV came back down. A couple food plays are going now. Qualcomm on the low. Stub. I'm surprised people aren't hyping up StubHub more for the World Cup.
All right. Okay.
The equal awaiting. I will await equally, Habibi. See.
I think I'm about to load up. In this market.
Zivra again. Yeah, I think airlines are reacting to oil. So that's the thing I was saying just even earlier today. It's kind of crazy, but you know, anytime we've gone to like 87, 86 on oil, I mean, this was a way more optimistic price in terms of what that meant for the market, the war, everything else. So, and then again, travel names and certain of the. That's why I'm surprised Staples might even start going a little bit more. You might have to break below 80. If you get a 7 handle on oil, that might be where the XLP gets triggered. But eventually, I mean, again, you're already watching, travel plays react almost right away. RGNT, another small cap up 300%. And SanDisk, again, they're up 9. I was just up 4 or 5%. So that part of the leadership bubble is still going. I mean, Intel's just been holding up, man. Intel, the news yesterday, there was a little bit more today, but that news yesterday was a very, very nice tailwind. Cyber's down. Sorrow, Congress Rep Gilbert buys disclosed defense stock purchases. Even HIMS is on the high. Oracle, I would watch the, what's it called? The standard deviation, the ghetto standard deviation video.
Come on, SPY.
Striker, I mean, Sea of Defense of Boeing was going up today. And Archite, actually, I feel like, not Archite, I'm looking at RTX. But even then, defense stock, there's so many names that have got a pretty solid cash open. I think very surprising. I was not expecting that, but we'll see if this cushion ends up holding. Sorrow, they make the engines on military aircraft by special operations. His subcommittee controls their budget. Well. So yeah, government purchase. This one seems a little sus. Not that the company's sus, but that the fact that he's the guy controlling their budget's going in on it. Alright, Nvidia now on the low. Marvel 2, Bank's still holding up. But yeah, Nvidia just flipped red. So that went from up there again. Low? Now it's them and Apple are the ones drilling on Mag 7.
That means
where's
it's
Netflix?
Good time to buy.
Netflix not doing anything. Tesla's barely green. Honeywell's climbing back up.
I'm about to get some Marvell. If I can get my money in quick enough. This
ALB, alright, well, the high ticker is kind of going crazy. Broad list, both like industrials, travels, planes, couple food plays. Yeah, again, literally just a burst throughout the high ticker, even though it's not fully maxed out. China has released oil from its strategic reserve. Secretary Wright. Demand destruction has occurred in other countries.
Done. I need Marvell to
You guys
stay in the
remember
red.
Secretary Wrong? Yeah, he's
Till
making
I buy
comments
it.
now. I don't know if that's moving oil, but it is coming into the low on that.
I'm gonna hop on it right when it turns green. Okay, deposit, transfer, deposit, how much?
I'm trying to see. Marvel on the low. And then KDP, a couple more staples are running, and then again, a couple even lagging medical plays.
100.
And now Pepsi. So it's weird. Staples are starting to go up. Maybe it was 87. I think 70, but you're even starting, just like the airlines, you're starting to get staples reacting to the oil going a little lower. Mythos, big coming today, big news. Anthropic, new version of Mythos class model called Claude Fable. Trump admin is simplifying student loan repayment. All right, well, SPY's going lower now. Again, the low ticker, it's XLK, and there's a couple of like chip names and space names, couple of neo clouds on the low. High ticker is starting to broaden out a little bit, but overall market index going down, oil near 87.50, and then yeah, a couple other names doing their own thing. Will be many months to return to normal energy flows, right? Alrighty. Now Netflix is going up. Well. Well, yeah, well, SPY just gave up that little cash open rip. So again, that cash open was very strong. We did like another 0.5%. You're back down to 0.5%, but now you're slightly below the open. And then yeah, this just kind of puts you right into yesterday's open, sadly. You just really haven't done much the last 48 hours. That cash open though was exciting. Well, yeah, it's already over for now.
Okay, we got it. Glad we got it.
And again, Nvidia and Apple aren't helping. I'm saying you still got financials, and then the what's it called? The financials. Oh, I was thinking of something else, but the page. Oh no! I knew it. I knew it was nearby. And the Boeing just kept it going. Everything, Bradley. Here on a Tuesday, are you kidding me? Chatadonia, Peach Nation. Oh, we're here. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach has arrived. Good morning, brother. Good morning, Peach Nation. So that's it. A little cash open, a little pop and lock. Now we got the Peach. We can settle back into reality. And the market was just waiting for that to stabilize. Oh my goodness. Amen.
It's not looking
Amen.
good.
Good morning, Bradley. Good morning. Good morning, all of you consistent people out there. Consistency is part of your character. Nike still. And Palant. Ooh, is Palant getting cheaper? Palantir, do you love me? Are you grinding? Is it going to a new price?
Dude, it's tanking.
The sky is the limit.
Oh, SPY is eating crap. Everything's crashing. Why is Marvell crashing?
What is it?
Oh no.
S&P, NASDAQ, pair gains, hit session lows. Yeah, you're up 0.35, still green, but yeah, whatever. We just hit that high, a couple of then Nvidia switched, and then whoop.
Oh no.
Gotta love a Tuesday, Peach. Amen. Amen.
I hope it goes back. It's no fun.
SQQ on the high. I'm looking at some premiums.
How's QQQ? Same like Spy. God, that was
I think it's like roughly the same.
such a tease.
So they're coming around back to like right around the price we got them at. Those have been surprisingly stubborn.
Such a tease. We were doing so good.
BDX, Abbey, a couple more medical device places, it seems like. Again, MDT, EW, they're on the high too. I mean, shit, even Kimberly. Again, Staples are starting to run off of this. Very odd. Staples were kind of lagging, but then again, seemed like oil started going lower, and then those all started to go up.
Giant red wick of death.
Well, I was not expecting much in the morning, and then the cash open, just a lot of things. You know, you're getting bigger influence out of like Apple and Nvidia right now. I guess Oracle came down, TGT's ripping, and now Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Kimberly, again, XLP, the consumer staples, consumer defensive, cyclicals, those are starting to move up. The latest add to the long term was Kimberly Clark last week. And then SPY going lower.
Yeah, I know.
Suspending Jones Acts has been enormously helpful. Secretary, right?
Apple is on sale. Should have bought more.
TriCat. Alright, well, you just sold off like 0.75%. You added an extra 0.5%, but yeah, now you're in between filling the gap
Oh,
and
this is terrifying.
filling the gap and then off of the highs of today. Decent range. Decent range on a Tuesday.
No, that's terrifying. What's going on? We were doing
Energy
so
is another
good.
One of these again, Constellation, or excuse me, XLP again.
Oh,
Now, more real estate plays, not like Zillow, but like REITs.
we're not freaking out.
Do 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 do.
Let's not freak out. Oh
Yeah,
no,
bro, you're
Spy's in the
rotating now
red.
back to Staples to see if the banks hold up, and then see what the
Oh
rest of your Big
god.
Seven does, or if the chips, because now chips
Oh
went negative.
no.
So like I was saying there, chips had 2.5%, 3% today. So now you have software and chips down. Financials are up 1, and then staples are up almost 1, 2, and healthcare. So look, you can see the rotation if you know, again, they were all going up at one point, but now you're watching what's coming down. Chips and software went down. Staples, banks, a lot of those other laggers stayed up. I mean, China's in the middle there. No sell-off, no news. Just started again. There was no news that really should have drove us up here, and then we started kind of melting. But then now it seems like they're giving up all the tech gains and software chip gains, and then it's moving right back into staples as oil is near the low here. But yeah, I think just a wide range, and like we talked about, you know, a lot of buys are on whether or not we're gonna retest that low of Friday, which there should be a high likelihood. But then yeah, it just depends on what we get. But today was very quiet. With just the movement got pretty nuts, and now this movement, just the literal opposite reaction of it, it just led to a little staple rotation. Plus some, not just staples, financials, and there's
Apple is still garbage.
6 in the green still. And then SPY, 399 in the green. You still have 400 names in the green right now. So you actually have less names green when you were higher. Pavs again. You saw that one earlier. Now financials are starting to slip. You see, I mean, essentially, if any of these rotation areas slip, it'll get ugly. But then if not, you might just kind of get this same dynamic here. Where again, I mean, it doesn't help that Apple's down almost 3%. You got to realize Apple down 3, Nvidia down 1. That enough is probably what's making you look a certain way.
What a nightmare.
But yeah, gold and silver kind of did it first. Remember I was saying, I was like, that move was weird, but that looks like the SPY, but it just did it 10, 15 minutes ahead. We just need Jensen to tell us what the next $1 trillion stock is. I think that'll wake some things up. You know, get people excited. Alrighty. Well, not too bad. What time is it? 7:20. I need to go to the potty. I hope my bathroom break either saves the market or maybe flushes it out. Apple at the low. But follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. God bless America. Happy Tuesday. It's a pretty exciting Tuesday, despite there not really being headlines. But you've at least gotten like 1% movement back and forth already. So yeah, man. I guess Nasdaq actually flipped red already. Wow. So I will BRB Chatty. I hope you have a great morning so far. And here, in the meantime, let's get you a track, bro. Good morning.
The SPY's in the negative now. 400 earlier. See what's happening? It keeps going green and red, green and red. It's hilarious. Okay, oh, that was a quick climb. Now, the screen turns green too. Okay, we're seeing a surge.
That's what Wall Street does on the IPOs. Get ready for SpaceX. So you guys know that's part of this week too. So again, it's already been 1 hour here. Not too bad of an open. A little surprising in terms of actual movement. You've literally already moved around by 1%. But yeah, we get the data tomorrow. CPI bright and early. And then healthcare still going. Make that guide track free. Dude, it got us a little bit up there. I mean, that was about 0.1%, maybe just under a quarter. But yeah, a lot of activity to start off, which is surprising. Again, the algos did not seem active. The headlines have not been active at all. I mean, none of this has been driven by any headlines. So yeah, we're just moving around. I'd say the biggest part about today is oil at $87. Again, oil trading at a lower price here. Anytime we've been with the high eights or even an 8 handle on oil, I mean that represented a different stage here of the conflict. So even then, you didn't even get too many war headlines from overnight as well. Israel chief ready to resume fighting immediately. Well, speaking of which, Nick's NVIDIA partner circulating. Got silver on the low. Oh, a little penny stock. That one's pumping. And there's a PLMR was a news bot or Claude. I make that guy track free. Oh, those gave up. What was the other one? Yeah, those are some wild moves in the morning. Again, XLV healthcare is still just going. Again, Staples too. I think that one sticks out today. I think it's oil. I think at some point a low enough oil price adds a tailwind to the Staples.
Careful because that belt keeps swinging from side to side. Keep it in the middle.
The housing support core CPI. I mean, the homes being bought doesn't necessarily, imply anything for inflation. Excuse me. If anything, it might mean it's going up more. But people have been bringing up real estate, creating surprises. So we'll see.
Oh no, Meta's going down.
Meta.
Yeah,
Meta should know better.
yeah.
Yeah, this
That
so
was
the
up so
next thing
much.
they have NVIDIA listed on their website, but then
Such
like
a
their
roller
pictures are
coaster.
AI generated. Yeah, they have group company partners. It says SMCI and then NVIDIA. But it's SMCI and NVIDIA logo all at once. So yeah, it might get circulated, but just be careful. Yeah, it's not it's a very, very loose connection. Danny here is another biotech. And then McDonald's and Nike and Starbucks, Dollar General, Target, every single one of them, bro. And then oil's coming down lower.
No.
CBOE on the low. Interesting. Considering the financials. City came down. Again, Target's still on the
This is
high. Capital One
insane.
keeps going.
And Marvell's already down.
And Kimberly, Habibi, Lekeda. Alright, we'll SPY right below VWAP. More of those medical device plays are still going up. Again, that was another little baby rotation here today. Israel were ready to return to the idea of a tougher and deeper blow to Iran. And then Philip Morris. Those staples are actually down, believe it or not. Very interesting. stocks on the low, and then again, CBOE selling off. And then whatever this small cap is. A land. I want the plants. But yeah, the plants have came back. They're like slightly higher than where we first bought them. That's crazy. I feel like this has taken a month. I guess 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And then Kimberly still, Dio, again, you know, Tap, any consumer-facing staple. Again, like I said, but then you got like Emo and Philip Morris lagging. It's not all of them, but definitely an interesting dynamic. XLV still keeps going. I mean, that's been literally rotating since last week. So you can see the rotation's a lot clearer than you did yesterday. That's what I was saying. Yesterday it wasn't as consistent. It was kind of the chip stocks bounced and everybody else kind of did their own thing. But you can see financials, healthcare, and staples, they're really running out of the gate, or at least they're holding it. Kimberly, XLP, Allah. Estee Lauder, again, CLX, HD, I mean, that meets the list as well, too. And they're all moving. Oil hit 87.37. Yes, it was when? I guess end of May we hit 86.
Oh no.
Things were good, and then the other low for $82 was on what? February 17th?
Thought I had a good entry point. I should have waited.
Cardinal Healthcare, another one, XLV.
Just blew my whole
And then
load.
SPY's coming down a little bit.
A little bit. Oh no, it's doing good. Is this delayed?
HD. Tesla's on the low. Where's Nvidia? So Nvidia's still into there, and then Apple's still drilling. Apple's been into the low all day. So literally every single candle, I feel like Apple has been on the low. FDXF, this spin-off is on the high.
Marvell's climbing.
Remember, there's FDX and then FDXF now. Fun fact. And the Bebzi Habibi, Bebzi, Coca-Cola. Wow, they go straight up to the sky, Habibi. Wow. XLP 83, still a long way to go on that too. Yeah, I mean, again, you had the WWDC event, but Apple is pretty ugly, dude. It's just like, again, remember yesterday it went from like 317 to 300, and then he just dropped another 3% here.
They put out a retarded ad.
I think staples are reacting to oil. The other laggers, the other rotations, again, financials, healthcare, we've already seen, but staples have been kind of stubborn since the war began. So I really think oil hitting like on the lower end of the range, I think that's what's waking up the staples.
Please.
Other than that, healthcare, banks, they're kind of doing their own thing. And they've already been rotating.
Crashing out.
SAP. Just trying to come up. I mean, SPY hasn't hit a new low in like 10 minutes. Silver's on the low. I mean, see, gold and silver kind of led the move earlier this morning. So we'll see if that continues or not. I make the conch.
Why is Hood tanking? Yeah, this makes any sense.
I actually feel really rested.
More Apple on the low, Habibi. Or categories financial different than banks? They should be very similar, but then financials might cover like financial services aren't banks, like kind of like a PayPal or a firm, but they should usually fall under that blanket.
Okay, reversal, por favor.
Yeah, just See if Nvidia goes down, Nvidia and Apple at the same
Okay,
time.
okay, okay.
That's all it is today, for real. There's a couple of other names red, but it's just simply Nvidia and Apple drilling into the low while everybody else kind of either stays the same or advances. But yeah, that's probably having your biggest effect. Those two names alone are seemingly dictating a lot more
Can
here.
you drink some so I can add more creamer?
Do I have any tin on
Let's
SpaceX
type
flops? No, I mean we talked about it the other
Pour
day.
too
The
much
tin is
coffee.
that you know they want all of retail's money. That's why they opened
okay,
up
it's
the
okay.
pattern day trading.
Leave it.
They lowered margin requirements and a lot of other things. But other than that, I don't have any tin on SpaceX. I look forward to seeing how
63
the
grams of sugar in this
IPO
shit.
actually launches. You know,
Oh,
depending on
sugar.
how it actually rolls out the premium. That's what we're going to be looking at on day one, and there might be a play there, but yeah,
A little bit.
I'm flexible. I don't know whether there's a play or not. We'll see,
not
but
okay.
it has to meet my criteria. Other than that, I mean, it is convenient, right? There's a lot of rules and a lot of changes that are conveniently, it might fare well for something like SpaceX.
Is that light
and the
enough?
rest of these IPOs.
Yeah,
Anthropic,
thank you.
again,
Great.
today you had OpenAI.
You want that spoon or no?
They filed for their IPO as well, even though Sam was just saying how he doesn't want to. I don't know. Microsoft again, they were doing pretty decent, but remember Microsoft just the other week hit 450, 460, and then it's like back to this earnings mode, and then this was the pre-earnings run. So I mean, I like it at these lower levels. Other than that, though, I'm
Dude,
not
Spile was
too,
up like $400.
not getting too
What do you mean?
distracted by it. ZSL on the high. Hey yo, ZSL. Did we see this the other day? What the hell is ZSL? Oh, it's the silver short, duh. Yeah, I always do that. I think I'm always like, whoa, what is this? Yeah, it's like the VIX of your boy Silver. Okta on the high. That's interesting. There's no other cybersecurity name that's green today. Yeah. Cyber's down. Why is which one was that? Why is Okta in the green? America, Jim DeMar sees concern and caution in the market.
Should I go to the hospital?
You're back? My back's hurting too. Should we both go?
No, SpaceX is not instantly joining the S&P.
Oh.
They said no to that. NVCR is rubric green. Pay attention to those. Again, you've got a potential another Mythos update. Mythos. I don't know why I keep saying. I heard these motherfuckers say Mythos, and now I'm saying Mythos. It's Mythos. Mythos, not Mythos. But yeah, other than that, they said they might get another update there.
This is so stupid. This is so stupid. There's nothing happening. It's just slowly draining my. It's
Yeah,
like a
well,
slot
I think
machine.
oil breaking down kind of even highlight just, think about the last couple of months here. We were able to climb regardless of what oil did. We ignored a lot of the war. And that's why it's like this week, even with oil coming down, we're ignoring it. Because what's going to move the market, it's not going to be war related. It's going to be the data, it's going to be the dollar, the bonds now reacting to the financial situation and conditions. Seems like that's causing we have more potential catalysts, not war related, that could move us. And now we've ignored so much of the war. So it's like oil comes down, we're not really even paying attention to it. But I do think it has some back end effects, like on staples and all of that. So we'll see. But for the most part, this is where I was saying yesterday. Even if we retest the lows or not, which again a lot of people think we will, be based on last Friday. It just like it shouldn't change the broader game plan. The broader game plan tomorrow, the next couple days after that, whatever we get from these data sets and how it impacts. Again, where does it leave bond volatility? The ultimate level of the dollar. How does it change leadership? So again, today is a good example of leadership. It looked like chips were recovering, but now chips and software are down, and then the other laggers are starting to gain some of that leadership. So you're being led today by Staples, Healthcare, and a couple of other beaten down names rather than being led by the same high flyers. So that's what's going to be next 24 to 72 hours. That's pretty much what we're going to be looking to pick apart. AAP, some advanced auto parts, IBM too.
Did you smell this candle? Oh, the vanilla espresso.
Okay.
You want to smell it?
I'll smell it later.
Oh, it smells so
Z Lab. That's starting again now on the low. Jen, that's a cybersecurity name at the low. Like I'm saying, it's kind of weird. More than half of the cybersecurity names are in the red. You got a couple that are just barely hanging on there. And then AOK, another airline doing good because of oil. That's one of those back end effects. eBay, LMT, again, other defense names are going too. Where's
It's
Bloom?
Lockheed.
Again, Z Lab, those candles are getting a little bigger.
You're killing me. Come on.
If the strait's not open, will we face an energy crisis causing a recession? I mean, at this point, I would have, when this first started, I was a little bit more worried. I mean, eventually you're just going to see demand destruction. I think you could have seen it in other places, but I guess I don't. I think you'll just see what you've kind of seen. You'll see higher prices. It'll slow some things down, but I don't think it would cause a global recession, more or less. Unfortunately, again, the oil's there. It's just not easy to move. But yeah, we're already pricing a pretty expensive oil towards the end of the year, and we haven't really seen anything really fall off too hard. That's why I say that. So, but it all depends. I could be wrong. I think a lot of people are already proven wrong, and you would have already expected oil as high as it is now. We would have seen demand destruction, but we haven't. So it all depends there. But remember, if prices do get high enough, eventually you get the demand destruction, the cure to high prices truly is high prices. So there's a point where it gets so high that it does kind of stop everything, but we haven't really seen that. So I don't think we're going to run out of oil. I think you're just going to deal with higher prices in oil. And that's where it's like kind of this middle ground where does higher prices cause a calamity, or does it just kind of add pressure on demand and other things? And I think it's more of the latter. Well, that's the thing. I mean, it's been 100 days. So just keep in mind, we've lasted very well for 3 months of this. And then, the longer it goes on, people do really start to find alternatives. Once it's slower, can we speak about rotations? Well, today's a lot faster than yesterday. But yeah, I'm down to talk about the rotations. But what are you not getting? What are you looking for with rotations? Because rotations are just a broader concept. It's understanding how money moves. As of late, the last year or two, we've talked about this idea of people are rotating, they're not retreating. And that's, I think, the easiest one to understand is that, when things have, again, you just saw this sell-off. It's not as if people took their money and put it under the mattress. Instead, they're taking money out of one thing that's done very well, that has had a lot of both narratives, hype, profits, and then they're moving it to another area instead of necessarily exiting the market. And that's kind of the idea with rotations, is that capital is kind of always moving. It's not It's very rare you're going to see investment capital just sit there in cash. It's usually moving from one industry to the next.
Wow.
A retreat would be stocks down, bond, and the dollar up, and then it would just be like everything sells off. That's the easiest way to notice a lack of rotation. It's when every industry is red. It's when everybody goes risk off, and there's not like this, 4 industries down and 1 industry green. It's just everybody sells off. You saw it during COVID, again, or any time, even like Jackson Hole, shit like that. SPY going lower now, so a lot of the inverse ETFs are on the high right now. But this time it's happening without Apple. So yeah, this one's NVIDIA, and I think some of the other chip makers, Intel, AMD. So yeah, this is getting led by chips are going into the low of yesterday, but 738 now. So SPY is a red. Nasdaq is down by 0.5, and I think you have filled the gap now. So yeah, you're back to yesterday's close. Wait a minute. You're pretty much even filling the Friday close now that I think about it, and then you're 3 points away from the lows of Friday.
This is so gay.
The money wouldn't move into bonds. It used to, but as of late, it's not like, and that's why these dynamics change over time. I guess what is a good rotation, but yeah, I mean, if you're worried about inflation, the economy, the government spending, the money has not been going to bonds, right? People have been more likely to go and buy. That's why they've been saying rotation is kind of the new put, because instead of buying bonds or protection, you might just be better off buying something that's lagging there. But yeah, it used to be back in the day. That's why we used to watch inverse or a correlation between bonds and the market. That's why TLT would go up when the market would go down. All right, well, last 5 minutes there, you just took a little baby dump. Low ticker fully maxed out. Going lower, oil stopped moving even though it's near the lows. Once again, day 2. Your second day, oil is down almost 4%, and you are down by a quarter, and the Nasdaq down 3/4 now. Russell and Dow are the only thing holding up. A newer ETF for retirement accounts. No, anything new, I would be hesitant towards. So if you're gonna make like a 10-year investment decision, especially for your retirement account, you kind of don't want anything new, if that makes sense. You want something that has a 10-year track record and been around. So like new ETF thematic ideas could be awesome, but yeah, if it's new, you are running that risk.
Dude,
So I
everything's
would
crashing.
just personally pick something more established. We're not dumping for any reason. We're just, again, this is kind of continuing some of this hangover from that decline. We just started off good. There wasn't really news. Then the cash opened, chips bounced, but then it hit a level and then just flipped. Like literally nothing happened. If anything, it was just rotations. And meanwhile, as we opened up, a lot of money was rotating to some underperformers. And then once the high flyers stopped bouncing, all the money just went to the rotations. And then chips went negative. Chips have moved 4% today. They went up 2 to down 2. So that's been a 4% top to bottom. SPY, Nasdaq's moved almost 2%, and the SPY's moved over like 1.5% right now, but no real headlines. That's it. Let's just test the fucking low and call it a day. So like I was telling you, this is what people are worried about, whether or not we hit the low. You're gonna hit the low. We're gonna retest the low within a day or two, and then after that, it'll just be all about the data. And then again, just keep an eye on rotations, the leadership, and then dollar, bonds, all that good stuff. 736. Yeah, so you're down 0.5% now. Again, that was a 1.5% move, if not more, on the SPY.
This is insane.
I love it with oil down. that's what makes today the best. Those last 2 days. That's what happened on Friday too. So I'm saying it's fascinating, especially considering how the last 100 days played out.
We're about to hit Friday's low.
This isn't your regular red day. It kind of is, unfortunately. This is why, because I said this yesterday on the watch list. My thing is, the plan still stays the same, even if we hit the lows. I mean,
This
that's
is
what,
a
even on
garbage
Friday,
day.
You know, I wasn't overreacting. I don't think you should too, even though it was large. But just remember, tomorrow morning you have the big data. So this is all just kind of creating a certain level of cushion to the downside now. But yeah, it's once we get the data and then we see those broader factors, just I keep watching bonds, leadership, and where the dollar ends up. At least some of the staples are rotating, but damn.
Oh.
Well, straight. Remember, you got straight open. This looks very computery. This looks like a Solana rug pull. You see what I'm saying? Like these two little cascades. This looks like when you get rug pulled on Solana. But yeah, we started off straight up, and then it just whoop. But yeah, like I'm saying, these rotations are very. They stand out. Like I'm telling you, I mean, I get financials gave up now, so watch out for that though. That's where today gets ugly. So look at XLF. If XLP does that and XLV does that, and then none of the chips come back up, then yeah, this shit'll look very.
I found
very
a
ugly.
600 milligram one.
But for now,
give
you
me
still
like 10.
are getting a clear
You can take this
rotation,
every 8 hours.
especially compared to yesterday.
Want to take one?
I want to take the whole bottle.
No, don't.
Take the whole bottle in a booth.
Here, babe. Just 600 milligrams.
Well, the people were saying the sell-off for SpaceX. They've been saying that since Friday, so I'm sure that's part of some of
Take
it.
this
But
every 8 hours.
then again, I don't know. I just
Okay.
think the last
Thank
couple
you
months,
so
war
much.
headlines haven't
Very
really
well.
moved us,
Thank you so
and now oil's coming down.
much.
I think we're kind of moving to an environment that's just not going to react to the war in the same way. And now we have massive catalysts this week. That's what I've been trying to explain.
I think I used to have most
Not
of
even
the
this
last
week, this
two.
month. You have so many opportunities for the bubble to either keep going or to end. It's like a catalyst minesweeper. Every single day, every week from pretty much today, we're going to have a catalyst, and that catalyst is either going to make things better or worse. Then you're going to go to the next one, then the next one, then the next one, all the way up until Kevin Walsh. So you at least have like 4 or 5 solid events in the next like week and a half that, you know, it's going to be
Actually, like
have
walking
the
around,
potential to,
like,
depending on what we
sweating
get.
a
So
little bit.
I do think that's
It's
kind
like
of
helping
the
my-
adjustment we're getting into, and that's after a very massive rally on a lot of different names. Oh, now CBOE wants to go up.
You know, sitting doesn't help. Either late, you have to be horizontal or vertical. Sitting is no good. Absolutely. Positively.
Yeah, CME on the high too. Even Qualcomm, but yeah, I think Nvidia, Apple, and then just chips in general. Like chips have moved 4 or 5% already today. But this is what happened too with Korea. This is what I was saying yesterday. Like Asia was bumpy. Asia started off good, then it flipped and got really, really bad. And then Asia closed up 8%. But right before I went to bed, Asia was doing terrible.
Yeah, Spy's climbing back. I don't see Spy going up anytime soon. Spy's gonna hang right here for a while. It's the previous low.
Korea! I know. It's good. I mean, again, though, just considering how quickly they dropped almost 20%. The fact that the Koreans held, like, they're showing some resilience too. I mean, again, though, topping out doesn't happen in one day, and then at the same time, though, they still need to, we still have these next 2-3 weeks. It's gonna either we'll really put that resiliency to the test or not. But yeah, it's already been. I'm very shocked at how high Korea's went, and even when it goes down, it don't really go down. And again, I'm sure a lot of people say the same thing about the U.S. market too. The bag holders for a silver top. Well, you got the people in the beginning of the year who chased when it was really high. I think that got in bag holders, but remember,
I found the 800 ones. I haven't even opened these.
there was a big
Give me the whole
group of
bottle.
silver people that they
You can
didn't
have it if
buy
you
on
want.
that rally.
I'm gonna try the
I'm
whole
one of them,
bottle.
where
Why
just
do they
like
do
when
drugs?
they're
I
not
could get more of
selling,
these
and that's what
Right.
that was
And
the
I got 'em for
irony of
free.
what we were talking about.
through my
that,
insurance.
When it comes to
Beautiful.
silver,
Oh.
even if silver went up to $200, you had people who wouldn't even sell it. Let alone it was very difficult to sell too. But yeah, I think you had I think that first wave of $100 when you
Oh,
got
I
the
have
new silver people,
hydrocodone.
you got that. But
Dude, this is legit
yeah,
for the
argue
back. I
silver
have
was
3 of them.
already a bunch of bag holders.
When I was in a lot of pain,
That's
this
the-
shit
that's
helped
kind
me
of
out
the
a
Oh,
lot.
irony of,
snort it.
But
the price went up,
no,
but
just
I
take
still
one.
think they would've
You're
kept
skinny.
holding.
Don't take more than 2.
It's baby proof. I'm a baby.
Wait, hold on. You just took ibuprofen.
The
Yes, this
photonic
is
stocks,
Norco.
they've been kind of outperforming.
Take one
They
tablet
started
by
off a
mouth
little better
every
this
6
morning,
hours.
But then, they kind of faded here as everything turned.
You're gonna take one right
But
now?
no real headlines. That's what I was even saying in this morning. The algo was kind of dry. I wasn't really expecting much, but
Okay, but
we
you
had
have to
that
eat
little
something.
cash
That's it.
open
Okay, no
break,
more
and
drugs
then
for
we
you.
started just
I'm
instantly
taking these
flipping,
away.
But yeah, you haven't really had like
Look
any
what happened. Look how
driving
quickly it
headline
went
today.
down.
It's not like anything is going off of specific.
And
things
now
or
how
what.
slowly it's climbing up. Oh no, look how quickly it came down. And how slowly it's going up. Oh.
Oh. Let it climb up, baby.
E-Trade. Oh, I grew up on E-Trade. I love it. But I only have the high-low ticker now.
You
That's
want
what I was
some
thinking
marijuana
about the other
gummies?
day, bro.
These are so
We've gone
strong.
through this whole year
If you eat this whole thing,
This
you'll
whole
get
year
fucked
without-
up. Don't ever do it.
without our E-Trade Pro.
I got 3 of them in
I've been
here.
using this ghetto Thinkorswim setup.
I saved them for a
mixed in with the
special
high-low
occasion.
ticker.
That's the bottle.
This isn't where the bottle's from. I just keep it.
5%
Well,
move is possible.
these
Yeah,
are
we
Delta-
talked about
I-
that
the-
last
these
week.
Delta
We were saying
gummies are
even
good,
if
but
you
I
went
ate
down
'em all.
5%, you would still just be at a level you were at
forgot
a
what
week
these
or
are
two
called.
ago.
I don't want
That's the
it.
craziest part. I mean, we had a literal 4% down day on the Nasdaq. You just came back to where you were, the last week of May, pretty much.
I used to have a lot more gummies.
A lantern. I want to double dip it, but it's the premium. Oh wait, did we hit the low? Oh shit, we did hit the low. Hold on, let me see the Nasdaq. No, Nasdaq still has a little bit more to go. So SPY retested the low already, but yeah, we're gonna need the Nasdaq. So I still think you have a little bit more downside. This is what we were saying. We
want some
talked about
vitamin
it
C?
yesterday. Just people were expecting
Your
this.
body
Just
will
the
absorb
stats
the
behind
drugs
it.
better.
Usually those 4% down
No?
days, you touch the low pretty quickly, but
Thank you. I don't want
yeah, that
anything.
happened here within what, a day or two.
Okay, silly woman.
It went down so much. Down so much. Probably gonna go back down and hit the low.
704. Okay, yalla habibi. Yalla.
Just gonna go back down, retest the old low.
Tesla sells off into SpaceX. Well, just look at Honeywell. You got to see kind of how Honeywell and Quantinium played out. So I'm assuming it's gonna it all depends on the IPO. So pretty much as SpaceX goes up and down, I think it'll just move Tesla. But I don't think it's like a guaranteed up or down.
My muscle relaxers. I have them.
M10, again, another one of these 99 percenters.
Hey, if it's really bad, you know what I could do?
Kimberly, back to 100.
I could just go
Why
to,
did it
because
do
I have
that, bro?
Kaiser. I could
That was
just go to
kind of
like
a trip.
urgent care.
I
and
thought
just
we were gonna get
tell
some
them what's going on
XDV
with my
discount.
back, and they'll
And they're
give me-
like, nah, time to rotate
They'll
again.
probably give me more of those Norcos. But I don't want you getting this. That's not good.
Yeah,
Okay,
Target,
okay.
HD, again, any big box retailer has done good, except for Walmart. But then McDonald's, some of these other like value names that we've talked about
This is
have done
actually.
very good. McCormick, General Mills, KDP, Kimberly,
North Hollywood.
even
Toyota,
Lowe's,
yes,
and then
ma'am.
Sherwin-Williams. All right, well, you got a little bit of a bounce there. First one. I mean, you did that earlier, though, before this last leg. It's 7:59, so we got 30 minutes till Euro close. Again, oil's still in the gutter, which is would have been good any other week, but for now, the market, this is only benefiting Staples, it looks like.
Ollie was helping you. Was Ollie
Did Intuit go lower?
You know,
No, remember, it hit 290 yesterday, bro.
Because I'm not in the office today.
290.
I'll come back tomorrow. I can send Ollie a message and see if that Prius is ready for you today.
No, because I sold it, so they're trying to
Was it a good time to add Kimberly now? You didn't have the funds when we posted it? Unfortunately, I don't think so. It's tough. I mean, now I'm break even on the stock. So after all the purchases, I was down. But Kimberly just did not. Unfortunately, if you were there in the moment and you reacted to Kimberly, it benefited you heavily. But if you're late now, it actually sets you back a little bit. Just because now you don't get the dividend and the stock is like 5%, 6% higher.
You can
So
ask
it's
for
kinda
Fred.
awkward.
I think Fred might be there today.
Fred is also from Honesty.
Yeah, yes, he's the floor manager. You can ask for Fred.
The
Or,
option prices have been jacking up in the past 3 years. No, actually. So it just depends on what you're trading, but I've actually noticed in some areas the option prices went down a lot. And that's why even during March, so March we killed it. At the end of March leading into April, you had some of the lowest option prices because like everybody panicked and didn't want to trade them.
Okay.
It was kind of fascinating.
Of course, I'll talk to you then. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I think Intuit is the only one down from when we made that video. Or I know McKesson was like right there, and then General Mills, they're like all within range. But yeah, like Intuit is like $40 lower from that video. Boeing delivered 60 airplanes in May, 51 737 Maxes. Meta will now use information that businesses share with company to better personalize content feed. Like feed and AI responses in addition to ads, streamlining our controls by expanding the activity from other businesses setting. So yeah, Meta's coming out with something. Sounds like some AI development to take your data and feed it into ads and AI.
Water stock is up. Should sell it.
North Hollywood Toyota.
Should sell it.
We'll see if Meta goes again. CBOE popped for a little bit. SPY chilling off after the low. I mean, again, pretty much SPY retested the low of Friday, but then the QQQ hasn't. And then more McDonald's.
I'm gonna go against my better
Meta will
judgment.
no longer offer your activity feed off Meta Technologies setting.
Pina.
McKesson, I do. Zoitis. Hey, yo, ZTS, it's already up 3.8. It gapped up. Remember, a lot of you guys have been bringing this one up. They're related to the animal stuff.
AWK, a water stock
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna play it though.
has gone
Options are decent.
up.
Meta not collecting new data as part of personalization. McCormick, McKesson, whichever one makes the spices. McCormick.
Yeah, it's
That's the one
McCormick.
that was on the video.
Campbell is the
Spy,
soup.
spy about to retest the old low again.
It's McKesson, McCormick, very same. Very same. There was McKesson, McCormick. I think TAP is lower from that video. TAP might be the same price. And then again, GIS, but I think they bounce. I really think Intuit is the only one that's lower.
That's beer.
I like Intuit, man. I don't know. I feel like that 291 yesterday was nice. It just sucks because, like, I don't know. It goes lower, and I want it to go even lower. But yeah, I mean, Intuit's not bad. It's the worst on the S&P. I mean, it was more than what? More than 100%. You'd make if it went back up to highs, you'd be up more than 100%. It's not bad. Tesla, ARM on the low too. So Tesla's starting to sell off now. ARM is selling off. Even CoreWeave.
CoreWeave
They're
is
the new
down?
Adobe. No, but like I think the taxes are more solid than Adobe. That's what I'm saying. I don't think the taxes. I think Intuit has a crazy monopoly.
It's
Netflix
crazy.
mini pop. Oh, are we working our way up? Making my way downtown. Long and fast, and I'm holding. Need a lagger. Yeah, a little pop there. And Ice too. Ice, CBOE, CME. They were running up there a little earlier.
And now I wonder if I could fall into
And nothing on Zoitis. Again, CBOE. I don't know. I think it's still in the range.
No,
Yeah,
there's
hasn't
just bad
gone out of
news
that-
with Meta.
after that little shake up.
Bad news with Meta. Apparently.
And then Nivda stopped hitting lows.
see
There's a CBOE. Yalla, habibi.
tonight. Come on.
What time? 8:07. Yeah, Euro close should be honestly. You've already moved like 2% top to bottom, more on some indexes, but yeah. So this Euro close might be a little juicy. I was surprised. I did not expect much today. I thought it was going to be more boring. I mean, we still might do 7 hours to nowhere, but yeah, very surprising how this all kind of played out. Intuit was cheap like Adobe. It would have more premium. Well, I think Intuit is cheaper than Adobe. It just all depends how you look at it, like what metrics you're comparing it to. That's why too, like when we brought up Microsoft, that was the irony. When Microsoft was at 330 and I was telling you guys, I was like, hey, this is kind of weird because although Microsoft's price is extremely high, with how much Microsoft has grown, like fundamentally, 330 Microsoft was one of the cheapest tech stocks on IGV. Like pound for pound, assets to valuation, earnings to the valuation. There were so many things about it. So Intuit, again, they have a lot of cash. They have a decent amount of assets. They're still kind of asset light because it's software. But yeah, it's not like in a weird way. They got things going for them at the current price. And even if you compare it to other software that's kind of been guttered, I would argue Intuit has more value. SB again. Pabs was running from the morning. Again, a CBOE. Yeah, not having
Tesla
issues, but-
just. Should I get Tesla? Feel like it's a good time to get some Tesla. Alright, I'm gonna sell this water stock. Pick up some Tesla. Go against my better judgment. Okay.
I like Intuit over Adobe. I do too, but then again, I also would like Microsoft or whatever. I would like to see where prices are in the next couple of months. But I'm glad though. We already got our good software. We'll see what happens with Oracle earnings, but at the very least, at some point beginning of the year, we did take advantage of the massive software decline. So that's why it's like I would like the highest quality there. It's still got a little bit of cash, so we'll see where it goes in PAVs, whatever this is again. Just Bitcoin a little off the bottom. It had a good bounce yesterday. SAP is coming up. Their net income artificially high because unrealized gains. No, I don't think so. I don't think that's the big thing. It's the Azure. Just again, Microsoft, and then they own a lot of assets. That was the other thing. Is that Microsoft is like a software play, or it's like tech. Technically it's software IGV, but like they own a lot of assets, and then yeah, they make a lot on the cloud. It's just that they make a fuck ton of money on the cloud, but people don't care about that. People care about the growth rate. That's usually what gets it slowed down. So I'm sure there is some income counted from other investments, but even without it, it's like, you know, they're still a cash cow. They're a cash cow, and a lot of their software assets are like real assets. You know, again, Microsoft actually owns a bunch of shit. A stock is underperforming relatively. Compare it to something. Just depend, you know, you could compare it to its competitors, its peers, the overall industry, the overall market. That's pretty much the easy way. You know, relativity is all dependent on what you are comparing it to. USTR Greer to visit Tesla in California on Thursday. On IPO day! On new issue day! And then oil's coming down. You're 10 cents within the low on oil.
Man.
Again, SPY chilled out. I mean, how long was this? That was about 20 minutes. You're kind of doing the same thing. We'll see if this lasts any longer. UNH still going up. Again, word to some of the other rotations. Microsoft still at the low.
Should I buy Microsoft instead of Tesla?
MD on the high. A little pop here.
How would you rate your pain over the past 2 weeks? Mild, moderate, or severe? Or very severe?
It's very gay.
Would you say moderate?
It sucks.
Duolingo acquisition
So
target.
bad.
Oh, I don't know. I don't really like Duolingo. Maybe. But I said, bro, if Duolingo just turned into like Club Penguin, if they rebranded into like Neopets, I think it would be a multi-billion-dollar company. It's a game. I'm telling. I don't even get why they. I think the language stuff is played out. That's it. You know, don't go full Rosetta Stone. But I think they just turn it into a game. I think they make way more money like that. But yeah, other than that, I'm not the biggest fan of Duolingo. Even though it was low, in the gutter. I never really considered that as a real software play, at least for my portfolio.
I just need Tesla to go down a bit more.
Again, whatever MD is, I mean, it did 5%, but not on that candle.
I can execute just a little bit more.
Language data center for the win. I know, UNH, those premiums won't move though. Stupid little.
There it is.
Yeah, I think technically the pattern day trade rule now. I think E-Trade implemented it. I think it goes into play on Thinkorswim today as well too. You already have Webull and Robinhood, so like everybody could day trade now. How come no one threw a party? Does it feel any different? Do you guys feel? How do you feel? Right when you could day trade now, the momentum is not anything like it was last week.
It's
It's still exciting. I'd hope.
Nobody cares.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Man, Tesla's going to crap right after I bought it. It's going to a new low. There's another level here. Another level here. Another level here.
Alright guys, I'm helping you out. Alright. I sold one set of my cloves. I sold the furthest out the money. It was like small 15% gain. And then I'm hoping if I sell it, it'll get the other ones jumping. So not bad, but yeah, I took some cloves. A little bit of clove off of the table. You're finally making money, more temptation, easier to trade. Nice. Your trading feels amazing, huge difference. Honestly, that doesn't sound bad. Seems like more people have reported positive results so far. No, anybody have a bad experience? Has anybody been like, no, it let me trade, I hate this? Grab Google partnership, Gemini 3.5 live. See if it moves, getting a little bit of volume, but it looks kind of dead. Meaning what you sell? I had a clove contract. I sold it. So I hope if I sell it early, it goes. It went up a little bit. They were down for a little bit too, but I have another set. But the furthest out the money ones I got rid of. The Light Path? No, I mean, that one, unfortunately, off of the headline yesterday, that catalyst in these, like, military photonics things, it's not going to happen till end of June.
No, we're going to hell.
Yeah, I have the Honeywells. Those are dead, though. Again, anything except for, like, there's been a couple I really like, but some of these small plays as of late, as the momentum slowed down, I've kept them really, really small. But yeah, and if they haven't hit, they're pretty much dead. But I still really like the Zillows and Palanters. I'm looking for double dips on some of those. And then all the other lagging plays we talked about, we're just kind of waiting on the market. Everything else has been very, again, even some of these small dailies, they're just not really there. Meta ordered by EU to allow rival chatbots free access on WhatsApp. Yeah, Tesla was selling off a little bit earlier. More banks too, or at least credit card companies. Capital One came down. Actually, where is it? I forgot. XLF sold off some of that rotation. God is the greatest. Josh is his servant, as are you, brother. As are we all. The kingdom. Good morning. Good morning. Well, I don't know, maybe we wait till the QQQ actually touches the low, and then we could look at some of those double dips. Yeah, the silver one, I still like the silver one, but that one did get washed. But yeah, the Zillows have actually been great. I just didn't make those free yet, but I like that. So that one's technically not even a double dip. And then the Xeroxes are, you should take the Xeroxes whenever you want if you have those. So those are all still up. Which is crazy considering how momentum played out. There was a couple of plays that held up pretty well.
Are you hungry?
I don't know.
I boiled some eggs.
I know, but
There's turkey bacon too. I can cook some turkey bacon, and then maybe some bagel and
look at Tesla, don't
Risk and rewarded.
I scheduled an e-visit with the doctor at 1:30.
Oh, beautiful. So what's this? Like, come on.
They'll definitely prescribe some muscle relaxers, and I could go and pick it up.
Beautiful.
I have.
What do you have, LA Care?
I have Kaiser.
Nice.
Yeah, Meta says they'll appeal EU order.
Kaiser's really good. But urgent
Sell
care's
off
good
was
too.
real. At least they
It's-
gave
there's
a,
one
they
here
gave you a
in
half a
Panama
percent gap up.
Oh,
You know, now the Dow went red. NASDAQ is down by 1%. Dow's literally break even right now. SPY down 0.43. You only have the Russell up a quarter.
That's historic lows.
And more staples. Yeah, XLP still at the high. Coca-Cola, Pepsi, some of those going up. Am I looking at it for the long term or options? Just options. It's just that same play we talked about. Again, we already made it. We made it. It killed that play. That's why I just said I'm kind of down for a double dip on it. SPY's starting to pick up a little lower now. A couple material plays, China plays, crypto, not even crypto, quantum, and a few others. But yeah, you're starting to sell off again. See if the big guys go down. You got Tesla candle to the low, Nvidia, Apple's kind of chilling, but even Amazon's coming down, and Google and Microsoft. So all of your big seven is not necessarily playing along. You got the long term 6 years ago. We finally cooking. Oh, amen, baby. Let's go. Shop for some real estate. Cardinal Health. More healthcare. Jeez. Alright, well, surprisingly, SPY hasn't hit a new low yet, but low ticker is almost full. There it is. There's this SPY. Let's see. QQQ 706. So 704, that's going to be the level to test.
I knew that would happen.
Low ticker already. I'm surprised you had all the big seven moving, but the index is lagged for a little bit. But yeah, you got staples going up, healthcare going up, everything else coming down. So still rotationary, but it's definitely a sell-off now. Everything's gone red. Even the Russell's gone red. So yeah, Dow just dropped a quarter on all of that. NASDAQ 50-50 now. That was 60-70. Dow Jones 17 green still. And then SPY 350 in the green. Remember, it was 400. So 50 more names went red. But generally, I mean, this red day is with more names advancing. Oh, the SPY, my bad. Well, I'm waiting for the QQQ. That's the last one. So like I'm saying, this, I think, as far as like short term, what you should watch for, just very simple. Once the QQQ hits the low of Friday, then that way you've kind of, we've hit all check boxes. And then we'll just start reacting to the data maybe a little bit more. Well, yeah, SPY did it earlier, and SPY's still going lower. You're down 0.7 on the SPY. I mean, that's 2 and some change. It was up 1.5, I think, or 1% at one point. So you moved 1.7. Oh man. Yalla, habibi. Yalla. 7:05. SPY's still going. I'm looking at some frames. Alright, Rich, again, is this the last about like this one lasted a little longer, 30 minutes, and then you just do one of these little robot sell-offs, bro. That's literally what the first two did. You like drop, chill for like 10, 20 minutes, robot, 20 minutes, robot, 20, 25 minutes, 30 minutes, robot. Alright, well, new low. So there it is. You've touched the low of Friday. That's all we needed, baby. Yalla, there you go. Everybody feel good now. Thank you for shopping. Do. I mean, no, these little robot sell-offs have not been good. Oh, Euro closes in 3 minutes. I didn't even realize that. It's like a little lower. Come on. Yeah, 7, you're well below it now. So SPY is well below Friday's low. You just dropped another 5 points lower. Again, QQQ just did 2 points below now. Please hold. It's Friday, but slower. I don't know, kind of quicker. I don't know. Friday you just had a big gap down, and then it started doing that after Euro close, but like so far intraday, I mean, you've had way more moves than Friday. But this was that whole retest the low thing, so that's it. I mean, it's been one extra day, but we've already did that now.
People's
Alright,
retirements.
still going lower. The Qs, Palant. Premiums are finally dropping. That's why I'm shopping. But yeah, just a matter of when this actually hits a brick wall. 7:30 now. Where's the next level? Oh, actually, it's like 7:27, and then you play this game until like 7:17. You guys remember that? So yeah, you kind of need a whole 7:27. Still got a little bit more downside. You didn't see this coming. You don't need to. That's the thing. So we talked about this yesterday on the watch list, like I was telling you. I think that's how we opened the watch list yesterday. I think the first key is that we're more likely going to retest the low, but it doesn't matter. I would continue to look ahead for the game plan of what the data and everything else is going to do. That's what sucks. I want to take some plays, but then we have data tomorrow.
The meta took a dump. What? My God.
So yeah, see, not bad. Last edit 534. High likelihood we test Friday low on the Nasdaq. The plan stays the same. So just keep that in mind. Just unfortunately the prices are moving, but remember after tomorrow, all the other data, everything we're getting this week, that's pretty much gonna set the tone for what we're doing. Merck CEO says we'll focus on 1 billion to 15 billion sweet spot for M&A. And then Europe is closing now. So into the low. This is kind of the CPI front run. So now depending on, I mean, if CPI is bad, you kind of front ran this a little bit. It could still get worse. And then if CPI is good, you're going to have a lot of room in the tank. But CPI shouldn't be good. But then again, I mean, I have zero expectation for tomorrow. Let me see.
This is insanity.
Well, no, because, I mean, you could still go down a little. It just depends on how big the CPI is. Remember, I'm worried about 4, but more people are expecting that it's going to come in higher than 4, which is kind of crazy. I think the dollar might be higher. It started off lower, yeah. So it's actually still a little lower on the day, but it's still within this range of yesterday. Where again, it like drops and then comes up. So we're just at the 3-month range. That's what I'm saying. Coming into tomorrow, it's either this dollar breaks out or the dollar chills. If the dollar chills, I mean, we're gonna love it. Where's your Zillow? Those ones haven't gotten
Micron is
PG
doing
online.
what?
Bonds will react to a high CPI. Oh yeah, you saw. I mean, you saw what the bonds did to a good jobs report, and then vice versa. A good CPI, the bonds will, I think, take favorably. But yeah, bonds should be pretty sensitive. And again, both bonds, dollar, leadership. That's kind of the trifecta we're looking for here. Okay, more MO, PAVs, some smaller caps, but low ticker is still pretty active. Again, you're down 1.1 right now. You have moved a tremendous amount from yesterday.
Oh yeah, baby. Breakfast is ready, darling. Honey.
I gotta work.
Honey, honey, honey. Honey, honey, honey.
What did you make?
Alrighty. But yeah, that's not going to be my full position. I just started with the smaller one. Get a little bit of this downside and then go from there. But then, yeah, like I said, depending on the data and the dollar tomorrow, I think all these plays could change. But yeah, not a recommendation. I took a small double dip on August Palantir calls. So we'll see how these play out. But yeah, I was just saying, I think there's still a little bit more downside.
Bring it to you?
Again, so if you go
Yes,
too early,
babe.
that's
Hardly
going to be
get
the
up.
killer.
I'll bring it to you right now.
So I want to stay focused here. But it's not even much I can do. It's just going to hell.
Strike, I said I'll give you the range, just
Yeah,
what not to go
regular
to.
bacon.
I don't want to overcrowd them, and I don't want everyone to go cuckoo. I just gave you the max of where I wouldn't go past. So anywhere there and below.
Must have another reason. I think we're just
Kimberly did nice. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Intel, they came down. Terrific Tuesday, isn't it? It is. Is it turnaround? Today is a turnaround Tuesday. We turned around once from the bottom, gapped up, and then it turned around again. And then, yeah, but again, today is like bigger than Friday, as weird as that sounds. I mean, it's not a 4% down day, but top to bottom and kind of how quick. It's, again, we're 7 minutes off a Euro close. Oh, yeah, so let's do a push-up, dude. Hold on, I've been shopping, making some plays, talking rotations. We got to sell a couple of things, too. Made some things free in the morning. But, Chatadonia, oh... You've been here for 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Anything. But get your body moving, brother. Just get the body up and about. You know what I'm saying? Up and about, my friend. Just move around. Oh, it's good for you, brother. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. If you don't put your chest to the sun, the market isn't going to do it. You know what I'm saying? Imagine if the market just stood up right now. You see what I'm saying? Get some good posture. But breathe, brother. It's for your life. It's for your life. Okay? Breathe. Move around. We got 7 hours, 6 hours, 4. I don't even know how many hours. We got many, many hours. So you got to make sure you in the game, dog. I'm in the game like EA. But yeah, move around a little bit. It'll be good for you. I'm gonna do a lunge. Spy drilling into the low. We had 20 minutes of going up, and then every single minute after that was just drilling into the low. While everybody goes and buys staples now. Staples, healthcare, and financials. But even the financials gave it up. My goodness. And there's no headlines, unfortunately. I wish there was, Chad, but yeah, this was just a little bit of, I think, antsiness getting ahead of the data. And not to mention just the fat move we had on Friday. So we did retest the low. That did occur. So that being said, my brethren, get your push-ups in. I'm going to move around here. I'm going to go get a potty break and push-up break. So let's have a good time. Here is your favorite political propaganda songs. Thank you. Thank you.
Not for Mecca, it's for the money. Not for the country, I do it for the money. I grab Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not mega, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki. But now Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the out, we love fighting, and if gas is 5.50, the war's already over. Even if it goes to October, and again has no composure. I'm just a loyal voter. Let's end another war. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Camelot. She's like me, she understands the love. I know, she wouldn't got a single food that had price ceilings and price floors. Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not worrying more, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Know the Trumpies in jail and they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala, at least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala, armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know,
You can get a straight stretching right now.
on anything.
Height,
Even if it's all done, shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala, approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala A-G-I. You better run.
Perfect. Now I'm in my lunge position. That's good, man. Good for push-ups again. Spy hit the low, 7:30. Again, I think the next pivot point is like 7:27 or whatever. And then meanwhile, oil, bro. Once again, you got Spy down 1%. Oil is down 4%, near one of its lowest levels in a couple of months. Isn't that something? THC receives a warning letter from Trump. What's in there? What's in the warning letter? They got a little candle that might have a delayed reaction. It just depends what the said content is. Do 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 do. Let's see. Stat news. Trump warns more than 500 hospitals to provide price info or face fines. AP has exclusive list of hospitals since April that have received letters or warnings to submit plans or provide transparent pricing. Failing to comply comes with penalties as high as $2 million annually. SpaceX IPO sees strong institutional demand.
Turn it off.
Attracted demand multiple times the available shares, according to people familiar.
Dude, SpaceX
I'm
ruined
sure,
everything.
I'm sure Elonia.
6.
Everybody's selling everything they have so they can buy SpaceX. And then it's probably gonna crash. It's gonna go up for a day and then it's gonna go to crap.
Airbus defense CEO on FCAS, we did not make it work with both companies. We don't want to have to place in our future fighter jet, and we don't want to go at it alone. I don't know what they're talking about.
Okay. This is crispy enough for you, baby?
Silver's first closed below the 200-day moving average. Oh no, same with gold. So I think gold is at the level, everything. Bonds are at the level, dollar, every single asset. There's so many, 4 or 5 asset classes are all at just key levels, breaking highs or lows, or even certain technicals and support. That's why these next couple coming days and weeks, a lot is in store to see how this actually plays out. It'll be a fun time.
From bonds, before less. Yeah, there's pineapple. The strawberry is so good.
There's no news that really broke today. Today was just,
Oh, your GDI.
again, we started off actually no news,
Okay.
and then the algos weren't even that crazy. Then we had like a cash open rip. It seemed pretty exciting. You had chips rebounding and a couple of other things, and then all of a sudden it just flipped. And there wasn't really any headlines, and then meanwhile it was a pretty obvious rotation. Financials gave it up, they're doing a little decent, but then again, healthcare staples, they kind of attracted all the money here. And then again, we have big data coming in tomorrow with the CPI and even the rest of the week, so this could be some of the jitters and getting ready for that, but technically there wasn't really any headlines. There wasn't even bad war headlines. Oil's actually doing pretty well, actually very good considering the last couple months, so you didn't have much to move you, but it seemed like we just needed to retest that low from Friday, which we have now, both SPY and NASDAQ.
Dude, I hope this is the lowest it goes. It's like...
Well, people have been saying it's pull money for SpaceX. They've been saying that since Friday. So I think that's some of the situation we have at hand, but yeah, it's not, I don't think that's all of it. I mean, again, there is a whole host of catalysts for the rest of June, as we've been talking about, and I just think that's what people are getting ready for. I think, we know the war didn't really have the ability to derail the market, but these next coming sets of events, seems like we're shifting into getting ready to respond to them, because they can.
See that red line I put?
Yeah.
That was a low from a long time ago. And it just went to an old time low. You know,
Bank of America, one guy did. So you pretty much, like Mike Wilson, he's actually pretty bullish on the market, but then there's one macro guy at Bank of America who said it's a bubble in the pull your money. But then Michael Wilson has a target for 8,000 on the SPX by the end of the year. Owners of Boots are in talks with the billionaire Weston family and pharmacy Sigma Healthcare over a $10 billion sale.
There's more boiled eggs, by the way.
ALHC.
Wait a minute.
Oh, that one wasn't the battery one from yesterday, was it? No, that was ABAT. More healthcare and whatever MH is.
everywhere possible.
Do those pills help you or something like that? No?
No, I don't think it's
No.
I don't think it's a CPI leak. It's good to hear that though. We haven't heard that in a minute.
So good.
I just think if anything, the jitters ahead of CPI. And now again the market, this gives you room to move though now. So now if CPI is bad, you could probably move down a little lower, but at least it's not gonna be like a death blow. And then vice versa, if CPI comes in good, I mean you now can actually kind of run up there and you have some room to do it.
Down syndrome.
delirium.
Eating out of stress.
You blessing the chat again, bro?
Look at that.
Amen. Amen, brother. Good morning. Dude, whatever this PAVS thing is. Dog, I've seen this thing all morning. That's another 2,000% on equity. I swear this thing's at like $2. Yeah.
Don't be stressed.
I know they used to blame the 0 days for this volatility. We don't get that anymore.
I sold a water stock to buy Tesla because it was so low and it just kept going lower. It's like, hey,
Who was it today? SGML. Their options were not fun. And then Hormel, another food company. Staples.
what's this Staples? He doesn't mean like the store. He means like
Yeah, all Big Seven though, man. That sucks. They're not doing much.
drinks.
Oh.
Alright, well, Spy kind of tick it down here. We might do this little 20-minute thing again. So like I was saying, I mean, we'd go down and then spend, what, about 20 minutes, and then the computer would get triggered again. That's literally what all of these look like. So, I mean, it's been about 20 minutes. Give it another 5 to 10, and we'll see. But oil is hitting a low. Oil 87.29. So you have a new low on oil, at least.
All bad.
It looks
I don't know
red,
how
but
far
I see
back
some
this
green,
takes us.
too.
I guess you haven't broken the May 29th low, so maybe let's get to the 83s. 83s, maybe even a 7 handle, but yeah, oil is going into the low right now.
Same with Sprite.
It's your third time you've done the
You
computer,
wanna try
literally
these
20
mussels?
minutes computer, 20 minutes
No?
computer, 20 minutes computer, and now we're approaching our, what, third or fourth block of 20 minutes?
Yeah, alright. Be hard. And then
Leslie, they had something the other day, but I think it's just kind of hype. I want to, yeah, unless you're into the Leslie pools, but I want to get too distracted by it.
that should have waxed my back.
SCO on the high, so again, oil just flushed another 30 cents. Alright, see if the SPY moves, it's kind of reacting. Sycamore Partners in talks to sell boots for $10 billion. I'm saying oil any other day, bro. If oil is going down like this, but yeah, like I told you though, this one's gonna happen, and just happening as the momentum slows down, ironically. And the CPI be cooked and revised afterwards. It could be. I mean, I brought that up yesterday. I'm like, maybe there's the chance they rig it and it comes in super low and everyone loves it, but it should come in hot. But there's a wide range. You know, I'm worried about 4%. But people are thinking the number could come in at 4.2 to 4.3, so which is well higher than that. But then at the same time, if somehow it comes in and it comes in lower, and you know, I don't know,
Spies doing the same
revision,
thing.
rigged, you name it,
You
that
hit
would be
red
good.
line,
But that would also be surprising in and
And
of
just-
itself.
jerking around that red line.
What if we mixed some of this pineapple juice with the green tea?
Oh,
Wouldn't that be good?
maybe risky.
I think almost really too. You wanna try it? Let's see.
Sure.
Plus it'll make it sweeter.
Here's sweet.
Now try it, see how it is. You're not No. It just looked like you needed one.
Alright, just chilling.
Are you my mommy?
I'd get ready.
I'm
We'll just see what this
look,
next
I-
10
even
minutes
at
brings,
work,
my
everyone
friend.
comes to
Either
me
the
and
computer
Tylenol.
opens or not.
When they need some chocolate.
Meta says it'll appeal EU WhatsApp
Oh my
order
God,
and it's
you're
coming in
here,
again.
Mama.
DKI.
I just.
Watch the big tech too. I mean, that could move a lot as well.
Love just kidding.
I'm sleeping at home.
It's because of all the Red Bulls you're drinking. Enough with the Red Bull. Enough with the Red bullshit. It's all
I don't know, man. It looks like it's gonna do it. This is really, really pinned.
Douchebag. Why?
Well, yeah, that's the problem. CPI can change those rate cut-odds. Just rate cut-odds are sensitive now because of how everything's played out economically, price of oil, and then it's like, you know, the rate cut-odds are going to try to bully until you actually get to hear from the Fed chair, and then we have a general idea of what he's actually going to do.
So, this week, they're going to announce high interest rates for houses.
T-Mobile, Cardinal, low ticker is picking up again. It's doing what it did last time. So again, on all these moves, the index reacts a little later, but then the low ticker just starts. And then again, more big tech names, Microsoft into the low. Apple's not there, but NVIDIA, you're dodging it for now. All you have is Microsoft drilling into the low. Oil extends losses, crude down 4 a barrel. After embassy in Jerusalem lifts shelter in place, energy chief says Strait of Hormuz will continue to rise. So again, SPY's coming down a little bit more. Oil let it. Oil hit this first low. And then like I'm telling you here, low ticker's picking up, but the index itself has not hit a low. But it's starting there. A new round of layoffs at CRM.
Look at SPY, it's going even lower. I told you, once it hits that green wick, once it passes that old low.
AT&T on the high. I think they might be at an event.
That's so emotionally like exhausting.
The banks gave up again. More Staples up. Everything else. SPY just hit a low. So see what happens. See if you even get the what's it called, the VIX on one of the highs. But literally Marvel, Micron, AMD, those are all into the low. It's all chips.
VIX is
Low key. SMH hit a new low on that.
When everything crashes, VIX goes up.
Into it back to 294. Else. I think it's just all the little chip companies. SMH and Microsoft are the only things drilling right now. Why for Kamala? Yeah, I think it was 727. That's the next level. So 730 is a big deal, but then I think it goes straight to 727. And then the scary part, if you don't hold 727, it goes to like 717.
If it hits this second
low
line,
ticker's still going. Again, we could use that till this stops. I would just keep using that. So literally, if the low ticker starts running and you see all those names go first, it's there. And then once again, 20 minutes couldn't fucking hit the computer. I'm telling you, it's so obvious today. This just looks disgusting. This looks like you're trading a fucking Solana meme token all day today. Again, you've had, this one was a buy on the computer, but then you chill, computer, chill for 20 minutes, computer, chill for 25 minutes, computer, chill for 20 minutes, and then just fucking cascade it once again. Well, the play with all these is finally letting some of these premiums come back. So I did finally take a double dip, but that's kind of weird.
oh, Apple's moving.
I mean, we grabbed some smaller plays. The momentum hasn't been doing too much. We kept one or two plays on the table, but then, yeah, the idea was waiting for some of these prices to come back so we can actually take advantage of something depending on what happens after these next week or so. But then that's the problem, is that we don't really know the direction. That's the risk with taking any plays right now. So even though I did take a double dip, the risk is that it doesn't go well after CPI tomorrow, and then all these other events.
I gotta call someone.
So like we said, we're going to try to get through all these little market events to find out whether or not the bubble's going to keep bubbling, or if we're going to start getting a shift in leadership, shift in bond volatility, and even a shift in the level of the dollar.
Dude, burn it all down.
These olives are really good.
I know.
Mmm.
Again, that was all at oil 86.71. Bro, that's the craziest part about it. I love it. Bro, oil is so, again, I want to see when oil goes a little lower, but now you are getting to that low in May 19th. But this one right here, that was your final death blow on oil, and even then oil hit 111 after that. But yeah, so this is all the while where literally SPY and oil are drilling into the same time, which isn't
Look
good.
at that.
Again, it's kind of highlighting some of the,
It's gonna go.
maybe if you are looking for demand destruction, maybe that's it right in front of you.
It's down 5%. Historic lows in just a couple days. Friday, Monday, Tuesday.
Bro, 86.64.
People's pensions are gonna go crap.
Again, low ticker is still active. I still haven't seen the VIX, so wait till you see the VIX kind of start to run up. The VIX is actually up less than it was some of the other days, but VIX is above 20 now.
You can't get it in store. It's banned. Because it's from Turkey.
Turkey?
I have to go to the supplier. There's a company called Kinegio. And they're the ones that sell to like all the markets.
Yeah, bro, and then the bonds catching. So look at bonds are finally getting influenced by oil. It's lagging. Because that's what I was saying. The weirdest part about all this is the first time in like a week or so where oil is going down, but bond yields aren't catching a bid. So right there, that last little segment there of oil dumping, that finally eased up the bonds.
It's not too dry, not too
Oil down. Yeah, I told you this was gonna happen one day. It just sucks that it's correlating with the momentum slowing down.
The tenders last night were good, but it was so salty. I was only able to eat one.
These aren't too salty for you.
These aren't too salty. It's not too salty at all. It's perfect. And I'm eating like salty food right now, and I don't even know if it's salty.
SpaceX aims to conduct space fueling demo with Starship in 2026.
They're gonna make like resorts in space. And yeah, there's like 3 or 4 stocks that are just like basically tour ships.
It could be with China. China did announce that they released their reserves,
Elon bought
which
Mars.
could highlight again some of the demand destruction problems. But no, I just think in general though, I think we're focusing on what could actually move us this week. I mean, again, we ignored oil all fucking quarter for the most part, if you really think about it. So that's why it's like maybe just the dynamic is shifting, and that's why oil could go down. It's reacting to some of the war headlines, but it's clear that that wasn't the biggest driver. And then again, if we could figure out what's going to happen here with bonds and the dollar, that's why, you know, bonds kind of ignoring oil in the short run. That's kind of fascinating considering how the last 3 months played out. But this also goes back to what we were talking about the other day, where I was just telling you, man, none of this stuff is normal. What we were going through with the bubble, the size of the run, how quick it happened, all these different things. So it's like, you know, we are entering a period where you are going to cool down, but then you just don't know if this is cool down or the top. But that's why these catalysts, these events, and bubble continuing or not is really kind of the big question you need to answer. Well, VIX is at what, 21? 20.78? So again, SPY, the computer sell-off wasn't as bad on that one. So see if that leads to another 20-minute stall, but that last drop was the least worst out of any of the other ones we saw.
What the hell?
I got these really good cookies the other day.
Yeah, VIX has moved down more on the days where like we didn't move like this. So again, like VIX was up like 18% at one point, even before we hit the low on Friday. So yeah, the VIX isn't that bad. It's kind of been gradual considering how today. Again, at least they gave you a little baby high for a little bit.
It's so cute.
And then again, oil is down. Oil's down 5%. I love it.
I'm not
Yo,
gonna
the bonds
let
are
you down.
kind of chill, but the bonds are somewhere in the middle. Just that last 20 minutes there, bonds started picking up with the oil decline. Which, again, you would have thought. Again, let me put it this way, though. If CPI is somehow good, the bonds will catch up with what oil did. You know, that's, if anything, it seems like the bonds are kind of waiting for the data, and then the oil, you know, if the data's good and oil's good, there should be a way bigger rip in the bonds. But for now, they have just been low-key, even within the same levels of the last, like, what, 24, 36 hours, or from Friday till now? EIA projects world output at 99 million, down from 101. Interesting. Yeah, they lowered output, but that didn't even drive oil up.
I have like an option that's for all the oil. It's all of it combined, and that's down to crap. I have Chevron, that's
Brent falls to 90 a barrel, lowest since April 17th. See, that's crazy now too. So literally Brent is doing better than crude right now. But literally now Brent has dropped below this level. Crude hasn't even fell below that level.
Nothing can stop me.
I need to find the chart. You guys don't remember? So there is some. Oh, I need to find it for you. When did I bring it up? I think I brought it up in April. There's one bad part about this. Well, that's what happened in Russia, Ukraine.
And you can stay up.
But yeah, there's one bad part is that if oil drops too much, this is what we talked about with like 08. Pretty much anytime oil has came down, it was because of demand destruction. So in a weird way, if oil starts plummeting too hard, I mean, that'll play out like every other time oil has went up. Usually oil going up, it's not a problem when oil comes up. It's actually when oil comes down. I mean, that's literally what happened in 08, 09.
I want to make this later.
But yeah, I think you still got another $10 before you worry about that, the 70s.
Maybe Chinese? Should have
What's that other one?
mushroom. Teriyaki barbecue. And then cacao.
MO, Pepsi, X. Oh, that's XOP. I was like, XOK? Yeah, dude, Staples. So again, at least the rotation is clear though. So to a certain degree, oil is retreating, but like it seems like they're putting that money into Staples. So still not panicky. That's what I was telling you. Even though we are at the lows, we set a new low from Friday. There is still kind of some level of buffer coming into the data tomorrow, or at the very least, it's just not risk off for now. Bad CPI, you'll probably get risk off on. You probably won't even rotate.
There's nothing wrong
But
with
in this
fridge,
case,
though.
you still have those rotations alive and very easy to spot.
LG, life's good.
Would any sector be safe if it's bad CPI? I don't think so, honestly. Because now you got rotations here today, but if you have bad CPI, I think some of those rotation names, they would get hit as the bonds would turn around. Alright, so you're going down a little bit. You're not, again, that one less computery. You didn't do the 10-20 minute stall. But you're still drilling into the low right now.
If you want right now. It's so good.
You can make jam with that too.
Yeah, you could. I have some chia seeds. I could let the chia seeds kind of sit in the fruit and it'll turn dry.
XLP again. Low ticker still fully maxed out. So
Yep,
again, anytime
'cause,
that's
chia
happened, you
seeds
started to see the
everything
index
else.
respond a
If you
little
just soak
later.
these in water,
Nasdaq is down
Yeah.
2.89.
this will turn into jam.
I didn't know that.
So yeah, that again, at one point the Nasdaq was green by 1%.
Yeah.
So theoretically, the Nasdaq has moved another 4% top to bottom.
Huh?
So yeah, you've already retouched the low of
You eat
Friday,
it raw.
and then yeah,
Oh,
you've already
no.
sold a decent amount. Yeah, Tuesday. I mean, we've had some bad Tuesdays. Tuesdays have been interesting, but for now,
I'll pour some in
it's
here,
it's
sure.
already resuming some of that downside.
Thursdays are
Tuesday
usually
might be
better.
the new Thursday.
Wednesdays can be good, but Thursdays is usually all the action.
You always want to soak up.
How long did it take?
Esa yo sí.
SPX
Tell me right
728.
now how long.
So again, 727. You already hit
I'll put
727.
like 5 minutes.
Where was it?
It's gonna turn to gel. It's just gonna absorb John's.
Yeah, you already broke that level. There's like a little baby gap in between here. But then that leads you into like 725, maybe 724. If so, if it doesn't even stop here, that's why I was saying 727, that just opens up a way lower
It's so
range.
easy to make. In the summertime, it's the most
Still running it hot. We are indeed. I mean, again, there's
There's
still
a kid from
300 names
Dubai.
green right now. That's why
He's
I
like
think
a
this is just
13-year-old
your
kid.
move. The leadership is changing a little
He
bit.
always
I think
comes and
it's
says
people
hi.
getting ready, not only for SpaceX, but also defensively
Hey, buddy.
for whatever data catalyst we're going to be dealing with this week. Fake CPI leak. I don't think that's true. That's why I like hearing that today. Because it's been a while since people have said CPI leak. But I just think that's what people say when it drops a lot. It's on days like right ahead of it. But no, I think it just, again, like, let me put it this way. Yesterday's watch list, it said you were going to test the low. So we can anticipate that 24 hours in advance. Like I'm telling you, I just think the move has been so massive leading into all of this. This is all just jitters. You had a big crazy move on Friday, which front-loaded some of the volatility from next week to this week. And then, yeah, it's just, I would just stick to the plan. It all depends on the data, the dollar, and then what happens with bond volatility. It just sucks because you got to be patient throughout all of it. Again, just how like Friday was 4%, then we bounced 2%, and then now we go back down another 2, a little bit 3% now, and then we play this game. But by tomorrow morning, I'm sure we'll, you'll have a lot more clarity on whether or not leadership is going to change, rotations will rotate, or if we all gonna panic or not.
Did you spill the chia?
Fuck, I just broke my bracelet.
Oh no.
Kumbaya, my lantern. Kumbaya.
My Ashki hoodie
Dipskit
broke.
bought my friend.
Uh-huh.
Dipskit bought.
Nine?
You,
I heard
I'm
it's probably
excited
not
for
meant
you.
to wear this anymore.
We're
I
gonna
knew
find
this was
out
gonna
if it
break.
gets bought.
Fucking broke.
yeah, it's witchcraft.
Fuck this shit. I'm glad it broke actually. I got tired of wearing this shit.
Verizon and AT&T now again. Oil 85.95. John, the Strait of Hormuz is closed now. The
Good.
Strait of Hormuz. Do you know the paper price of oil? The physical. I haven't heard somebody say that in 2 weeks. Do you know that? Now that I think about it. Now, dude, in the last 2 weeks, nobody has told me about the paper price of oil. Has anybody told you guys? I feel like no one has told me.
Just careful when you're getting up and laying down. That's when it's gonna hurt the most.
Lately, I was like, wow, my back feels so good.
When I make it bring my scale out targets, I don't really have any. It's different for every company, and it's kind of how fast the contract moves. And then, I mean, usually if it hits like 1,000% or a certain level. But yeah, I mean, I watch how the contracts move. That's why if the contracts move way too quick, and I'm like, okay, based on how that stock moves, the price, I'm like, I'll have to hold that for a long time to ever get that gain. I'll just rip it, but I don't really have any set target coupang. Already at 3.7, kind of getting a little pop here. We go to the gas station. Yesterday was the lowest I've seen in a while. You're like the third person who said that. People are saying the pump prices went down.
How much is gas now?
I better hope this
Have you
isn't
seen
real
how much?
demand
I
destruction.
go across the
Because
street.
then that just means the economy
How
kind
much?
of took a
At
downshift.
5.65.
If
still
all
a
the
lot.
gas prices go down, then the oil price goes down, and then people are like, I don't even want to
I used to get it
engage
for
in
like
economic
$4 something.
activity. So yeah, that's
Dude,
the
in
other
Hollywood,
part
I
where
saw
said, like, in 08,
$7.
You know, when you had oil
What
go
the
up,
fuck?
oil going up wasn't the bad part. It was actually when the oil came down, that's where you started to notice that demand destruction. So that would be an unwelcome development, especially for the whole GDP run it hot. That would be the negative part. I know, dude, I haven't seen gas prices fluctuate this much. It's crazy. Bro, gas, I was telling you, bro, I'll fill up once. I remember filling up once at like 5:30, and I was like, that's terrible. And then I filled up at 7:70, and then I filled up the week after that back at like 5:80, 5:90. And then it just depends where you
said
go
ice?
to.
Should we go to
It's
the
actually
gym?
insane.
There's a jacuzzi there. Why not? Get in the pool.
Spy,
Yeah, they
I mean,
finished.
it really
Yeah.
does look like a Solana rug pull.
You can go if you want. Wait, oh fuck, I forgot something in the dryer.
Oh no.
All right, low ticker is doing it again. Spy near the low again. This whole time too, might I add, oil has just been getting pummeled, and then staples have been benefiting off of that more than anything. All right, it's doing it a lot quicker now. So again, new low preceded by the low ticker, and all these names dropping. I want to say the where is this shit?
It's brand new again.
Oh,
I
beautiful.
washed it.
Did you use your thing?
It's a market.
I know. I won't wear it with shoes.
Yeah,
But-
just walk
I want to
with
say
it.
the setup changed.
You use your phone?
324 in
Huh?
the
You use
green
your phone?
still. You
My
have a
what?
lot
Yeah.
of names
Pay range,
green.
yeah.
Yeah, are you gonna do
18
the
green on
switcheroo?
the Dow.
Inch switcheroo.
NASDAQ 39 green, 61 in the
style?
red. So
What's
the
that?
NASDAQ flipped. So SPY
You say it
still
didn't
has
work.
300 names green.
Huh?
Your
You
staples,
text
your
them and say
rotation,
it
but
didn't
NASDAQ
work.
flipped. At one point it
Oh.
was 60 green on the
Okay.
NASDAQ. So that no
I'm not gonna
longer
fight over
exists.
a couple
You now have 70% of the NASDAQ in the red. So yeah, tech is still continuing its decline. They're not really getting the recovery there. Yeah, well, I mean, Apple is down. Apple and Nvidia pretty much all day. But Apple was the first one. Now Nvidia, $200. That one's drilling. Again, Walmart now, more of the staple squad. My long term.
Look, I'm gonna use your fork. Look, it's gonna turn to jelly, right? It's getting thick. You see, it's turning gelatin. You could just drink this. Actually, it's ready to go. Look,
Okay, I'm trying to focus. QCOM is down.
you're gonna have the best shits.
QCOM is down.
Nine.
BBA, dude, everything is going to crap.
It's jelly.
What's up, bro?
Lee has done another 4% day. The only good thing happening now is the bonds are catching bait. So yeah, I don't know if it doesn't. I think it's all off of oil. I don't think it's
That's
like a
crazy.
fear
Cool me
thing,
on
like,
your stomach and
at
I'll
the very
massage
least,
you.
that's one good thing. As long as the bonds don't come down,
I'll
and then you
massage
get that
you.
volatility.
wish I
Again, the dollar's
the
lower
bond-
than
I
the
got
other
42
day, but it
cents
did
in my
climb up a
bond
little
account.
bit.
and I have like 10 grand tied up in my options. You know how much Apple here? You see here? Over $1,000 down with Apple. 841 down with this. 429.
All right, still
300.
continuing.
Go fit that katsnem. Mike, put it in the microwave.
No, I didn't
My
like it.
You
long
didn't like
term.
it? Top him, is it?
Do we have ice?
Well, midterm
Yeah.
money. Well, we have a long way to go.
But it's like a big
But,
thing
I
of
mean,
ice.
patience is the
You
thing
want-
I
you
would
want
say
iced
is word
coffee?
two.
I'll do it.
You know,
I'll do
again,
it,
that
I'll do it.
low of the year is sadly 100
Here, I'll make you
points
iced
lower.
coffee.
So maybe it does
You
happen.
want it with
Maybe we
this,
get
though?
close to it,
You
but
don't have to keep doing
you know, we're
stuff
just
for
the
me.
time. Remember, we spent 2 weeks, a month ripping up 2 months in a row.
I make
So
really
it's
good
like
iced
things
coffee.
I think this is just
Yeah,
the
but
pullback
chill.
leading into again a very important week that we have talked about in 4 and 2 weeks.
SMR is down.
Qatar announces new oil discovery off of offshore Nambia. Wow. Yeah, 720. I mean, again, the levels is 727, 724. So I'm saying you start to get little bigger air pockets here. So at this point, I mean, I want to say we've reached that level. Hey, you got like 1 or 2 more points. 24.77. So you're like right there, and then that's the top level. And then if that doesn't hold, it's like 722. T-Mobile Google expansion. The SpaceX IPO, I'm gonna find out the day of. It just all depends on the premium and the demand that comes in. But yeah, it's either gonna be bad, or it could be bad like ARM and then do good, or it might be like what's it called? Like Rivian, which was, although it was overhyped and a lot of money. Rivian did very good for a couple days, and then it did really bad. Alrighty. Not a recommendation. Good luck. The SpaceX is gonna make all stocks bounce, freeing up cash. If it goes good, so if SpaceX is good, creates hype. I mean, there has been times where, you know, IPOs actually unlocked, you know, the market going higher. That happened with Alibaba. Alibaba was a massive IPO, slowed down for a little bit, but then after Alibaba, the whole market kind of edged up. So it just really depends on the performance and how it plays out. If rates do go up, will stuff like Pfizer and Kimberly get bought up? Maybe if the rates go up in a way that doesn't affect them the same way. That's kind of the problem. If rates go up because of inflation and oil, that hurts the staples. But if the rates are coming up off of, you know, and the inflation concerns are a little more calmed down, but then it's just odd because, like, why would rates go up if inflation concerns weren't going up? But depending on how things play out, there's a lot of elements where higher rates hurts those companies, but then there is a couple of outputs where it could benefit them. Adabe, where's Adabe and Oracle? They both got killed here for the pre-run-up. Everything. IGV is down by 4.7. Or? Dude, IGV gave up all that? Is it a lagger again? What? 108 to 91. I guess it did go 92 to 108. So literally equal and opposite reactions. I mean, again, the chips are down by 5.5, but yeah, software and chips are both down a substantial amount. TJX.
Did you say TJ Maxx? Yeah?
Everything, the stream won't stop lagging. Yeah, you sent YouTube feedback. I don't know. Usually the feedback trick has worked. AZI. Another one of these small cap runners. Again, Coupang, that was running up earlier. Again, oil just off of the low, but 86 bucks. There's no reason for today. This is just the continuation from Friday, really. Again, yesterday was a half-assed rally, but this idea of retesting the lows was on the table. We did it. I mean, you rotated a lot harder today. Again, healthcare, staples, they really benefited off of this, but chips were up for a little bit in the morning, but they gave it all up, even though Korea did recover. But this is how Korea traded yesterday. Yesterday, Korea was terrible in the morning. Day two, they hit their low again. They got really bad. And then by the end of the day, they bounced. But yeah, unfortunately, I think this is just jitters into the data. And then, you know, kind of taking care of some unfinished business from Friday. And then, yeah, but there's no headline. There's no headline, no news. If anything, you even have oil. Oil is plummeting down 5.5%, hitting, again, Brent crude is below April 17th. And you're still getting this reaction. So just a lot of movement, and I think a lot of jitters with all of what we've been dealing with from last week, and then even mixing it into what we're going to be getting this
Hi,
week.
Fred John Pontus. Love, merci. زانون هیشاتسنم که زیاد سبت هایلندر اکسلی ماسیسی رو Ayo. Ama hiç göremedim. Hesap screenshot tane kubarken.
So white is still.
Oh, okay, okay, thanks. Bye.
Qatar Energy. Yallah Habibi. Where are the banks actually? So banks are still green too, but they gave up that rotation a little earlier. But yeah, otherwise it was just staples. I think staples reacted really heavily to oil. That beyond just whatever rotation we were getting, you could see the staples. They really ramped up. Remember, even companies like Kimberly-Clark, I mean, they've put it in their guidance, the impact of what higher oil prices do. Can you say the bubble popped if CPI is bad? No. If CPI is bad, it'll contribute to the bubble popping, but then the real confirmation will be Kevin Warsh. So if bad CPI, bad Kevin Warsh, then the bubble is over. Because what's going to happen is the dollar will be higher. And that's the thing. Even if I don't know what's going to happen on the data or Kevin Warsh, I would just go refer back to the dollar. If that dollar breaks out of that 3-month range and climbs, your bubble is probably...
Can I smoke some with you?
And then vice versa. Whatever happens with CPI, Kevin Warsh, or any of these other events throughout the next week or so, if the dollar does not move higher, then you're probably going to keep having this ability to have momentum stay higher, or wake up and there's a headline and wake up, Korea goes 5%, so on and so forth.
Do this.
There's no weed in here.
Shh, if you're gonna keep talking, I gotta mute this.
Oh, sorry. How am I supposed to know? I thought I was muted. My bad.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Jeez, you don't have to tell me to shut up. There's something in there.
All right. Well, let's see if we do our 20 minutes and then computer. You could use UUP or go to Trading Economics and then DXY. Are you closing them out when they're 70% or lower? Why would I do that? So remember, this is something, I don't know, I hope it hits better now, but I was reminding this to people when plays were hitting left and right. Remember, whatever you put into an option, you're going to lose 100% of it. So I don't use a stop loss. So any play that gets washed, that's it. So if it doesn't hit, it doesn't hit. And then, like I'm saying, it's like if it's not if it's down 70%, I'm not gonna really. I'm already assuming I lost. So any of those small ones, again, ideally you get a couple good bangers there. They should have paid for them, and hopefully, if you took a lot of cash coming into this, you should have a nice bankroll. That's why I just haven't been adding any big plays. Or really,
anything's there until we find some like easier ones. But I mean, I would not be going big on anything. And then again, whatever you do buy option wise, please make sure you're prepared to lose all of them, because I don't know how to do the whole stop loss thing. I don't know how to find in my luck, I feel like I close out the plays down 70, and then they rip the next day.
Hey, Dennis. Hey, hold on, let me get you on speaker. Dude, everything's going to hell.
Oh no, that's not good.
You're not informed of what's happening?
Dollar just matters if it goes higher. I don't even care about the pattern. I don't care where it goes to. I think it's super duper simple. That's why I put it on the video for you guys. Just like last year, if you get out of this 3-month range, which we're a little bit above right now, if it just settles outside of here and keeps going higher, it's done. No more momentum. But watch too, though, one little dip on the dollar that'll free up another round of rallying.
It's like 2008 is on steroids.
Oh man.
Yeah, Tesla just went crazy low, and I bought some, and it just kept going lower. And Nvidia's down, everything's down. All these tech stocks, everything in the world, oil, gas, Google, Apple.
You guys want kumbaya?
Apple's way down. Apple is like
kumbaya day. Not really though. It's funny. I think people are acting. This was a little quicker than Friday. Because Friday was pretty gnarly, but
this morning it was like it did a little spike up.
Forgive me, I think we planned pretty good coming into all of this.
And I was like, nice, I'm gonna recuperate all my losses.
Taking cash as well as knowing how these events will play, but
downward spiral.
Yeah, like I said, yes, none of the game plan has changed. Sadly, even if you drop 3%, we were expecting more new lows, but. Yeah, dude, we need that data. We need the data. We got to get through the rest of this week. And even the week, again, pretty much volatility just got pulled from Kevin Warsh till this week. That's what the last 4% day did.
5,600 for the day. Yep, everything's down.
You lost $5,600 for today? Oh my
Why do you
God,
think
so
the market's
sorry.
going down? I think they're getting ready. They're getting ready for this week. I mean, again, I can't stress it enough. Do you guys remember my conversations?
Well, what they did,
before
they
the market
a
went
bunch
down,
of money
and we
to
talked
make it
about
seem like the economy's
taking an
booming,
amount that you're okay
and
with.
then they pulled it all out
Again,
with
taking a
interest.
lot off the table and
underneath
going. This is what we were saying. Of just June
there's
had a
just a bunch
bunch
of
of
fake
catalysts.
money.
So that's all I think that's happening.
And they
which
do
is
it.
kinda
They
crazy.
stimulate. It's called liquidity injection. And
That's why I'm like, I don't. As much
pull
as
it- like
people are
they
looking for an
incentivize
answer, I
people
think
to
the
think
oil
it's
part is
booming.
fascinating. I don't think
and
this is.
everybody jumps on board.
I think
and
this was
then
going to
it's a rug
happen.
pull.
Does that make sense? I think, we had a nice little pocket with no catalyst. The market went up, and it went up very big. But yeah, now we're finally getting into real events that are going to be able to kind of dictate and move some things. So yeah, that's all. I think this is all part of the plan.
Yeah, I know. I get things that expire like a week or 2 weeks or even a day. I got this SPY because I was just like thinking it's gonna go up, and it did. Dude, it was up $400, and now it's in the negative, like 200. And then my Apple, I got 4 Apple stocks. Each contract was like $1,200, and now it's down
Right,
all
we're
that, all
seeing
negative.
this
It's
is
all
another-
down to zero basically. There's
That's 10 minutes of
$36 left.
stalling. Not really
And I'm in
stalling,
it
but
like
again,
four-
just every
over 4
time
grand.
we've done that so far, you've had very interesting
Yeah,
reactions.
it's more dangerous when you're doing short stuff, when you're doing options that expire. Whereas, like, most of mine, it's all in long.
Galaboff, we prefer the
you know,
language
it's
of
later in the
diplomacy,
year,
but
it
we
comes
speak
up,
other languages
make it happen.
far more fluently. Break your commitments and we'll
So-
switch to what
Yeah,
we
I
speak
mean,
best.
I should have been doing that.
Okay.
I just saw.
I don't know, how does Goluboff feel? Oil at $86? He's pissed.
That's the thing. I
Unless
saw.
he's
Like,
gonna buy it
my
and
first
then,
time, I put some
torpedo
money
a
in,
piece
and
deal.
I was up like $3,400 overnight, and I was like, whoa.
A lot. I agree.
let's
a lot
go.
of factors are coming to a point.
And
You know,
then
we had time to run a lot, the
it was
earnings.
just
So
like a casino.
But yeah, that's what I was saying, man. Again, I got all the videos, bro. I've been putting them up there. I've been trying to get people on game. I know a lot of people wanted the plays, and we still got a couple of plays there. But after that little momentum,
I just
when
leave this stuff here, and eventually I assume it's going to catch back up.
Probably will.
Pretty often it does.
It probably will, but when you consider, like in the past, I showed you, it'll take about like 5 to 6 months at this rate.
Yeah, you never know what it's going to. Or it could be, you know, the American economy is so weak. I think it could just say, hey, it was all a bubble.
Yeah, it's a
and
new level.
Yeah, because I think Trump helped some because he got the trade deficit down with these tariffs. But now the court said, no, you can't do those tariffs. So we got to return all the money to the companies. So that's probably putting a lot of money in companies that's just temporary, you know.
There's reports coming out. I don't know what it is, but there's some type of report coming out Wednesday, and they're saying it could make or break everything. Like it could potentially get even worse after Wednesday, or turn around for the better. And then SpaceX, they're saying that once that releases, the stocks would go back up since everybody's liquidating to buy that. Do you remember when Alibaba put out an IPO? Everybody sold off so they could buy Alibaba, and then yeah, and then once that took off, everything else started booming also.
We'll see.
Yeah, I picked up a couple of Alibabas and they're down right now. They're actually doing better than most. I'm trying to figure out what's surviving right now, and nothing is surviving this. Because you know, like you said, in your index, there's like a few things that are doing the most damage, and so I looked into, like, you know, if you take out the 500 and see which ones are good. There's staples, right? Like the ones like the necessities. And there's hardly anything.
So, you know, there's kind of like a saying I heard once on the stock market. So when there's a rising tide, all boats rise.
Mm-hmm.
Or lower tide. I'm looking like right now, every single stock, I'm just looking
That's
at
in the red.
my retirement plans. Everyone has gone down today. So what it means is the stock market's gone down. It's not that I have bad picks. It's just that the stock market's gone down.
Oh no, SPY is gonna. Oh dude, see, there's levels, right? I mark, like, whenever there's a significant movement, I put a line, and once it passes one line, it's gonna shoot down to the next one, and right now the next level is 715. So we're headed towards 715 from the high of how much? From like 734. No, even higher,
Tesla's done
738.
really bad today. 6% down.
It was doing so good yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I bought some. I sold my water. You know, water is getting scarce. Apparently, because of like AI using up all the water. There's gonna be like inflation on water, and so I picked up some water stocks, and it was up like $30. So I sold it, and I bought Tesla because it was so low. I was like, it can't possibly go any lower. And of course, it just kept sinking.
Yeah.
I should have just left my water stocks.
Anyway. Yeah. Well, if the whole market's going down, you know, the really objective on most of the long stuff is just try to, if you could do as good or better than the market. So on a day like today when the whole market's going down, it doesn't mean you're really losing money if you don't go down more than the market. Now, of course, you're in very leveraged stuff. So you could expect on good days, you're going to do way better than the market. On bad days, you're going to do way worse. Most of my positions are long. So I just think, well, if the market went down 3% and I go down 2%, then I've made 1% compared to the market, you know.
I should have gotten puts, man. I should have gotten puts, but this morning there was this major spike, and it really teased me. I was like, great, things are turning around. It's a reversal. It was a fake out. If I got in puts, dude, I sold them. I had like 4 SPY puts going before it crashed, and I made like $120 profit, and I'm like, I'll take it, but if I let it ride, I would have made thousands.
Mm-hmm. Nobody knows what's going to happen next in the market.
I don't know. People just tell me take your profits, you know, and sometimes that works. Sometimes it's not in your favor, you know.
Yeah.
Like I was up about $800 between Google and Meta, and I was like, oh, it's gonna fly higher, and nope. Apple just put out a release for some new phone and some new like AI upgrades. You saw that?
I heard that.
And how, like, they put out this video, and then right after, everything goes to crap.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, what's the point of how do you even, people say, like, oh, we saw that, and we knew that it was going to go, how do you know? They make some really, like, you know, colorful ad, and they push their product. How does that indicate that the stock is going to go down?
No, it shouldn't. It should generate excitement that the company's going to make more money in the future because of whatever they made.
Yeah,
But
they put some fancy. They put some like fancy liquid glass apparently, and then there's like I was telling you about the photon, the photonics. It's some type of new data transferring system.
Oh yeah.
I'm down like 1,200 with that. I had 4 other options. They expired on Friday, and then I have another one expiring again this Friday, and God knows what's going to happen. But yeah, they said Wednesday they're going to put out some report, and that could really do some damage to the market.
I see.
Like even worse than now.
Well, yeah, that's the nature of this.
Well, no, it doesn't. Look, Trump comes out and says, oh, stocks are going to go up, not down. You heard that, right?
I heard him say that Mexico was going to pay for the wall he was going to build.
Right. No, that was way back. Just a couple of days. He said this on Thursday. On Thursday, he says stocks are going to go up, not down. He literally tweeted that too. And the next day, everything goes to crap. It's like everything out of his mouth is opposite. You know, it's just nuts.
Well, he doesn't mean anything he says. He's negotiating. He's trying to create an impression. He's trying to get end results. It's not about what he's saying.
But why would he say that? Like, he says that, and people, like, actually, there's people.
Why? Because the Democrats, at the very same time, they're putting out, we can't afford this gas, we have to stop the war, when he's on the verge of getting an agreement with people for them not to have nukes in Iran. And while he's very close to having him back against the wall, the Democrats vote to say, no more money for the war, so you just have to walk away. Well, what kind of agreement are you going to make when the legislature of a country is saying, we're not going to do any more fighting? Well, they have no incentive. I mean, you just sabotage his plan. So he's just setting out something, saying, the stocks are going to go up to counteract their news that everything's gone to pot because we have this war. It's gone to pot anyway. But they're just sabotaging his efforts to denuclearize Iran, and he's trying to put public opinion up there so that people will still, because people will say, I'm paying, more for gas. I think we should stop the war in Iran. That's how smart people are.
Well, and also that's another thing. If there's like scarcity on oil, the value should go up. Why is the stock? Why is the all the stocks are going down? Gas and oil. I got a ETF for all the oil, and that's just like almost zero now.
Yeah. Well, the problem is the oil companies, I think, is because they're mostly operating companies, and they're not. It's so competitive in that industry. It's not because they're sitting. You'd have to buy a different type of investment.
I think it's going up now.
Invested in oil futures, that when the price goes up, because oil companies are not primarily sitting on tanks of oil that when the price goes up they can sell them for more. They still got the oil in the ground. They're just constantly pulling it up and pumping it out. So they don't. When the price of oil goes up or gas goes up, it doesn't necessarily help them much because they're competing with everybody else. They're always in a tough environment for costs and all these environmental stuff. The American oil companies. So they're just operating companies. They're not holding. They're not like of all their operations, the amount of oil they have sitting in tanks waiting to sell that they're going to get more money from when the price goes up is a very small part of their operations.
Yeah, and there's a lot of spillage.
The inventory just goes from pump to the gas station. That's why Newsom said, every time there's a problem anywhere in the chain, the prices go up. So he made a law
there's a lot of departments
last year that said, every oil company in California, we're going to require them to keep stockpiles so that the impact of some sort of snafu in the flow of oil won't drive our prices up. Well, that just made an additional cost. So 2 more refineries left California. They're stupid.
Oh man.
So yeah. Chevron and Valero, they said, screw this. We're not going to just sit around. We're not going to build tanks with all your environmental rules and then just sit on the oil just so that, prices won't change that much.
Yeah, they want to keep it scarce.
Well, they have there's no economic incentive in storage.
Right. And that happens with food also.
Yeah.
Right.
These are operating companies.
I think that's why they wiped out a bunch of cows. They said they're like these chickens too. They said that with chickens that they got some disease, you got to kill them all.
Yeah.
And I think that was just market manipulation.
Well, anyway, I called up the tow guy. You said you had a guy that towed trailers. Yeah, Carlos. I called him up. He said he can tow that trailer up there. I saw it's like a 27-foot, the same size as that box I brought up.
We're gonna have to open a store, a container store.
Yeah, maybe we should put some out there along the highway.
I've
So
been
if we
renting it
ever,
out. I've been renting out that property for trucks. I joined this thing. It's called the Truck Parking Club, and
oh yeah,
yeah, and they started parking like those big boxes there now.
oh, good.
Yeah, it's not
Maybe
much.
some money
It's
out.
like I put a discount, and it's like $20 a day, but it adds up.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I were to park a container, it would kind of just take up space for the other people.
I see. Yeah, if you find a use for it, that's good.
The one you're bringing,
So-
it's like the ones I have.
No, it's a shorter one.
Oh, on wheels.
It's like the size. Well, it's one axle. It's like the same size as the box I brought up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just putting some stuff in.
Okay. Where do you want to put it?
Well, I was thinking a good place is put it not right next to, but just beside that, and then we could just put a roof across between the two boxes, and then we'll have storage in between the two as well as that. I just need to move some of those panels that are there.
Okay.
But I mean, it's up to you. But that's what I think. Since it's the same length, 27 feet.
But the
two
container
of
you
them.
have, it doesn't have wheels, which is nice. It'll give it kind of like an incline.
Easier to access, yeah. The other one, I guess, if I could take the wheels off and put it on the ground too. I don't know, but
No,
I
I
just
mean,
thought
like, to
that'd
have,
probably
like-
be good.
To have an arch for the rain, you know,
Yeah.
you could do that so it kind of is like a roof.
Yeah, slope.
Yeah, slope. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't care. Whatever I trust your judgment.
Okay.
You want,
All right,
when
well-
do you want to bring it?
I was thinking later this week. I think I'm going to come up Wednesday with a load of wood, and I'll give you cash so you can give it to the driver whenever he does there.
What
and
did
I'll
he
try
say,
to
like
get the
$300?
spot ready. No, he said $650.
No, dude. Don't. I'll call him. I'll talk to him. Where's it
He
coming
first
from?
said 800, and then I said that's well, it's coming from down by Long Beach, Signal Hill.
Oh, never mind.
It's
yeah.
a long way away.
I'll
So it's
talk
not
to
too
him.
bad.
I know that. Yeah, 800 is. I got paid 800 just to go get a trailer from there.
Yeah. So he said, well, if you do cash, I'll go down to 650. So I said, all right. That's not too bad.
I'll talk
Because that
to
box
him.
I put there, I paid $400 for the box, and then I had to move it myself. So this will be the same size box for a total $650 moved
Yeah.
because the trailer's free.
Okay.
So
Yeah. That makes and diesel is like more expensive now.
yep, yeah, and that's a long way to go. So that's not a bad price because he's got to drive all the way down there. I guess he's in Palmdale.
Yeah, he's up near Acton.
Beach. Huh?
He's up near Acton. Oh.
He's in Acton. Okay. Yeah, so not quite as far, but just about. Anyway,
My back is still jacked up, man.
Oh man.
I took drugs and it still doesn't help.
I think you should see a doctor and try to tell him about what, the soda pops and so forth and make it worse, see if they have any clue why this is happening.
Yeah, I gotta go, yeah.
Especially if it's, if it's like an organ like your kidney, you gotta get that resolved, figure out how to fix it. You don't want something going wrong with your organs and just getting worse and worse.
I should just drink a lot of water, I think, because I've had this come and go. It's just lingering longer than usual right now. Yeah, I gotta get checked out. I will.
Yeah. Especially, back problems are just pain, but if you had an organ problem, that's your life. Your body depends on all these organs staying in balance.
Oh, it's also sleep. I've been getting up super early the past couple of weeks, and to do like the live stuff. and then I go to bed late doing chores.
Oh, yeah, you gotta get your life, you know. That's not good, man. If you get out of schedule or you don't get enough sleep, that's awful on your bodies.
And the slouching on the computer for so long. And it's a combination. Stress also from thousands of dollars going to market.
Yeah. Yep. Stress is a bad thing. You gotta fight that.
I'm just getting stronger at handling it. But yeah, when did you say you want to come up?
So I'll probably come up Wednesday afternoon or evening.
Okay.
Do you want me to put the wood further out from the other pile or just put it by the other wood?
I don't care, whatever. I have some in my own yard. I want to take it out and, take it across the yard.
Oh, well, maybe when we empty the trailer, we can bring it over, and I think Banner's gonna come with me. We can move it for you.
No, don't even. If you want to come earlier, like before 1, would that be possible, or you're working?
No, I think I'm gonna take half a day off the afternoon.
Okay, I was saying if you come earlier, we could just kind of watch the market, and I can get your accountant, your CPA advice.
Yeah, I just lost. Let's see, where am I at right now?
What, 12,000, right, since Friday?
Let's see, today's change. Wait a minute. Day change? It just got better.
Let me see. Spy?
Let's see.
No.
Back here.
No, it got worse.
You sure? Let me see. Date change 7. What did I say before?
I don't remember, but I'm looking at Spy right
I
now.
said it's 58 before, right? Now it's 7,003. Yeah, it's getting worse. Alright, I'm done with this.
I told you, don't even look at it. I said don't even look at it, it'd make you sick.
Oh, man.
Imagine you got puts,
Okay.
that, how much, imagine you got multiple puts, you got like 10 contracts. You would have been a happy camper.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
But you don't think Wednesday you can make it earlier?
Pardon?
You don't think Wednesday you can come out a little earlier?
Oh, I'd have to take the whole day off tomorrow then. I think
Okay.
I'll just take the afternoon off.
Okay, I just
I
feel.
don't have any smart advice on this stuff, man.
I know. It's like watching a fight, like watching the charts.
Yes, it's like gambling. We don't know what the market's going to do next.
Yeah. Some people watch
The
ball
only thing you
games.
can try to do is guess what it's going to do over the long term. And our whole economic system in America, especially with these stocks, is made so that the people who are invested in stocks do better than the rest of the economy.
Mm-hmm.
The money is always accumulating to people that are the business owners and the stock owners. So if you can just sort of ride along with that over the long term, because over the long term it'll do better than the rest of the economy. Our economy, people are getting poorer, and the stock market keeps going up. What's it at? 50,000 something? It's crazy. You would think the country was all well off, but no, it's just getting concentrated there.
It's not everything though, man. There's a lot of stuff that split and just fell off the charts that I was invested in, like some electric car companies. They just kept going down, and then split. And Lululemon too. It's a clothing company. I kept buying the dip, and now it seems like they're gonna split. They went from like 800 something to now it's like 111. I was doing long term, not options, and hey, it might come back up, but still, it's gonna take a while to go back up. It just goes down a lot quicker than it goes up.
Yeah. That's how it works.
But hey, if you have money laying around, it seems like, dude. But I keep saying that. saying, "Oh, it's down. I got to buy more," and then it goes down more, and then it goes down more. But look, depending on what the reports are this Wednesday, it could really make a difference. How do bonds affect the market? Are you familiar with I don't
Yeah.
even know what bonds are.
Yeah, I can talk to you about that when I come up Wednesday.
Okay.
So bonds basically they're fixed return. Somebody's borrowing money, and you're lending money, and they give a fixed return. So what really affects them is when they.
So you
So
just
you
interest?
buy-
You're making money on interest?
Well, you make not only money on interest, but you make money on.
Oh, the
Really,
profit.
the value of a bond is not the interest rate; it's how that compares with. So, let's say you make a loan for 10 years at 4% interest. So if you hold it the whole 10 years, you get 4% interest every year for the 10 years, and then they pay you back at the end of 4 years. But bonds don't. That's kind of a small part of it. What happens is you buy you invest in a bond. That means someone owes you the 4% interest for 10 years. They've got a contract with you. It's just like putting money in the bank, and they give you a certain interest rate. Except they don't, unless it's a CD, they don't tell you how much it's going to be for that many years.
What's a CD?
The bond is for lots of years. Yeah, CD is the same thing. You invest in a CD.
What
It
is
might be a
that?
1-year CD.
What does that stand
Certificate
for?
of deposit.
Oh, okay.
Certificate of deposit. So you put the money in, and then they pay you interest. And so you can buy like a 1-month CD, you can buy a 6-month, you can buy a 5-year CD. And it's a contract, and they pay that amount of interest for all those years. Well, what happens is you invest in a bond that pays 4%, let's say, for 10 years.
Are those specific companies, or it's just like a agency that like distributes it?
So it's usually there's individual companies, and then there's your funds that accumulate a bunch of these.
Mm-hmm.
And so you invest in that fund. Well, what happens is if you're holding that piece of paper, that means someone has to pay me. Let's say you loan $10,000, you invest $10,000 in a bond that's paying 4% for 10 years, and you put $10,000 in it.
Mm-hmm.
If the next day or a month later, interest rates go to 5% on the market, the going rate. So another company, just like the company you invested in, they're facing a market that if they want to get $10,000 for 10 years, they're going to have to pay 5%.
Okay, and
And an investor who 1 month later says, I'll loan to this other company, but today's rate is 5% on a 10-year bond, then that means their bond is worth a lot more than your bond.
yeah, it's more lenient.
Because they get 5% for 10 years, not just 1 year, for 10
Right,
years.
they-
And you
they
get
get a break.
4% for 10 years. So if you say to that investor, hey, you know what, you want to invest $10,000 for 10 years? I've got a bond here. Mine's 4%. And he goes, but I can get 5% for 10 years. He goes, but I'll take yours instead. If you lower the price enough, then I'll be getting the same thing. I'll only have to, let's say you'll sell it. You'll sell me your bond for $8,000, and it'll give 4%, and I'll get $10,000 at the end. And financially, that's the same for me as me putting in $10,000 with this other company and getting 5% and getting $10,000 back. One is if I buy your bond, the 4% bond, but I only have to put in $8,000, and I'll only get 4%, and then I'll get $10,000 at the end when it matures. So that's your bond, which has a guaranteed return of 4% a year, suddenly lost $2,000 in the market, because it's the same outcome for someone to pay $8,000, sit on it for 10 years, get $10,000 at the end, and 4% all along the way.
So that's what they're
Or-
reporting on Wednesday. They're gonna do like they said it's gonna be in interest rates for bonds, and I was thinking, how does that affect the market? If it gets inflated, does it make the market go down?
So people are looking at stocks, and they're saying, I'm in retirement. I don't know what's going to happen. Who knows? Maybe the market will crash and I'll lose 20%. If you have your money in bonds,
Oh, do you think they're
even though it goes
liquidating?
down, so a lot of people want a fixed return. Let's say an insurance company.
Yeah, so you
taking
think
your money
they're
for
pulling
premiums.
they're pulling investments out of stocks and putting it in bonds, and that's why.
Yeah, when the market does bad, people go for bonds. And then, of course, then that changes the interest rate in bonds. And then people holding bonds, if the interest rate goes down, they're actually doing good. Because let's take the other scenario. You just invested in a bond. Someone owes you $10,000, and they're going to pay you 4% all along the way. And in 10 years, they're going to give you your $10,000 back. And then the next day, everybody gets out of stocks and says, this is too volatile. I'm going to invest in bonds so I get I know I can get a certain return. Which, remember, even though your bond goes down, if interest rates went up, it went down 2,000, you'll still get your 10,000 at the end. And you'll still get 4% all along the way.
That is,
It's just that
I'm sorry
if
to cut you
try to
off.
liquidate it, you're going to take a loss in the short term because you had an underperforming bond compared to other ones. But if it flips the other way, let's say you did a 4% bond,
Mm-hmm.
and then the next day, everybody goes after, SpaceX or something like that, and they're getting out of bonds, or something happens with the government because they can influence interest rates.
Oh, so
And
you
then
can
what
pull out?
happens is, out of bonds?
Yeah,
Absolutely. You
I
just-
thought it's
whatever-
contractual
whatever
for.
your position is, you can sell it. That's what's happening with your options. You have your option. You have time to do something, but you can just give that paperwork to someone else and let them be in that position.
But it never
and they
goes
pay you a
down.
certain
It,
amount of cash.
but it just incrementally goes up. It never goes down.
No, wrong. It just went down in the example I gave you. It went down $2,000.
But how does it go down if you're
If you
contractually?
sell it. Because why is someone going to want your paperwork?
Oh,
If you try
okay.
to
It's
sell it, why would
okay.
they want your paperwork to get 4% when they could go on the market currently and
Mhm.
get 5% for 10 years? So
Right.
you're going to have to discount it to incentivize them. You're going to have to
Yeah.
discount them enough that it offsets that 1% difference.
So
If
yeah.
you liquidate it, it will go down in value $2,000. Now, if you just hold it, you will get your 4%. You will get your 10,000 back. But
Okay.
while your neighbors get what someone else is getting 5%, you will get 4%. While they will get 5% if they hold it. So it's if you want to get out of it, you can gain or lose. Like, let's turn around and say you make a 4% interest loan, and the next day stock prices, the market for loans goes down, and it's at 3%. And you've got one that they have to pay you 4%. They've got a contract. They can't get out of it. You can get out of it. You are the holder of the notes can get out of it, but the borrower has to pay it. So you go to someone and you say, hey, you can invest $10,000 and you can get $3,000. And at the end of the 10 years, you get your $10,000 back and you get 3% all along. But you know what? I made a deal last month and I'm getting 4% all along.
Mm-hmm.
And so that investor says, wow, I wish I had the 4% instead of 3%. So he'll go ahead and he'll say, I'll pay you $12,000 for your $10,000 face note, because I'm going to get 4% and I'm going to end up, it's going to be just as good for me as paying only $10,000 for a $10,000 bond that I only get 3%. I might as well pay the 12 and get the higher interest rate. It comes out the same. So if you're holding fixed return securities, they will give you that fixed return if you hold them. If you decide to liquidate your paperwork and trade it for someone else, if interest rates have gone up, you're going to have to sell it at a discount because you have one that performs less than the current market. And if interest rates go down, you can sell yours at a premium. Now, this all gets amplified if it's a 30-year note instead of a 10-year note.
Oh, wow.
It's much more diluted if you're buying a 1-year note. There's only, between 4% and 5% on a 1-year note. That's only a maximum of £1. So if interest rates change 1%, you're only going to change the value of your note by that 1%, not by $2,000. So the discount, if you have a 1-year note and that's for 4% on 10,000, and interest rates go down to 3%, your premium is only good for 4% on that 10,000 instead of 3% for 1 year only. So the premium you're going to get then is a lot less. It's not going to be $2,000. It's going to be, 1% on $10,000 is $100. So they'll give you, okay, I'll give you $10,100 for your 4% note instead of, you paid $10,000, but you've got a higher interest than what I can currently get because the market's only giving 3% now. So he'll give you $100 more. So the longer it goes out, the more, if you try to liquidate, your bonds go way up or down.
Okay.
So, yeah, I remember a guy years ago, he invested in the bond market, and it had government bonds, and then the interest rates went up, and his investment went down. He goes, I cannot understand. How is that even possible? I invested in a fund that is in government securities and they're paying money. How could I lose money? And I said, well, if you want to sit on it for 20 years or however long it is, you won't lose money. You'll get that amount. But right now, other people are getting more on other things, so they don't want to pay for it. So right now, the value of your paperwork has gone down. And he couldn't figure that out. It didn't make sense to him. But yeah, so that's what happens in the fixed return markets.
Well, now, when the jobs report came out, and the guy said everything is good, everybody's working, it's great, but then they said that because of that,
Uber jobs, white collar people with big paychecks are getting laid off, and Uber people that are barely making it, they're getting more jobs.
Right.
So
well,
the jobs report says we're doing well.
Yeah, and that they're saying that we can afford to pay higher interest rates on bonds. So I'm wondering how that's going to affect the market. Does that mean people are going to pull out of bonds and put it in the market, and it'll help it go up potentially?
Yeah, I don't know. Usually, if the bond market does well, there's more incentive to go to bonds and out of the market.
Okay, so you can't predict what higher interest would do to the market?
Higher interest will probably so it's so weird. There's so many. So higher interest would typically mean that bonds are worth more. Yeah, it's normally higher interest is going to have a negative effect on the market. The biggest factor is that the companies you invest in, they're also turning around and getting some of their capital from borrowing money. So usually lower interest rates help the market two different ways. One is the companies will be more profitable if they can borrow money cheaper. So that makes your stock investment go up. And also if interest is lower, people don't want to be invested in the fixed return securities if the equity market is doing better. So in the same way, when interest rates go up, it's a double whammy for the market because the companies that you're invested in the equity market, they've got to pay more, so there's less profits for the equity holders, for the shareholders. And also, if interest rates are going up, people would rather sell their stocks and get into fixed return that's better. And so that also makes the price go down. So you as a stockholder lose in the market.
So what I'm hearing,
when interest rates go up.
what I'm hearing is after Wednesday, it's gonna crash even lower.
If interest rates go up.
Yeah.
That's why Trump wanted to get rid of the Treasury, because the government can influence
Right.
interest rates somewhat, and so he wants to get rid of that guy because that guy doesn't like the lower interest rates.
But the Feds are injecting the money into the market to manipulate it.
Yeah, that's what Trump wants the Feds to do.
I see. It looks like a bit of a reversal here with SPY. It did a little climbing up, but now it's red candle time. Big ugly candle with the fat wick.
I see.
What time frame do you normally look at when you're looking at charts?
Usually minimum 1 year, because otherwise it gets so deceptive. Something can happen in one day. You also got to look. It looks like it's going way up, but if it's really a difference between, 30,100 and 30,200, if the bottom of the chart is 30,100, it looks like it's gone up a whole lot, but it's only gone up 0.1% or something like that,
Yeah, so when I scalp, I used to scalp. Lately I haven't been, but I'll go on like the 1 minute or even the 30 seconds, just so when I see just a little bit of resistance, I know like the next move I need to take. But I got yesterday, I pulled out of something after losing 300. It was like $2,000 contract. I lost 200, and I pulled out. And then right after, it's just skyrocketed, like 40%. So
Wow.
can you imagine how much money I would have made? Like it would have just paid for all the losses I've had.
Yeah.
It was Micron.
Well, I heard years ago that someone said, "What would you like? What would you need to become fabulously wealthy?" And the answer was, all you need is a newspaper, which was the old way people used to find out stock prices from 10 years in the future, or even 1 year. If you knew for sure what the market was going to do in the future, you could make any amount of money. But the problem is, nobody knows. So you're always in the position where you say, if I had done this, I would have made a bunch of money. If you're in the market, you'll always have that facing you, because at the same time, if you would have done something different, you would have lost a lot of money, and you didn't know which one to do. You didn't know whether to do this that would have made you a lot of money, or whether to do this. So you just had to you always have to work with the best information you have at the moment.
Well, you learn where to find the right information. There's places, that if you get good at researching, you can do fairly, better than most. And also looking at patterns.
Yeah, there's companies that are investing huge amounts of money, and they've got huge staff to do that. But the market often is influenced by things that are beyond anybody knowing, news events,
Right, by the time you hear about it, the damage is done.
The problem is, usually those people are going to know it first. I heard one time, back in the days when communications went by wire, there was one of the markets, I think there was the Chicago Exchange was where they did commodities, and New York was where they did stocks. And a lot of stock investments have to do with commodity prices. And under the old system, which was telegraph wires or something like that, it took like 2 seconds for changes in the commodity prices in Chicago to be communicated.
And then that 2 seconds can really, it'll be
2 seconds.
You can put your bids.
yeah, people that were trading in millions of dollars on commodities.
Yeah.
It was worth it for them to pay for a new system that went like, I forget what it is, the microwave communication systems, tower to tower through the air. Cut that down from 2 seconds to like a fourth of a second. For them to get that 1 3/4 of a second was worth them building a complete system of microwave towers all the way from Chicago to New York to have a 1 3/4 second advantage of knowing whether something was going up or down.
Well, yeah, man. Even now, you need better internet to execute. If you're trying to put in a bid and your computer's lagging, and you see that rainbow ball of death, it can really do like price can go up over $1,000 on an option within seconds.
Yeah. So I don't do that kind of trading because I certainly, if that's 1 3/4 seconds, there's companies that have people standing watching. They have computers.
Faster internet.
This, and I've got to go to work. I can't. I've got to make decisions based on things that are like a month.
Hey, SPY just went up $8.
I see.
It looks like a reversal.
That helping you?
No, not at all. It's not even. I made $1 from my $170 contract. It's no. I'm in the negative. It went up $1. No. So it was negative 164. Now it's negative 160.
I see.
I was in the profit, man. $400. So basically, it was nearly six. It was worth 600, and now it's worth negative 160.
Yeah, I know how that is. I told you, I experienced that lots of times. Didn't
pay
enough attention.
I didn't know you messed with. I had no idea that you ever had any knowledge of all this. That's, I see why you never told me.
Enough knowledge to find out. I make money sometimes and I lose money sometimes, and it's not a. I'd have to spend all my time to. I have other things to do in life, so I don't have time. So that's why I just put things that I think are good companies and just give them lots of time. I don't have the time to do day trading. I don't have time to pay enough attention.
Yeah, I did put all my time and it still didn't work out. It could. I mean, I have stuff expiring Friday. If something happens on Wednesday that kind of, what good news could there be with interest that would help the market? Because that's what everybody's waiting for.
I don't know. I haven't heard about that report, so I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I forgot what it's called. I'm still learning. It's like a whole new language, these financial terms.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, I better get to work here. But hope your day continues better, or gets better. Mine too.
Look. Okay, it's a report on inflation. The consumer price CPI, they say.
I remember one time I was watching, they were getting reports on, they get reports on all kinds of things, and then people try to figure out how is that going to affect the economy generally, not necessarily one particular stock. I remember it was a jobs report. And the jobs report outlook, they said, if it looks like there's higher unemployment, the stock market will go up. And I'm like, that makes no sense. So I'm reading the report. Why the stock market is going to go up is if the jobs report came out bad, that we were having more unemployment, then they thought the Feds will lower interest rates to kind of stoke the economy.
Yeah.
And if they lower interest rates, the equity holders in the country will make more money. So they were looking, if the jobs report was bad, meaning there's more unemployment, in the short term, the stock market was going to go up because there was the expectation of what the Fed would do to help the economy that would, benefit to the shareholders of companies. And if the jobs report was good, meaning there was low unemployment, lots of people had jobs, then they would think, oh, the expectation was the Fed will not adjust interest rates.
Yeah.
We won't get lower interest. So therefore, the stock market that's sort of hoping for lower interest rates is going to go down when the jobs report was good. And it's like, okay, I understand everybody has from their perspective, their own interest, but in the big picture, these things don't make sense. They're opposite of each other, If more people are out of work, then, we're going to somehow think stock market's going to go up in short term, even though we're on the way to bigger problems. But that's the way America works. We're always short term thinking.
Well, because that's all I can afford. Some people, they can't even afford thinking about, long term.
Yeah.
They're just trying to knock it out day by day.
Yeah. So, I guess you gotta look at, say, if you're in a place where you've got a place to live, and it's not depending upon your job or the stock market or something, that's a great amount of security in this world.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
a lot of people living paycheck to paycheck. I mean, it's on an incredible scale. I think they say the average person in this country doesn't have a way to survive if they would go like 2 or 3 months without pay. That's a huge vulnerability. Can you imagine that? I mean, that would be disastrous to be in that situation, but that's where a lot of our society is. We just have such a weak economy. When people don't save, they do have money, they blow it.
Yeah.
On junk, it's just a crazy, So, anyway.
Yeah, I know. I mean, tell me about it.
Be thankful for what we got. At least we still got a place to live, regardless of what the stock market does for the rest of today.
Yeah, I think my house kind of spoiled me because I don't have to pay a mortgage or insurance or rent, so I just got too comfortable.
Yeah, well, most people, if they don't have income, they're like on the street because they have to pay rent.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm super blessed. But yeah, SPY, it's going up, but it's not really moving my needle. But it could potentially be a big deal to buy in right now. It seems like it's on an upward trajectory.
Crazy. Well, your problem is if you've got, I'm not sure I understand the situation, but I'm guessing your situation is if you got an option on them expiring Friday.
I have it expiring today.
Expiring today?
The SPY I have?
Then it's not going to move it much because unless it moves enough to cross a certain threshold, it makes no difference.
I need it to cross 741, but no. Look, that's what you think. They call it a strike price, right? The
right.
price, yeah.
Right, it's a strike price. So if it's going up, but it's so far it's never going to hit the strike price by the end of the day, it doesn't change your option value.
It still goes up though. It still goes up. If you buy a strike price of like 741 while it's at 725 and it goes up, you still make money. It's slow. It's in really slow increments.
Yeah. It's all a matter of how likely it is to cross that strike price though.
Mhm. I don't think I'll make money. I mean, it's a long ways to go to catch up. Mine is at what, 741? It's at 731. It could. Hey, who knows? It dropped like $20. It could go up $10. So, but I'm just saying, if you want to buy some more, it might be a good time. You already bought some, right?
I bought some the other day when it went down, so I'll look at it maybe like about 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, it could go up.
I don't have that much cash left, so I invested a good bit of it the other day, so.
Yeah, I know, same.
Maybe I'll just be busy with lunch and enjoy my lunch and forget it.
That's a good idea, man. It's just there was some stocks that were worth so much, like options were like $6,500 that expire in a month, and now it's gone way low. You could buy it for like about $600. So, and to think that could potentially go up back to what it was, that It's a lot of potential, but it's a risk.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, I better get some work done here.
Okay, Wednesday. I'll see you. What's
finishing
today?
up.
Today's Tuesday? No. Yeah. No.
Today's Tuesday. Yeah.
Oh, so tomorrow.
So, yeah, I'm gonna try to come up tomorrow.
And Carlos said he's okay to do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna do it. I don't know what day. He said he wants to go early in the morning because traffic is less. I don't know.
Well, I'm not there now, but I can be there. How long would it take him? Like 4 hours, probably.
I have no idea.
Okay.
We didn't figure out even an exact day, but I just think if I see you tomorrow, I'll give you the cash. 'Cause I told him he could just get the cash from you.
Oh, you didn't.
I may not see him.
And
He didn't say when he was gonna do it.
you told him it's for me for my place.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. He knows where I am.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I'll see you tomorrow then.
Okay.
All
I'll
right.
see ya.
All right. Bye.
Okay.
What time is it? It's only 10:30.
You could become any.
So what? I should do what?
Crack my back.
But I can hardly get out of the couch.
No, never mind. Don't break your back. Oh. Yes.
Oh God.
And discipline is how you bring that potential to life. So like I'm telling you, potential is useless if it's not organized. If you're not organizing it, using it, putting it in a structure plan, it's a waste. There's no discipline behind it. Wow, thanks for this gift, God. I'm not going to use it. I'll even tell you, you know, potential's dangerous, right? Oh, man.
Oh.
Go look at anybody with a lot of potential who directed it in the wrong way. Man, go take some of y'all. You guys are hustlers. You know that? Some of you got a good business acumen. Some of you know business, you know people, you know psychology. You have a potential to be one of the best businessmen in the world. Then you start selling pot. Oh, come on. I think that's accurate. You got the best potential in the world. You could have been, bro. You could have been the biggest stockbroker on Wall Street. Instead, you became an online pimp. Listen, I'm not shaming none of y'all. You know that? I don't give a fuck what you're doing. Have you never seen? Listen, you ain't never seen them scammers, bro. You ain't never seen those scammers, and you see how much work they put in. So I've seen scammers before. They'll be like, I did a fraudulent this, I forged this. I would drive around the city multiple times, and they put all of this work into it. And you're just like, man, if that person just directed all of that energy and skill towards like a normal task, they would have been successful. That person would have been very, they didn't ever need to rob anybody. They didn't need to hustle anybody. Again, that's what I'm saying. I don't care if you sell drugs, bro. I'm just seeing, I could see the misdirected potential, though. Taking all the business acumen and then putting it into an area where it's like, okay, you're directing it not to the highest of your potential ability. You understanding? So, it's dangerous. Potential that don't get directed is dangerous. It could waste time, it could hurt you, it could leave you worse off. And overall, until you put your potential behind a structure, a plan, discipline, until you say, I'm going to point it this way and we're going to keep it the compass that way. Again, follow the compass. Are you headed in the right direction? Until you get it structured, it's just all wasted. So I hope y'all feel with this. And now, why not? What is your excuse? Why aren't you becoming what is inside of you? Why aren't you discovering? Why aren't you obsessed every day with discovering this dormant ability inside of you? What is your excuse? Because again, when it comes to using potential, people usually have excuses. Again, the gift is inside of you. Why aren't you opening it? Oh, because... And I'll just tell you right now. And this one is a big one. I don't know, man. Who's with me for the second half of the year? Would any of you like to sign up for this challenge? 6 more months in the year. You need to do everything to live and bring your potential to reality. But here's the deal. I don't care if you accomplish that or not. I care if you give me an excuse leading into it. The challenge is for the next 6 months, I want you to remove every excuse from your life. AKA, excuses do not exist. So why didn't you do this? Because I didn't want to do it. That would be a better answer than you say, well, because and then the weather, and then outside, and then I had to go through this, and then this, and then Donald Trump, and then. Did you see what I'm saying? No, I don't care. Tell me why didn't you do this? Because I'm lazy. I will accept that. I would accept the honest answer of failure than any sort of excuse. And that's the thing. You know why? For the next 6 months, I hope this gets you ready for next year. You can't have, dude, excuses in your vocabulary shouldn't even exist. I'm telling you. I'll tell you right now. I'll give you the truth. Bro, when has an excuse ever helped you? Do you know why you keep using excuses? Seriously, save 10%. Why aren't you doing it? Why are you not saving 10% getting a long term? Why are you trading options before getting a long term? I know the answer. And let me tell you right now, my brother, excuses are not protecting you from failure. You know that, right? Some of you know this, some of you lie to yourself and don't know this. Some of you are aware of what I'm talking about. Some of you know damn well. Some of you made excuses your whole life. You know exactly them excuses ain't protecting you from failure. You know why? I've had excuses and still failed. Have you? You've never seen people, they have excuses and still fail? No, that happens. Having excuses don't protect you from failure. The only thing going through your mind when you cling to an excuse, it's protecting you from the effort that might have led to success. Y'all don't feel me. I hope they feel me. You get it? The only thing an excuse is protecting you from is effort. That's it. That's all. Bro, why did you not want to save 10%? Don't give me an excuse. I know why. It's not that the circumstance was bad. It's effort. You're right. Because you think of an excuse, you're like, well, that's why. But it's also, thank God I have an excuse because then I don't have to put in that much effort. Again, you have a hidden ability inside of you. You got businesses, kingdoms, you got futures, corporations, all of this is inside of you. Bring it out. Oh, that's a lot of work. Are you understanding? The only thing an excuse protects you from is the effort. Where you're like, I tried. You're not afraid of failure. Most people are afraid of failure after trying. They're afraid of the effort. So here's what I'm trying to tell you for the next 6 months. You should not use any excuses at all. No matter what happens. And you want to know why? Not only so you can unlock your potential. Oh, I'll tell you right now. Because the chances are your excuses are probably more expensive than your problems. Yeah, this is an economic lesson, dude. You understand? How many of you would sell a stock lower to lose more money? What if I told you to sell at the same exact price, but one of them you get hit with a back-end tax? You would avoid it. It's just cost. All we're talking is cost. Same lotto ticket, one same payout, two different prices. Are you getting it? Your excuses are probably more expensive than your problems. Think about it. You think your problem of lacking money is expensive. You think that's a problem? What happens if you never take effort and live up to your potential? I guarantee you in the long run, that excuse of not putting in that effort is going to cost you more than having nothing right now. You think life is bad now, my brother, you know the cost if you follow through with your excuse not to start. That's what they tell me in the long term every time. They're like, it's hard, I can't do it. My brother, if you can't do it now, today, if it's hard today, what's going to happen 5 years from now? 10 years from now? Are you following?
Just keep it in the air, just like this.
Your excuses are more expensive than your problems.
Yeah, like that. Just leave it. Leave it like that.
Okay,
So Chad, I hope you feel me. I hope you feel, and I hope to see all of you unlock and unwrap this gift inside of you. I'm excited about it. I hope you get why. I'm excited for the future. Like I told you, imagine I look forward to meeting some of you.
Rest for 30 seconds. Hold
Like
it.
I'm telling you, imagine I'm talking to a bunch of people who got a bunch of dormant abilities.
Or if you can,
And believe me, after what I've seen last year and the years before that, I've literally watched people bring these abilities out of themselves. bring it to life, then bring it to the community. And then bring it to everybody around them, and then change their life. Do all of these things, you know. So I'm telling you, we witnessed this. It's a very exciting thing. That's what I'm saying. And you already thought, you're like, wow, I already made so many changes, already this. Well, guess what? There's more. There's something else still inside of you. If you like the first part, get ready for the second part. So like I'm saying, bro, this is a beautiful thing. But like I'm telling you, the easiest part. There can't be any excuses to get there. Your potential, bringing it to life, bringing out a dormant ability that is already yours and that is already inside of you. There's no such thing as excuses. It doesn't tie well into that. So I hope y'all feel me on this. Oh, because I think it's beautiful. But I'll give you one more. That's just the first part. But this one is it, man. This is something I have kept bringing up, and I don't know. The days lately, they've been very reminiscent towards this, and you can see it at various moments. It's like we've been talking about. Those of you who can make a decision, and in the middle between decision and result, how you respond to that and how you handle that uncertainty, that is what's going to take you far or not. So this ties into it. You don't need better circumstances. You actually don't need anything. This is you see what I'm talking about. Potential, bring it out. Come to life. Learn your skills. Learn the rules of the game, even if they're rigged against you, so you can dominate. How? You don't need a circumstance. You don't need an environment. You know what you need? A high tolerance towards moving imperfectly. And then moving imperfectly towards what it is you want. See, that's the second part about this. Can you say, do you have that? Does anybody here have a high tolerance towards moving imperfectly? Oh, I think it's beautiful. Oh, I love it. Think about it. Moving imperfectly. Can you tolerate that? You go make it to the finish line, but it's going to look a little sloppy. You know, that play might go up 1,000%, but it might go down 50% first. Oh, there's a lot of it. I think everybody's life is this example, is it not? Think about it. You advance through life. Some of you got jobs, families. You've built things, but when you look back, it's funny. You're like, wow, that worked out perfectly. But it was very imperfect in terms of how you moved. Right? You kind of stumbled here, didn't know what I was getting into there, then the next thing, then this thing taught me that, and then I learned this. I never thought that was going to be there, and then look at where I am now. I mean, again, bro, I don't know. I'm in finance. I studied politics. I studied philosophy. How did I learn about fixed income? Huh? It's moving imperfect. What is your tolerance towards that? That right there is the answer. Stop focusing on better circumstances. Stop focusing on anything external. Do not give me an external excuse. Start learning on honing in the skill of being able to move towards what you want and have a high tolerance towards imperfection. A high tolerance towards imperfection in movement. Oh, you can do that, my brother? Wow, I think you have a nice long life of movement ahead of you. So I hope you feel. So that being said, the final part of today is a very quick Miles. I like this one too. Because he's going to talk about some stuff, and he said what people are focused on. And you know, don't make it too spooky. Which I like. I agree. You know that the biggest problems in the world, spirit, God, you name it. It's not spooky, bro. You know that? There's not sometimes, bro, like, and I've said this philo before. You know, and I love God, I love the spirit world, all of it. But like, dude, not everything's a demon. You know that, right? It's not that spooky. Oh man, the devil keep thwarting my plans. No. You just keep running away every time intolerance arrives. You keep putting in the things that don't help you in your mind and then ignoring the ones that do. It's not that deep. So he talks about this. But he said one thing. He said one thing. You're going to hear it. He says, all I got to do is get your mind changed. That's where everything is. You know that, right? Oh, and I don't know who needs to hear this today. But I don't know who I'm talking to. But I think the biggest gain you have is on the other side of changing your mind. And not changing your mind to the pillars, but simply changing your mind to how you view your potential. Changing your mind to viewing what you could accomplish and when, how. That little change is enough to turn the farmer to a moneylender, as some would say. Mm-hmm. So that being said, here is your boy Milo.
I think we become so spooky, we forgot where the battle is. We become so spiritually spooky that we have actually invented demons that don't exist. And we're fighting things that aren't there. And the real battle we're missing. Jesus is mine. He was always going after the mind. Always. He said, hear my teaching. Listen to my teaching. If you follow my word, listen to my word. He said, my words are spirit, and they give you life. He's trying to get it through your soul. If I can get your mind changed, he says. I think we become so spooky, we forgot where the battle is. We become so spiritually spooky that we have actually invented demons that don't exist. And we're fighting things that aren't there. And the real battle we're missing. Jesus is mine. He was always going after the mind. Always. He said, hear my teaching. Listen to my teaching. If you follow my word, listen to my word. He said, my words are spirit, and they give you life. He's trying to get it through your soul. If I can get your mind changed, he says.
Don't forget where the battle is. If I asked you right now, where's the battle? You think it's the stock market? You think it's the politicians? You think it's AIPAC? What do you think it is? It's not. The battle is in your mind every single day. Do not forget this. That's where it is. The whole point, Jesus wasn't saying anything else. He was just saying your mind. He said, listen to the teaching. Follow the teaching. He's telling you how you view things. Always in your mind. The biggest battle when the market opens, market closes is what's going through your mind. You know that, right? From market close to market open. What you are going to respond to is going to be determined on what you put in your mind. I mean, think about it. That's why we talk philo. So I've been saying, I was like, y'all don't think outside is coming into this? Oh, that's cute. Oh, it is. That's it. All he was focused on was, well, if I could get your mind changed, that's all it was. That was enough to change everything for people. In every battle, every day, my brother, it's all about your mind. What does it get you to think about yourself, the world, your potential, the future? So the battle is in the mind, my brother. So, Chad, I hope you feel, and I look forward to seeing the potential, these gifts come to life. But it's going to happen once you kill excuses. And just remember the cost of those things. They're a lot higher than they seem up front. And above all else, man, don't forget where the real battle is. Every day. What leaves you walking away thinking more or less, and what you're thinking about. That is the battle every single day with that beautiful piece of hardware that you have. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the stream alerts. God bless Charadonia.
Cold, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist. The things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this. Already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble, but I'm powerful. But I don't have to tell you this. Are moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking around? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether.
Some people don't even have dreams, you know what I'm saying? But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches out, these sad. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes, but you're talking in your bitch and just show me that you don't get it. Look, now I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach. The big leagues ain't throwing underhand. Not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad. Mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I could feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll buy more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water, but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm out with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes. Welcome back.
There's one more.
Mumbai, my long term.
Yeah, RF is at Morgan Stanley.
Kumbaya.
Clapperoon.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend.
Stonks go.
Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought.
Boom, boom.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We're good, baby. We're good. We're good. We got 2 hours left. The Bears in control. They were earlier. I mean, for now, though, we're back to VWAP. It's not as ugly. Still a 2% down day, but yeah, it was a little uglier earlier, but not really off of anything. Just a mix of rotations, a mix of some oil war headlines, even though it's generally better than not. But yeah, other than that, we are, I think, getting ready. They really didn't listen. That's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape. Did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce. That sounds like a fair rate. Word is gold. They only kept theirs too late. So yeah, man. We out here, Chad. We out here, bro. We out here. Mm-hmm. The Palant, it's back to the level. I think no further than 200, but closer is the better. But yeah, be careful. If you don't understand that play, please don't take it, because, you know, right now I think actually, no, that play is up now. I think I shouldn't have repeated it. Same price. So yeah, but just again, I'm not going to walk you through any of these plays. So even if I give you the play and it's fun and all, but just, yeah, if you guys don't understand them, I would paper trade them and do not touch them. And then remember, sizing and any play until there's momentum is more likely going to suck rather than not. That's kind of how the last day or so has played out. You know, we woke up with Capital One and a couple of others, but any other smaller ones, if they don't get juice, they are not following through. Jana urges Fiserv to pursue non-core divestitures. Why not just sell the company for double the price? Fiserv's popping on that. It can run sometimes, but yeah, they've been in the recovery story gulag as well. You got a nice fill on Palantir. Yeah, I think they should be good, but yeah, just be careful. Kumbaya, my long term. It does, man. That's how I feel about right now. They really didn't listen. That's a damn shame. But the plan don't change. Maybe just the landscape. That's it, dog. It's exciting. It's exciting. The events are coming. The catalysts are coming. Israel will not let a peace deal happen. Well, yeah, but look at oil, but it's like, I don't think the peace shit matters. I've been saying this for a long time, though. But that's why I do think the rotations, how the market's playing out, how it's ignored, even bonds ignored some of the oil prices. I just think we're getting to a point where we're running into the events, not war related, that could start to change some things, both or exasperate what the war has already done to dollar, bonds, and all of that. But yeah, all this data, financial conditions, the real likelihood of where Fed policy is going to go. These are things, war or not, that'll kind of be a little bit more detrimental, and that's slowly what I'm starting to believe the market is getting ready for. When was the last time I ate at McDonald's? Oh, I don't know. My girlfriend brought it for me one time. Maybe like a couple months ago. Because you guys know my girlfriend loves McDonald's. You know that? At first she was like hella bougie. Because like McDonald's in Europe are really nice. But then she came to America and she would talk shit about McDonald's. And now she'll be like hyped about a Big Mac. She loves McDonald's. It's disgusting. She's a full-blown American now. But yeah, I've had it pretty recent. I guess a couple months. I've had Chipotle more often. You know that? I think I get Chipotle every other week. It all just depends on my workout. I use Chipotle as like a post-workout meal. Panera, yeah, it's good. Do I allow her? Do I allow her what she gets to eat? Wow, that's amazing. No, I do allow her. I didn't know I was in control of that. I didn't know I had that ability. I'll try it next time. I'll be like, you can't eat that. That's just Josh Atola says. They're becoming a residential general contractor. No way. Congratulations. It's good work. I'm telling you, even then, although you would think real estate and all that stuff, it hasn't been as active. I mean, the builders, I feel like, have been active nonstop. She likes Taco Bell. Yeah, she likes American fast food. She used to be a real hater. You had the McGriddle. Oh, the McGriddle goes crazy. I like a McGriddle. I kind of want one now. But if I eat one, I'm going to get so tired. It's so terrible. But yeah, the McGriddle, that thing has been slapping for decades, bro. You understand? The McGriddle goes so hard. What a genius. They're like, yo, let's put like bread. Let's put maple syrup in the bread and make it like a pancake with like a sausage. It's such a great idea. Baxter. You used to order the McGriddle bread? I didn't know you could do that. What? You don't allow me to eat Chipotle? Why not? Chipotle is not bad. It's like generally healthy, I like to think. It's just rice and steak. But then you know what I hate? This always happens to me, bro. I'll order Chipotle and I always get the fucking hard rice. I don't know why. They always give me like an old scoop of rice and then the rice is like crunchy and I hate it. That's just the only time it gets bad. Other than that, though, I'm pretty... that's why I bought Chipotle at the low. I might even be down to buy more Chipotle, but I go to Chipotle. I still think Chipotle is a crazy business. You guys don't realize, like, they make like $3 billion a quarter off of fucking burritos. You don't think that's insane? That's the thing I think just gets swept under the rug, is like people don't really realize Chipotle is like one of the only big restaurants. Like, bro, they have brought in fucking mass scalability to burritos. Are you understanding? $3 billion a quarter. They make $1 billion a month off of burritos. Y'all telling me, like, that's what I'm saying, like, even AI, bro, and like wait till motherfuckers get like universal basic income and then they go through like a Chipotle binge, because now they're like, oh wow, I could afford guacamole now because my robot does my work. They're like, oh, I'm gonna go get me some guacamole every day. You'll do it for like a week and then you'll get sick of it. But yeah, I think people are underestimating. Yeah, like seriously though, bro, we're talking is a multi-billion-dollar burrito, and I don't think people are wrapping their heads around it. It took me a while. I don't like how expensive it is, but yeah, I think they have the burrito game cornered. It's near the low. It just sucks with the food places, but they haven't been too hot. But man, we could get an average down. $1 billion a month off burritos is crazy. I know. That's what I'm saying. Dog, when you really put it in this scope, you're like, what the fuck? This makes no sense. Bro, nobody does $1 billion off of food, let alone just purely burritos. I tried the sweet greens wrap. Don't get there's like a jalapeno one. It was really spicy. I didn't like it. But it was decent. And then I got pissed off though too. I got really mad. I was hungry. I ate it anyways, but I went to Sweet Greens, and then tell me why, bro. This B word, I'm gonna call her a B word. She's making the food, and she has gloves on, right? But then she keeps wiping her nose with her gloves, and then I'm just a germaphobe. I guess that's why. And I was like visibly vomiting. I almost vomited, and she just kept like half high key like picking her nose. And then fucking making my wrap. But then I still ate it. I didn't give a fuck. You know, I was a little a little disappointed. I was like, fuck it, the +1 immunity. You know, that's how, I don't know. I wanted my fucking Sweet Greens. Okay, but yeah, but then the wrap ended up being a little too spicy. Valid crash out. I know. I was a little bit bothered by it. But, you know, we thugged it out. Yuli! Welcome. Welcome, brethren. That's insane. I know. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad I wasn't a Karen about it. I think I would have been justified. But yeah, I tried the wrap that day from Sweet Greens. But Chipotle, I mean, I'm telling you, I have Chipotle at least once a month, sadly. You guys are right. I'd rather go. I like the Mexican shops better than Chipotle, but like, you got to realize Chipotle is like all about supply chain for me. It's just so easy. There's a fucking Chipotle everywhere. I could either deliver it or go pick it up. And I'm telling you, that's it. I'll leave the gym, order pickup, boom, it's waiting there. Yeah, I grab it, in and out, bro. You guys know my schedule. Sometimes I don't even get to eat till later. And then if I'm late on food, I'll just order that shit, and then that's it. Call it a day. But yeah, they got supply chain, bro. I'm a big fan. Chipotle is just, they grew so much, and then the growth, you know, they're holding this $1 billion a month on burritos, but they're not necessarily growing. You know, at one point they weren't making that much, and they grew to $1 billion. But yeah, I mean, Chipotle's been one of the only restaurants in the modern era that has had like mass success. I love In-N-Out. I hate it though. I hate having to explain people In-N-Out Because they're like, In-N-Out's not that good. I'm like, bitch, it's $2.99. You understand that? You cannot, it's not like In-N-Out is not like a gourmet burger. But for $2.99, you will never have a burger that good. I don't know. I've tried to explain this to people. My girlfriend, she had these friends come in too, and they're not from here. And they're like, hey, we tried it. It's overhyped. It's over. And I'm like, it's $2. I think you are missing out what's happening here. It's a $2 burger, and it tastes of the level of quality of something you would easily spend $10 for, at least in California. No, I love In-N-Out. I love it. San Antonio, try Burger Boy? No. I've had Whataburger. Whataburger is pretty fucking dope. I actually enjoyed that. We used to chill at In-N-Out in high school. That was the spot? No way. Ours was Jack in the Box. We fully loitered in the Jack in the Box parking lot. That was our thing. Yours was mocha salsa? What the hell is that? Two for one. Is this still 2 for 1? Those are some good times in life, brother. Some very good times in life. 99-cent tacos. Tommy's. I haven't been to Tommy's in a minute. That was like back in the day. I never really liked Tommy's like that, but that got some Cali hype for a little bit. You just had Whataburger? Shit your brains out. Okay. I only had Whataburger once in my life. Because all the Texas people were like, what's better than In-N-Out? You gotta try better than In-N-Out. It wasn't bad though. I wouldn't say In-N-Out worthy, but it did it. Cracker Barrel on the high. Some Apple. No, I'm trying. I mean, it seems like Apple's turning into a lagger, but I just wanted to see where Apple was gonna hold up on the in terms of like where this rally and market leadership goes. What are they known for? I was just a Texas thing. Whataburger was like a Texas thing. And like, yeah, it was just like their little burger joint. That's how I knew, because I had a lot of Texas friends. And then in college, everyone from Texas. My sister lived in Texas. And that's like their In-N-Out. And yeah, and then it's open 24 hours. Yeah. Solid though. I liked it. I enjoyed it. It was nice to have. But I had it in Texas. I don't know if I think that added to it. A Steak and Shake? We do, but I don't think I've ever been to one. I know, this conversation is getting me hungry. I kind of need to take a dump at the same time. I don't know what just happened, but it's possible. Kumbaya, my long term. It varies by location. See, In-N-Out's always good. Don't matter where you go. Aragachi, foreign forces in proximity to Iran are at risk. To reduce risk, best solution for them to leave. We prefer language of diplomacy, but speak other. That was the comment earlier. I haven't had Culver's, no. Take advantage of an opportunity to poop. Old head approved. I don't know, but like this conversation is weird. But like for some of you who really know me, you know, it's like like my poop schedule has been flipped on its head this year. I don't know what happened. It was right after daylight savings. I stopped taking dumps in the morning. And now, dude, now they just like randomly arrive, which is very weird, bro. I don't know. I haven't really changed anything except for leg day. I'm like, bro, I used to be a fucking automatic, bro. That was it. I was a robot with the poops. And now, like, bro, I don't poop in the morning the same way. And then randomly my body's like, yo, you need to shit everywhere right about now. And I'm like, oh, okay, damn, that's inconvenient. Just random. I just take random shits now. I used to be on a schedule. I don't know what happened, bro. I really don't know what happened. Some of you understand that. You've watched me, you know. When have I told you, you know, I've never, like, last couple years, I haven't randomly had to just poop. Like, this is, yeah, poop light savings. I don't know what it is. Your coworker's son's 10 was buying silver before it pumped. He's up 2K, so you sent him 500 into 500K. Now he has a portfolio watching. Oh, at 10? This guy's going to be richer than all of us if he actually gets the long term. Amen. You might need a mat. Bro, oh my gosh, it might be that. No, because, dude, did I tell you what happened? At one point in the beginning of the year, I was taking magnesium. I was taking magnesium before I went to bed because I would be sore and it would help me sleep, right? And then I posted it and someone was like, you know, magnesium makes you hella sleepy. And they're like, well, you do good in the morning. And I was like, what? I didn't know that. But then I looked it up. Apparently magnesium gets you hella tired. So I stopped taking the magnesium because I was just excited still. I just didn't realize it. But yeah, that's, but yeah, maybe the stopping magnesium. I know. You guys, I think I told you guys this. You said it was a myth, but yeah, I just noticed. I noticed a little more energy, but I mean, I'm a crackhead by default when I wake up. Leg day changes your digestive health. It might, dude. Magnesium glycinate. Yeah, I do the triple one. Maybe I might need to get me some magnesium, bro. I don't know. But yeah, it's been a weird year for the poops. Super weird year. IWM, it is back to green. Dow is only down by 0.052. SPY down 0.6. NASDAQ down 1.7. So I guess half of the losses have been recovered. Again, this was getting pretty ugly. You're back to the last, like, these ones were more natural. These were just all computer cells. Kumbaya. We give medical advice, but no one's a doctor in here. Yeah, we have a couple of doctors actually, but then again, why you need a doctor? I got ChatGPT, son. What? Saddle sympathy set to skyrocket with SpaceX. What's the other one? Sats? Alright, Chad. I gotta go. I got emergency poop. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
See anything specific, but we're going to continue monitoring and bring you any more context as we know it. In the meantime, we want to continue with AI. Philips 11th Annual Future Health Index, it is out now. It examines how AI is already changing the way clinicians work, how they deliver care and manage pressure across the healthcare system. Now, among its findings, how healthcare executives are discovering that AI just isn't about cost savings. So let's get into it. Jeff DeLulo is CEO at Philips North America. It is the largest regional market and division of the Dutch health tech company giant Philips NV. Those ADRs trade in the U.S. They're down about 3% year to date. As we said, Jeff joins us here in studio. Welcome, welcome. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thanks for having me.
Well, it's good to have you here. We do feel like we are spending so much time talking about AI. It's just coming into every aspect of our world. Tell us, though, about the study that you guys do. It is your 11th annual. What it's all about, who you talk to, and what are some of the findings?
Well, thank you for having me, Carol. I want to set the table here very quickly because what I talk to healthcare CEOs on a weekly basis, and the same three things always are putting pressure on that system, as you said. They're delivering more care longer to people that are living longer, and that complexity of that care is increasing. So that's actually putting stress on the system. They have staff shortages, which continue to persist and got worse post-pandemic. Mm-hmm. And then the cost of delivering that care is actually continuing to go up. So all those three things are really putting stress on the system. But the opportunity that we see is AI in healthcare is becoming quite of age, where a year ago in this study, roughly 20,000 people, 2,000 clinicians, 18,000 patients. And what we saw from year to year is they've gone from experimenting and piloting in AI applications to much more broad adoption and impact in time back they can spend with patients, impact in quality diagnosis, and impact in well-being. And they've been very clear about that in the study.
What do those AI applications in healthcare actually look like in practice?
So I'll give you a simple example that everybody can relate to. So the average physician in this study said that they're getting 5 more patients per week because of tools that they're deploying in their practice. So when I go to my general practitioner, I get maybe 10 or 15 minutes if I'm lucky with him and most of that time it's sitting on the keyboard asking me questions, right? What we're seeing is they're getting the chance to ambient speak what they're talking, that dialogue. It's translating it into the medical record. So what they're doing is they're spending time looking you in the eye, asking you more questions. That's better for more patients they can see because they're spending quality time in the room, or maybe even more patients like we're seeing. Do doctors feel, or medical professionals, Jeff, feel that we are just barely scratching the surface when it comes to AI in healthcare? Yeah, a prudent approach is good because you want to make sure that you have responsible AI deployment, and we're hugely, as a tech company, we want to make sure it's responsible. But I actually think we're the scraps at the table and the feast is yet to come. What do you think that feast looks like? So take the life of a radiologist. So the average radiologist has to work all day, sees patients, maybe do procedures. Then they take all these studies, 200 studies home at night, and they have to go through these studies. That's pajama time, right? That's long days for radiologists. Mm-hmm. Which makes me always nervous as a radiologist who might be tired. Exactly. And reading my, Exactly. So you have these long days, they're stressful. And I know there's great doctors out there, so I don't want to diss this. No, but the system is not meant for them to have balance. And so what we're seeing is AI in the work, in the pathway, the whole, if you don't think of AI as a bunch of point solutions that do discrete things, in healthcare, it has to fit to the radiologist. Mm-hmm. It has to fit into their workflow. So I can scan somebody with great AI much faster. I get it into their workflow. I can determine who the most important person is to look at. I can find the slices in their scan that are the most important things to look at, and even recommend, we think it looks like this, you should look right here. If you can do that at scale for 200 studies a day, you're dramatically improving quality of life. That radiologist in the study, a third of them say they take a lot less work home, and they're suffering less burnout, and they're just charged in their balance. That also adds to quality, exactly like you're saying. I also feel like the data that is input, right? Like there's just more data sets that scans can be compared against, whether it's an MRI, right? Like, do you know what I'm saying? That we have way more data than anybody can use, but AI can use it. Right. And I'll give you an example. But I mean, when they're comparing scans, right? Yeah. It's something that might be overlooked. Again, not dissing anybody professionally, but when you've got just hard, cold data, that's what they're looking at. In the study, it'll say roughly half of the physicians that use AI as a buddy or as a check are actually more confident in the ability to make their own diagnosis because of the buddy check. And a quarter of them are saying that it's significant improvement in the result that they deliver. They're not missing medical issues. They're not misidentifying, and they're not missing things. And that's from the physicians themselves that are saying it's actually helping them have higher quality diagnostic, which if you're dealing with something like cancer potential, this is a big deal.
How do you kind of, I guess, help the physicians who maybe see, an introduction of a new technology as just another thing that they have to deal with on top of their already busy day? Like, do you get pushback from maybe, I'm trying to think of some of those old school doctors who still, do everything by hand. They still have paper notes. They still have all their files, in a paper form. This is a pretty advanced technology to have to implement.
I go back to this triple threat, the fact that there are not enough people to do the work today, and they're burning out the ones that are doing it. And so we actually find in most of the larger health systems, there's a huge appetite to embrace this if we're doing the design along the clinical workflow. The challenge is in the industry typically have thrown technology at people and said digest it, and the workflow has to change. We're not doing that at Philips. We walk alongside our customers. I work with all the largest health systems in the U.S. and Canada, and we're walking alongside them. So when we're designing it, we're having them in mind. The beauty of AI-driven tooling is that it can actually do the work if in the process that they're in. We can adapt to do the work. That's a lot different than deploying software and complex things that you have to learn screens and all that. All that goes away. And that's really the promise. That's not this magic black box thing. That's actually happening today in some of the leading health systems.
So where do you see it all going? Like, what do you, in terms of generative AI, and what role do you see in, like, I don't know, in the next 3 to 5 years? Like, do you have a feel of how dramatic the impact is?
Well, I think...
Or what are you hearing from the doctors that you talk to?
I think it's a journey that will be rightly done with some conservatism. Again, the operational aspects of clinical practice will have dramatic improvement. That's going to give staff back time to be with patients, and you're going to get a better workforce, and you may even draw people into the practice because they actually have these tools that help them be better at what they do, and they continue to have better balance. The sky's the limit, but we want to make sure when it comes to generative AI that we're really thoughtful about not getting over that. We're seeing year to year, we're seeing a massive improvement in adoption of tooling that is giving life back to a community that joined the practice to serve other people.
Right.
So it's an exciting time.
Okay, so in maybe 3 to 5 years, is the artificial intelligence actually going to be making clinical decisions? I.e., you can go as a patient into a doctor's office, and instead of actually seeing the doctor, there's not a human involved. Essentially, the AI is giving you the diagnosis and telling you.
I think it would be foolhardy to think about what could be in 3 to 5 years because the rate of innovation is so fast. What I can tell you is we believe, as a technology company...
Well, yeah, I had a medical procedure there called bowel movements. Oh, why'd they cut me out, YouTube? YouTube, do you love me? Is it lagging? They say that it's lagging every day, but they don't fix it. Because it's dog shit. Oh, we're back. Yeah, they clapped me right when I came back. Good morning. Good afternoon. I feel great. I don't know. Is it sunnier outside or something? I don't know. Colors. The red on my screen, the green. It looks so bright. Wow, good to be back. Good to be back. An hour and a half left, Chatadonia. That's it. They were talking about medical. I don't think anything else. What other headlines today? Just the war headlines. There was a couple that came out there. Again, they were giving updates on, Trump and the Marshall Plan. And then they were saying that they're still working on the frozen Iranian assets. The interview, I hope it was good, bro. When do you find out? I know, post-dump clarity. I do, man. I feel great. This feels awesome. I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering stock place. Tell me, Chad, when did you last let your portfolio decide? A whole new low, filled with volatility and market hose. They will say where it goes. The rally knows. Now I'm sorry. I feel so excited. It's good, baby. Turnaround Tuesday. It's turned around many times already. If you think about it, I do think I'm glad we got to clear out the low, though. So you got that out the way. And again, we had so many potential catalysts this week. So that is now finally out of the way. Dow's back to green. Same with the Russell. They hate AI art. That's also a banger. ALHC. That's been running from the morning. The morning. CNC's been going. UNH. Even Clove. I'm surprised even Clove. That's why I got rid of one of those. I'm still worried they're going to do an offering, but they haven't yet. TGX declares dividend. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself first. Woo! Yeah, Fable, it's the it's like the watered down Mythos for like cybersecurity that they're releasing to everybody. Because remember, they didn't release Mythos to everybody. So they're they released some watered down version to get some people using it for cybersecurity. Yeah, I mean, today, I don't know. It's kind of a V-shape. It's been insane, bro. This was so... Look how... Again, this still looks like a Solana meme token. Got a little bit more normal here, but then that bounce already... I mean, you've already recovered half of it. We've got to clear out, retest the lows now. And then, yeah, you're still entering into a week with a lot of catalysts still right around the corner. So it's kind of nuts. How do I gather my team for long distance real estate? You don't. You just gather whoever's in the area that we're gonna need them there for. About now for the long term. I answered this one yesterday. I don't know if you asked me that. Somebody did. But yeah, I mean, I liked now a while ago, but you know, just I don't know. It's in a weird way, I wouldn't ask me about long-term plays anymore, which sounds weird coming from the Josh Atola. But like over the last like 2 to 4 weeks, we've had a lot of plays we've talked about, and then they've moved already a substantial amount. So, and then like literally, like no joke, like 4 days ago, I made a play for the long term because there was one that didn't move, and then that one already moved too now. So until we get back into a level where I just need a little bit more time to burn, I mean, I've made all my long-term decisions, sadly. So there's names like that I like, but like now, but then we had that discussion at $80. So it just, I don't know if it's as effective, you know, being in the middle where now it's not, it's off of the price that we liked. still overvalued and going to be volatile, so it's very tough to get involved. Because again, I'm only getting involved at some of these lower prices where the risk to reward makes a lot of sense. So now if they're kind of awkwardly in the middle, I don't know how I feel about some of these names. I don't think they're bad. I'm just still I'm just still not like excited about them. Google backstop underpins 35 billion chip deal for Anthropic. I played Clove a couple days ago on the first healthcare rotation. So the first day healthcare started rotating, that's why I was like, let me go for the dog shit one, even though it was a top blast. It worked. I sold out of one of them for a profit. I have another one. But yeah, that was like my risky momentum healthcare play. Yeah, stack deposits for now. And then, I mean, just again, if you acted a couple days ago when I did, I think that was a good last call. But then, and then the weeks or two before that, if you took any of the software, you also got rewarded for that. But now, I mean, you have value and growth both off of the bottom. And then, yeah, we're entering in a week or two with a lot of catalyst and the potential to move a lot. So that's why I'm kind of, being patient. And I would rather kind of stack up and build until then. I think all of IGV, at least IGV chilled out, but yeah, a lot of the software plays are still up a shit ton. Intuit is the only one that's at a low. Or what about Workday? That was another one. I mean, shit, even CRM, yeah, even Workday's up. CRM came back down, which was fun. But yeah, I think Intuit is like the highest quality at the lowest price for software and only software. Option calls, it just depends. We just don't know if the momentum is going to keep playing out. So you can buy calls. If the momentum comes back, you'll get rewarded. But if you buy calls and then we move around and you don't get momentum, it'll be tough. So I did do a double dip on one play today, but it already went up. And then one of the old plays like that, let me put it this way, that Zillow, I haven't even touched it. That one just keeps bouncing around from break even to gain to break even to up 50 and then comes back down. So, but yeah, there's a couple of plays we're still in. And then I did do a double dipperoonie today on another. Repple Biotech, look at this thing. It's up 3, but it's moved way more than that actually. ETF for long term. If you don't have time, and if you're not gonna put in the time and you really just want to deposit kind of passively, those could get the work done. Yeah, it has popped there, huh? Well, welcome. Make sure you get a long term if you are starting options. That's been the one thing I've said to start with, which will, I think, help you out a lot if you're really trying to learn the right way. Kimberly. Google came back up. Remember Meta, Microsoft, and then Apple and Nvidia. Those were the really bad ones. Nvidia came back up though. They were down a lot more. And then EWY is still down. Disgusting. Chips are down 2.5. Again, they were down 5 or 6. happened to Xerox? Palant. Zillow's not bad. Where's gold and silver? Yeah, Pavs was disgusting. Whatever that was. There's been a lot of those little, like, small China scam runners. They've been going crazy. I feel like I've seen one a day as we've been in this weird volatility environment. Dabe. Well, Warsh. But play, well, we got to get through the CPI. I mean, there's just, yeah, I don't know. Like I'm telling you guys, I don't know if this isn't the event you want to front run. We just don't know what's going to happen. Like I'm saying, CPI, Bank of Japan, ECB, whatever happens with the government in between then and then Kevin Warsh's first meeting, you can't really front run it. You can, but you don't really know which direction. And like I'm saying, as this all culminates, that's going to tell us where the dollar, bonds, and leadership ends up. And then from there, I think it'll be very easy to make plays. Right now, it's very hard to make plays because now you don't have the momentum. The prices are still kind of high, and then you don't know what's going to happen. So you're thinking the right area, but just, yeah, I wouldn't go too early. And like we're saying, we don't know what's going to happen this week. Like I'm saying, what if CPI is better? CPI is better, or it's bad but not as bad, and then factor that into some of the other global events, whatever we get from the White House this week, and then if, again, Kevin Warsh could be very good or very bad, we don't know. So like I'm telling you, it's once we figure out that, this market will be easy again, just how it was easy to buy the dip in March and April and then ride it out through May. And we did the same thing in May. We rode Catalyst, and then once the Catalyst disappeared, you had that little gap, and that's where we started to melt up even more. And then, yeah, we went from there. But for now, you are going to need a lot of patience. Thankfully, we've talked about this for a while, and we've burned enough time to get here. But, yeah, like this next 2 weeks, any play you make, it will be at the mercy of whatever occurs. And that's the problem, is that we know there's an event, but we don't really know what the results are going to be. It better be better. Hey, Habibi, no guarantee, man, you know? I have no bias to go up or go down. I am happy, you know? I am happy. You just want to have fun building the long term and trade before school starts. No guarantees, Habibi. We're not here to have fun. We're here to make money. So long term, that's little by little. The trades, you'll be at the mercy of whether or not the bubble continues. But remember, let me just put it this way. The more desperate you guys get for a move, you guys are going to pop the bubble. Okay? That's so just fine by me. I'm already cashed out a lot. But I'm just saying, the more desperation for a move, and if you force it, we already know it's going to happen with luck. I'm already telling y'all. Bro. So you got to just be mindful. Be mindful of it all. And then, yeah, if you want to restart options, I mean, just make sure you got your long-term and that you understand it. That's one of the scarier things, is that as of recently, I've seen a lot of people who are like, yeah, I did this 4 or 5 years ago, and now I want to get into it. But if you didn't really learn and pick up on like what it is, that's kind of the the problem, where it might backfire. We've been talking a lot about just understanding what the options are will take you a long way, but don't force, don't be desperate. Those are the two best pieces of advice, but if they are not followed, I mean, and we can reasonably forecast what to expect. SPY credit spreads, put credit spreads. If the volatility, I mean, after today the VIX climbed a little bit, but anytime into like bigger sell-offs, I mean, the selling puts has been good. We talked about that end of March, so I still think volatility could go higher, but I would keep that idea in mind. GOCXW House votes to advance $70 billion GOP immigration bill. I know, dude. PDT rule, IPO. Wasn't there one more thing they changed? I guess perpetual futures. But yeah, it's funny, all this stuff coming in at June. Midterm money glitch. Well, that's the thing too. You guys know the midterm money glitch already hit. So again, I'm still keeping my eyes out for more, but and then in like half of the market, the midterm money glitch is there, but just yeah, I don't know. I think some people interpreted the midterm money glitch to mean that we sell off right ahead of the midterms. That's not what it says. The midterm money glitch is that we hit the low of the year sometime before November. And that's kind of the problem, because we hit the low of the year in March. So we were saying that all through April and May, where he said, hey guys, you should be prepared, where that could have been the low. But yeah, what we're waiting for now is just that the October signal. You don't really want to be holding too much cash after that. And then we're going to see what other industries didn't appreciate. But for the most part, I mean, if the midterms happen tomorrow, the midterm money glitch played out how it should have. The first part is that you hit the low ahead of the low of the year happens ahead of the midterm. And then the second part, that's the part we should be focusing on now. Because again, I do think some people are like hoping the market sells off right before, and they're like, midterm money glitch. But it's like, remember, you technically already achieved that. So the one goal you would have had ahead of the midterms, hit a low before the midterms, you did that. You hit a low in March. So what you should be focusing on now, what happens after November? Does anybody know? So midterm money glitch, assuming we might go down more, awesome if you have cash. But what if we don't go down? What if we stay right here and then the midterms happens? So what's the thing now? What's the next part of the midterm money glitch? It's the reason why I am telling you I am not going to hold any cash come October, November. Why? What is the logic behind how history plays out with the midterms? So, because a lot of people keep bringing up the lows, but again, we've already achieved that first one. So again, we might go back down, we might not, but that has already been in the books. But what's the second part now that makes this such a compelling trade idea? There's something else that happens every time. Yeah, ding, 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 ding. So that's the second part. It is always higher 6 months later. So wherever the day the midterms are, the market's going to be higher 6 months later. That's just how it's played out every time. So that was the whole idea. That's why we're going to take notice of what industries are lagging, or what's ever still at the lows before then. But generally speaking, I mean, the other part of that play and using the money is that it usually creates upside for the next 6 months, pretty much from now November till like April, June. That's where the market, it has always hit a new high after that. So ta-da, or at least not a new high, but it'll be higher than where the midterms were. So that's why, depending on where the market is when the midterms come in, that's going to help set up that range as well. So yeah, that's the two-part equation. That's why I'm saying it's like we got one low of the year. We bought Oracle, and again, that's something I brought up even on the Oracle video. We didn't know how it was going to play out. That's why take advantage of good deals when they're in front of you. But at the same time, we got to get through that. And then once we get through the first half, depending on whether that was the low or not, the next part of the play is capturing the gains that follow afterwards. So, yeah, that's how I'm chopping it up. Epsom, EPSM. Yes, there was only one instance. The one instance you didn't hit you hit the low after the midterms was 2018. But then in that case too, you were still higher 6 months later. So 6 months after the midterms, you were still that has been bulletproof. So wait for a 20% down day or better. No. Tell me the make and model of your vehicle so I could slash your tires. Why are you making this so difficult? You get what I'm saying? This is the part where I'm kind of we've talked midterm money glitch from the beginning of the year, and like I'm saying, I don't know why people are making this difficult. It's very simple. You hit your low before the midterm. Midterm is in November. You hit a low of the year prior to the midterms. Guess what? We already did that. So it's either this is the low of the year or we come down 150 points and then that sets a new low. I don't care what happens. Either way, either or can occur, right? But then now the next part about this is that it comes back up and then we get into wherever this market is from the midterms. 6 months later, it's going to be higher off of that. So all I'm saying is we took advantage of the first part. We'll see where the lows are at, what's lagging ahead of time. But then come the what's it called? The midterms, we are probably going to be deploying all of our cash because the next 6 months will most likely be bullish. Yeah, I mean, NASDAQ moved like 4%, 4.5% top to bottom today. It's pretty crazy. U.S. has informed Israel it'll attack Iran in coming hours and pursue a non-limited major move on Iran, per U.S. officials. That candle looks ugly today. That little wick down, but SPY likes that headline. You want lower lows. Everybody does, but you know what I'm saying? Bending the facts aren't going to do anything. That's what I'm saying. I think a lot of people want to bend some of these, potential, like what could happen. But yeah, that's why I've been saying this whole time. Take everything unbiased. Otherwise, the info I give you is not going to help you. It's just going to make you more biased to whatever you want. But if you could take what I'm saying and you don't really care if it goes up or down, you will be able to make good opportunities or good actions. That's exactly why I bought Oracle in March. If I go play the Oracle video, you could hear me say it in the moment in the video, and I was like, hey guys, midterm money glitch. I don't know if this is going to be the low of the year or not. I see a good price in front of me. We're going to buy it. So just be careful. I mean, don't take something easy and try to bend it to confuse yourself or others. But even then, though, it doesn't matter if you use the facts to try to make it paint a picture of the reality you want, it's going to backfire. That war is good for stocks. It is. I mean, I was telling everybody at the all throughout March and the end of March, I was actively reminding people that out of every single global geopolitical conflict, we were higher 45 days later. So I would remind people that. Then the news would be like, yeah, but this time it's different. And then the boomers, and then the young guys, and the Nick Fuentes kids, and they would all everybody freaked out. But yeah, remember Buy the Invasion. Do you remember that? Do you guys remember when we were worried about troops getting deployed? And I was just telling you, ironically, Buy the Invasion is kind of a market thing. But yeah, well, you got to see that play out. So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes in the moment, I know you got to be patient and it feels weird, but you know, that's that uncertainty, the tolerance towards uncertainty I've been telling you about. But it's like, yeah, you got to see how that one, just timing, and you see how it plays out. It takes some time, and it sounds weird in the beginning, but some things are really that simple, right? Like every global geopolitical conflict, the market is up. By the invasion, the market goes up, right? It's like these are very simple to follow. Same thing goes with the midterm money glitch. You hit a low of the year prior to the midterms, which we've already set, and then the next 6 months after the midterms are always bullish. Super easy to follow. And that's why I'd encourage you to lower the noise around it and kind of just take it at face value, and it should help you out. Unchk, 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 unchk. Those unch premiums will not move, though. They were higher yesterday. They're see, welcome to momentum. They're moving, but they're moving slow. You need a speed, brother. Speed. VMC. Power hour. Ironically. One major event this year that every time it occurs, it always leads to a major market rally for the next 6 months. The best part is that there is over 115 years of history, and not once has this failed. So what I'm going to cover in this video is quite simply the event that we're dealing with at hand, a little bit of the history and data behind it so you could get some examples, and then ultimately the buying window that you need to be looking out for. This is how I plan on building the long term this year. I am going to be looking for this window myself, and we are going to be executing it all live. So all I ask for, man, a like on the video. Tell me that I look pretty, and if it really does seem too overwhelming for you, we are going to be doing this live. We have been building all of these example accounts, $200 a month, $300 a month, $3,000 a month. These are long-term model portfolios, and you could see how it's done if it ever doesn't make sense. So the event that I'm talking about, quite simply, it is the midterms. I know it's easy, but here's the thing. You need to know why the midterms cause this type of reaction so that you can accurately spot the window. The window is important in knowing how to react in this scenario because midterm years are notoriously volatile, and they're actually known as the weakest period for capital appreciation. This means that spotting the window or missing the window, that's going to be the difference between you knowing about it earlier and only being at break even by the time it starts, or knowing about it earlier, getting in early and being up before all of the magic starts to happen. So eloquently put, why the midterms causes this reaction? Because it's all kind of dumb. This huge up and down is simply because of all of the noises. I mean, I think it makes sense to a lot of you. Some of you never got to experience this, but I want you to think
think if you have, you get to hear all the promises back and forth lately. You've been hearing all about the housing and credit cards and affordability. These promises feed noise into the market. Then you get the opposition, the GOP, the people against it. They start going back and forth, highlighting the biggest and little failures. This starts to add a little bit more volatility. And now the best one is something called gridlock. I know you've heard this, but for 100 years in a row, man, Wall Street, they love to freak out about this. They say, oh my gosh, gridlock, split House and Senate. They're not going to be able to do anything. It's going to hurt the policy. And then just like clockwork, my friends, once the midterms are over, does not matter who wins, who loses, anything that happens. What do they start doing? They say, okay, we have certainty now. And then the markets start to build from there. So that's what you need to understand. I told you, I'm going to keep it simple and quick, but my goodness, these reactions are huge when you actually go and look at it. But now the first window that you need to be looking out for is the 2 months before the midterm. So I'm going to switch over to the screen. We're going to go over some of these history examples, but what you need to keep in mind is that this is not a rule, but a range. So stay vigilant because no matter what you end up getting, it could play out a little differently. It's not like, okay, 2 months do this automatically. It's to get an idea of how the noise injects into the market, how uncertainty enters, and then how uncertainty leaves. But the most iconic example of the pre-window is the dot-com era in 2002, 2 months before the midterms. That's when you had the bottom of the dot-com bubble. So you got to keep this in mind, and I think this is going to help a lot of you. But now let's look at all the other examples. So this is that example from the dot-com crash. Everything started selling off from 2000 all the way to the low of September 2002. That was about 2 months ahead of the midterms. You got a little bounce. It did meander there shortly after, but then that's what got you going until 08, and then you started taking off after that into your modern era. Now, I did want to start by showing you guys the main chart. This is how it looks like if you pretty much looked at every single midterm plotted out. I mean, again, at one point, the S&P was at like 9 in the early 1930s, and I did want to go over the history, but I realized some of you guys, you may not want the full entire 1930s history, so what I want to start with is pretty much the last couple of years so you could see it in the modern era and how it really applied. So what we're going to start with is the last midterm that we had in November of 2022. Now, like I said in the beginning of the video here, it is a 6-month rally window, and that's how you're going to want to apply this. Essentially, this 100% success rate, it is 6 months after the midterm. The market is always higher. Now, the average is about like 13%. The highest years have been 30, and then you kind of meander between that 15-20% level. Some years, there's a couple of anomalies where it wasn't that good, and there was some reasons why, but going back to November 2022, you can see how you took off within the next 6 months in a couple of years, but once again, in September, 2 months before, notice you had a lot of volatility in 2022, 2 months before, you bottomed out, and then after the midterms, that is what began your rally. The one before that, it was 2018. So again, this comes every 4 years, and once again, you actually started selling, and I believe this in 2018, this was one of the only midterms where shortly after, or essentially on the midterm year, you set the low of the year after the midterm. So prior to the midterms, on every other year that it's a midterm year, you hit the low before the midterm. So that's why I'm saying you got to be cautious for that volatility. 2018, you had the repo crisis, you had a lot of things with rates. Once again, it was a Donald Trump presidency, and you hit the low about a month or two after, and then once again, 6 months later, you are trading higher. So that 2 month window there, you still had your bottom, and that would have played out, but this was your anomaly in the last 115 years that did change how things played out. And ironically enough, the midterm 4 years prior to that under Barack Obama in 2014, this was actually your smallest gain 6 months later at only 2.5%, because there was a lot of things going on. You were pretty much coming off of the taper tantrum in Europe and a lot of other things on the years prior. You know, just about 4 years from the Great Recession, and then you also had a lot of things going on with oil. If you guys remember, 2014, you saw oil's first dip. Well, yeah, that was around here, but once again, you had your October move. You didn't have too big of a low there in 2014. It was still generally a good year, so maybe that's also why it was smaller, but this was your smallest post-midterm reaction. So there in 2018, 2014, you get to see some of the anomalies, and that's why I'm saying being aware of this, use this not as a rule, but as a range to keep positioning in mind. It's going to help you out a lot. And then now, let's go back to 2010. You also had Mr. Barack Obama, and this one was a much better year and actually led to a 10% gain. Once again, in the midterm year, you kind of hit your low. This time, it was in like August and September, so about 3 months, and then you did hit the real ultimate low of that year in June. But then again, right ahead of the midterms, you started ramping up, and then after November, you hit a high, came back to the midterm level, and then you began to proceed on.
So even 2010 was like that. You ripped in 2010, but then the low came around, or you ripped in the beginning, and then it came around June. But then 2014 was a straight up year, and then that had the smallest post midterms gain, because that also had the biggest pre-midterms gain as well too. This video is called "Stop Trading Until You Watch This: Midterm Money Glitch." This was posted a couple months ago, February 22nd, 2026, and that's why come the Oracle and the software decline, we started going there. I guess no, you guys should watch all of these.
On up, and this time you actually had the benefits of
quantitative. I ended up going through like 70 years of history, but
other things in the favor that led you all the way up to 2014. So now, let's go to George W. Bush. Oh, wait, we got to go before 2008. But yeah, George W. Bush now. That was in 2006. And now this one is an anomaly because, well, you see what happened after with 2008, but take a look at what happened after like August. Here's the midterm. Again, you were kind of having the range. You started off that year actually pretty good, but then you had the midterms in November 2006. And like I'm saying, 6 months later, you always end up. And believe it or not, by November or even halfway through to the next year, you actually were hitting a high on the market. And then.
So do you see that with 06, 07? That was the weird part. Because look at 06, 07. You hit your low, I think around March, actually. Same thing. Your low of the year came around March. Then you ripped up. And then, even though it was 6 months after the midterm, you actually ended up higher. But then 2-3 months later, the market literally crashed. So do you see how that one where the midterm money glitch worked, but you could still drop after that 6 month window?
All of your problems occurred with 2008. So this is another anomaly, or it should kind of just give you a reality check where, again, it does give you an opportunity to position, but if you ever go through something broader, I mean, 1 year later, remember, your expiration period on this is about 6 months. And again, I should even tell you, this is all for the long term as well. So be careful trying to gamble on it, because like I'm telling you, these windows, as you're going through the years, it does play out a little different each time. So now the next year that we had was 2002. That was after the dot-com one. That's what established our nice 2 month window. And then this was a very good bottom, especially with some of the stuff we're going through with tech and all of that. A lot of people have been gravitating towards this midterm. I mean, even with the higher for longer rates and all that other stuff occurring. So let's go back to the other midterm, 1998 with Bill Clinton. I did not have relations with those options. So as you can see here, this one was actually a very good year. And then you did start to get market volatility. This was about 2 months or 3 months ahead of the midterms. You had your dip, and then you started to run up real quick, and then by November, you were already at the high by the midterms, and then again, 6 months later, you are running into the peak of the market. And now I think we got to go back one more time and take us to 1994, because that was the other Bill Clinton term. So once again, you were already starting off that year good. You had some volatility, but it was mostly to the upside. And now in this case, you actually just started running up, like literally into 1994. It's kind of like Obama's, but you were already up there, and then by November, you kind of went up a little bit. Then meandered for
I think 98. Those were both years too that you set your low early in the year. But
a couple months into the new year,
yeah,
and then that's what took off that 6 month window, and then you really started ripping. So that was Mr. Bill Clinton in 1994, and that one was a 16.9% rally. The other one in 2008, after that little bottom, or 2008, 1998, that was 23% rally. So that was a very good reaction as well. And now we get to George H.W. Bush, Mr. Senior, and get to 1990 and what happened there. So once again, you're already edging up this time.
So yeah, you can see, go through all of them. That's a good little refresher. 5 minutes on 2 times speed. And then where's the other one? I did not have relations with those options. I feel like that's what Bill would have said. And then Oracle. Yeah, I like the market cap. Saying, oh, you got to get out at irrational price. Don't want to buy at the most expensive, like almost $10 for. So it's lower than the decline at a pretty. There had 8% midterms. You got one area of volatility lower. I do think it has a lot of risk with everything from OpenAI down to their debt, but the key that I've been going over right now is positioning. Ahead of the midterms, you got one area of volatility with software. I wanted to make sure I took advantage of it, and simply by using one of the deposits at the time, I either had 8% cash or 0.8 or 1.8 in the bigger account. By going with 0.8 or like 0.9, half of the 1.8 that I had in the YouTube account, or again, since I had 15% cash since the small or the bigger rebuild account, it made up a little bit more with each deposit. The way I was looking at it is like, yeah, there is risk with Oracle. Are you getting it? That's why we brought software. Do you see how this is all tying together? I hope you are. So yeah, that's why it's like whatever is down ahead of the midterms, you could take advantage of it. If it already is ripping, then that's a different story. Net is on the low. That could be their investor day. Like I was telling you guys, they had kind of a pivotal one. It's already 12. I thought their investor day was going to happen earlier. But yeah, does this make sense? This is something we've talked about, pretty much a theme of all year. I mean, we've been talking about it for several months now. And then we're halfway done, but I do hope you guys are getting it. It's not going to be as easy. It's not like I'm saying where, you know, many years you could hit the low early on and other things could happen. Or again, at this point, we're going to be relegated to just shopping by industry if this market stays up. But either way, the general principles and what to expect momentum wise, they are firmly intact. So, and even then too, like I was just showing you on some of those examples, I mean, a lot could happen between pretty much June and August with midterm years as well. There is times where that happens. 2K terms, I don't know. You know, like in 2K, when you're down, you could be like down 20 points, but then the game lets you like come back. That's kind of what it reminds me of with the midterms. But other than that, I don't know if there's no political link with 2K, unfortunately. The link, search midterm money glitch on YouTube. I have to go find it again. I already X'd out of it. Why did you go to that strike price? Long term, good. Short term, no. Well, like I'm saying, I mean, I even put in the video, trying to gamble on the midterm money glitch, that could play out a little weird. Just because, again, it's not like this is a if this, then that. It's not as direct. And just every midterm year has played out pretty different. And again, there is anomalies depending on how good it does prior, how bad it does, all those things. Now net is bouncing up. MQ. Got Marquetta. And then, yeah, Sweet Greens was the one running. Food Place didn't do too bad today. Oh, Shake Shack. Shake Shack Palantir. Was Howard at the Knicks game last night? Howard. Howard! Now I want to listen to that. I haven't heard that one in a while. We need some Howard. Didn't lie. Or deny.
Howard didn't lie or deny that he hung with that guy. But we still ask why. Did you go to that eye? Not once, but a couple times. Don't be shy, please don't lie. Actually, we don't even like to why. Howard escaped 9/11. Terrorists got their virgins in heaven, but there's still something I'm not getting. Howard, what the F did you go to that island?
Woo! Amen, bro. Amen. Howard. We need more caveman financial advice videos. You might. It just, those videos scare me. Those videos scare me how well some people understand it. That's why I'm like, no, it's like a little too effective. Because then at that one point, people were like, can you just do the whole watch list like that? Good, which I'd be down with, honestly. I think it'd be good. No catalyst, bad. Catalyst, good. You get CPI, then you move. Move before CPI, bad. You don't know what happened. You don't know. After CPI, you don't know. Okay? Kevin Warsh, I don't know. Kevin say bad, market bad. Kevin say good, market good. So yeah, like, I mean, we really could save a lot of time, but I would hate to, you know, there's so much. I hope people want to understand it how I do. Like, it's deep and it's fascinating, a lot of complexity, but I mean, man, Caveman Financial is very effective at times. Spend all cash before midterm? No. After midterm, spend all cash. I go high. High after midterm. Before? I don't know. I don't know before midterm. After midterm, 6 month, high. So yeah, if that helps, I do hope that saves us some time. Assume I'm broke. Assume Howard didn't lie or deny. QSR on the high? Weren't they dropping earlier? Iran affiliated media citing a source, they denied reports Iran has sent a new peace or nuclear proposal. Comes after they reported to Tehran submitted a new draft said to be acceptable. They also rejected earlier reports Tehran agreed to transfer enriched uranium, indicating contradictory reports continue to surround the negotiations. What time is it? 12:17! Oh, Chad, the day is almost over. Isn't Zillow a down scenario with CPI tomorrow? No, because if CPI does good, they could benefit. And then if CPI is bad, I mean, it's just a matter of how they do. Because like I'm saying, just keep in mind, I mean, in the last, 3 trading days, the NASDAQ has lost like 7% of value. And then Zillow has stayed the exact same price. So again, it went a little lower, but nothing like crazy. You know, and that's exactly why I bought Zillow. It was already at the bottom. So, you know, that was kind of our logic with some of these laggers, is that if the market goes bad and it's already done bad, it shouldn't hit it up, or, you know, it shouldn't hit it lower in the same. Some can, like China, but yeah, it just all kind of depends. But in Zillow's case, I actually think it's been doing quite well for exactly what we wanted. Yeah, CBO, it needs to get above 290, back into the 300s. Oh, Dualtron. 10 of them? Dualtron, you ain't even got a membership, dog. Bro, you gifted yourself. You see, it said Dualtrons received a gifted membership from Dualtrons. Even YouTube was like, bro, you deserve a gift. That's amazing. Horn. I've never seen that before. No, literally, it literally gifted him. That's why, because that was the first thing. I was like, you don't even have a membership. YouTube was like, yeah, we got that. Yeah, I know I've seen that happen before, but I've never seen somebody gift themselves. It said Dualtrons received a gifted message, a membership by Dualtrons. It worked, bro. It's amazing. Howard escaped. 9/11. Colton. What's up, baby? God bless you, too. Good morning, you guys. Good afternoon. Good happy end of the day, almost. Mm-hmm. Gifted membership glitch. They figured it out. In and out. That's what our long term is all about. Woo! Okay. Howard. No, I did not add Zillow to the long term. No. Latest long term was Kimberly Quality at a perfect time, but yeah, I mean, all this year I've only bought Tap, Kimberly, and Oracle. That's all. I mean, I know you guys, I'm boring 6 months in. Again, we had some other good plays we got to ride coming into it, but yeah, everything else has been short term. Long term's pretty easy to follow if you have been following along, but you know, that's the beauty of not making too many moves. You said buy into it. No, I said I like into it, but that's it. JK. All right, man. So, you know I don't like that, right? It's like I still like it, but you know, if you weren't in locked in, I wouldn't have timed you out. So come on, that's it. I told you. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, he's late. I forgot. You guys know it's June, right? So I think I bring Yosh back. You know, especially with all these new locked in antics. It's that, or we don't have to bring him back. But if we don't bring back Yosh, I'm gonna double the price of locked in. So it's up to you guys, but we gotta, you know, I'm not tolerant. The Yashatola, you know, this close to peace deals, we can't, you know, I don't think this is a time to let off. Long term, there's only such thing as long terms in stocks. No such thing as long term plays. You vote Yashatola? We might. I said June. I might bring him back. And then I just realized it's already June 9th, bro. Riots have erupted in Belfast, UK, following the attempted beheading of a local man by a Sudanese invader. Oh, okay. That's so we're over here worrying about the market going down. Oh my gosh, what is this? Yeah, bro. I mean, it just looks like a big fire, but that's how riots get started. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. Dude, that makes so much sense now. Never mind. I know why some of y'all be acting out of pocket. It's this whole time. It's Pride Month. That's what it was. You were just celebrating, you little Besant. I didn't know. My bad. My bad. Maybe I don't bring out Yash. I don't know if that'd be if you get in trouble. But that makes a lot of sense now. I'm understanding it now. I get it. No, I get it. I was wondering. I was like, how come? I was like, I just told y'all sell before it dipped. I told you exactly what to look for, and y'all getting real flamboyant about some very clear info. Some of these jokes, I'm like, no, it makes a lot of. I didn't know you were celebrating. My bad. You should have told me. I could respect your culture. That's fine with me. But yeah, we're working, dog. We're working. But no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. You little Besant. I know. It's funny because, nobody understands that. I love it. It is. I be calling people Besant, and they have no idea what it means. I think it's a great way to communicate. How you knew KMB would go up on ex-dividend instead of down? I didn't. I just got lucky. Like I was telling you, the less desperate you are, the more lucky you will get. And then luck met preparation and opportunity. So I saw the opportunity of a dividend and a low price on Kimberly. Meanwhile, everybody was fucking going crazy for growth. So we just took it, and it ended up rewarding us a lot more. It shouldn't have. So I thought Kimberly was going to go down. That's why I'm saying it's so awkward, because I genuinely thought I was going to post that video, right? And then the next day it was going to go down, and then I was expecting at least like 20 motherfuckers to be like, ha ha ha, I fell, you fucking idiot. This aged terribly. I hate you. You're so bad. Fuck you. Fuck this scammer with your sock on your head. That's what I was expecting. And then they were like, oh, what a terrible Kimberly. And then you guys were supposed to go in the chat every 5 minutes that Kimberly would hit a low. And then you'd be like, Kimberly at the low. Kimberly at the low. My Kimberly is getting crushed. Josh, my short-term play on your long-term play is getting crushed. Fuck you, Josh. It's going Kimberly on the low. I thought that was going to happen for the next 48 hours. And then I thought Kimberly was going to bounce. And that's why I thought it would have been good, because it would have gave everybody the opportunity to get in lower and do all that. But in this case, it went down the day before ex-dividend by the dividend amount, and then it ripped because of the value rotation. But I didn't know that was going to happen. I was actually expecting, and I was preparing for the opposite. So I put that deposit down, and I bought that stock assuming it was going to drop in the next 48 hours. It dropped the next day, but yeah, now we're up like 5-6% plus the 1.25 dividend that you receive, which is kind of nuts. But yeah, that was not what I was expecting at all. So but again, that's the whole desperation, luck, and opportunity. All the stars kind of aligned. So making one good decision in one area kind of came full circle. You went and bought Kimberly, then said bet. You should have bet. I know you should have. I would have gave it to you. I was trying to. I think 3 people guessed it right, and I asked all of them. I was like, would you bet me for a house? And nobody, I said, all you have to do is put up a car. Now you would have made 1,000%. So if you put up a $20,000 Camry, I would have put up a $300,000 house. It would have, man, maybe next time. Maybe next time though. I know. That's it. The conviction though. If you believe, man, sell the land and buy it all. That's what the Bible says. There's something I'm not getting. Well, it sucks Intel gave it up. But yeah, I'm glad. We still have a lot of growth, though, in the portfolio. So it kind of sucks. The latest one's on Oracle. I haven't made the long form video after the Kimberly, which I kind of don't want to now because then it's a little late, and after how it's moved, I don't want people top ticking plays. But generally, the portfolio is exactly the same as what it was in March. I just have 30% more Kimberly now. So I think I have 10 shares of Kimberly and then 100 on the big account instead of like 70 or 60 or 7 or 6. How patient for real estate? Better to wait more than stocks or bite on the good ones? I think you know the answer to that. Simple. I will buy a good house deal at any moment. So like hypothetically speaking, if Iran launched a Shahed drone on the American mainland and buildings were getting bombed and on fire and somebody was like, I'll sell you my house for 70% off, I would buy it that day. So I don't care about anything. All I care about is the price of real estate. So that's why I say you all should be looking every day, have an area, have a general idea in mind for real estate and look. And then the moment of opportunity comes your way, I mean, it's just like these windows with stocks. You got to react when they're there. But there's no like ample waiting period, if that makes any sense. You actually don't want to wait too long for anything. Same thing with the stock. Good price, I would take it. The Trump, there was one Trump, I think here. Or no, right here was the little, that's where we bottomed out on the Trump True Social about Iran. I mean, it did do a lot. Like, you got to think about it. So, like, here's the long term. Again, remember, Intel hit 130. Intel's down to 100 now. So, even with Intel slashing 30% of that, your long term's still right near all-time highs. So, again, some of the value and the other stuff coming up that was built out, that helped a lot. So, again, I think the same thing on the Fidelity, but Fidelity's more concentrated with Intel. But then also, too, holding that cash also helps stabilize things, too, so that you didn't get clipped too hard. What? Okay, I guess so. Yeah, what the fuck? So, again, holding cash, getting good value. I mean, we're still, again, Intel came down. You know, imagine if Intel was $30 higher, all of these portfolios would be even crazier. But, yeah, even though Intel stopped moving, it's not like you're paying for it as much if you've built out some of the other stuff. Still could be doing better, though. Honestly, I still believe I believe we need a lot more value when it's all said and done. That's why I like that cash. The cash is kind of acting like value, but yeah. Long term. natives sold their land. They can, but they have to agree. It's even, there's weird laws on like buying native land. You can't even buy certain things, or like you could only develop it if a native owns part of it. But yeah, I don't know how that relates, but yeah, that's funny. Someone asked me that. Someone asked me about a native-owned property a couple weeks ago. You're torn on real estate, your home gone up, but you put as much into it. Gold didn't need any upkeep. Well, that's here. Do this. The next time it rains outside, go outside and sleep in your gold. And then tell me if you've realized where the value of your home comes from. Because that's the number one thing I've always said. I don't care if you're talking Bitcoin, gold. I said this during COVID. I said this before COVID. I said this after COVID. The number one bullish thing with real estate is you need it. You have to use it and live in it. And then population growth and all these other things. So that's why I'm always a firm believer in like, that's why I like turning my paper gains into real estate, because like paper is paper, digital numbers come and go, but there's something about turning it into a trophy that you could stand in, sleep in, you could utilize it, you could use it for whatever. You could have an event, you could throw a party, you could hang out, you could rent it. Oh, so much value. The Zillow, you're still in DCAing and taking profits. Well, if you already done that, I'd call it a day. Again, I wanted to make it free at 100, but that's my plan, to just make it free after a certain pop. But I keep holding it even after it pops. But if you already made money on it, I wouldn't go too crazy. Again, none of these plays are, you're not supposed to hold them till expiration. I am just playing these with time just because of the momentum, the movement, and all of that. I don't want them to die if things take an extra day or an extra week. $20 cash in taxable, 15 in Roth, 10% in IRA, waiting for dips. I don't think that's a good idea. That's a lot of cash, brother. So even though it's split up in multiple accounts, I wouldn't go above 20% cash. But then if you have 5 accounts with 20% cash, I mean, yeah, but it's up to you. Again, that's not really what we do, or that's not really what I've even done over these decades to build some wealth. I don't like cash. I don't even like cash, even though we're building it in the long term right now. You know, it helps when there's good names at the low and it's nice to have. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad, like, you look at our portfolios, even with Intel, even if Intel comes down, you know, putting cash to work in other names, it's helped out. So, you know, the idea is always keep the money growing. But, you know, you are going to have to work your way through this mentality of, you know, holding a lot of cash, not working, not letting the money work a lot in hopes of getting a better deal. But yeah, you got to ask yourself how long that's going to take. On extra premium on your mortgage, just do bi-weekly payments and then add an extra $100 to principal. It'll save you like 10 years on the mortgage. Betting on a woman is like buying Bitcoin at the top. How did you go from I'm holding an extraordinary amount of cash to I don't support the institute of marriage? That's a big jump. That's a big, maybe it explains a lot though. Maybe. CBOE, they started off weaker. Extra 100 monthly. But yeah, it's like on the principal. You pay down principal. So it's not that you just like pay more. You have to select the specific option to pay down the principal. But yeah, if you throw an extra $100 a month towards principal and then you pay bi-weekly so that you could actually get more payments in, that saves you interest in the long run. That's the only mortgage trick I know for that. Don't they allocate to the next payment? No. They that's why there's an option. Not every broker allows this. No, but there's an option where it says add additional principal. That's why you have to direct it towards the principal, because then once you pay the minimum payment, then they'll lower the principal. What about lump sum? You could do that. Just make sure the lump sum goes towards the principal. But then, yeah, that's just going to whatever. That's like paying down the mortgage a little bit. But then, too, the whole idea is that when the principal gets lowered, the next interest payment is lower. So, you know, because, again, that's how mortgages, it's calculating how much you owe, right? You pay 5% on $100,000. So then you make a payment, now you owe $99,500. Your interest is going to be on $99,500. So if you lower that principal, that means just lower interest in the long run. So, but the trick that's like very negligible, you do bi-weekly payments and then do an additional $100 towards principal. You could do either $50 every 2 weeks or $100 at the end of it, or even $200 a month. But $100 extra, reducing the principal, and then making bi-weekly payments, like after 10 years or after the course of the mortgage, you'll save like 10 years of interest. It's insane. Just those two little tricks, extra $100 a month, $1,200 a year, mixed in with that extra payment, it goes a long, long way towards reducing some of your back-end costs. You could set it up all through your mortgage payments. Just go wherever you pay your mortgage, and you could switch it to bi-weekly. And then after, there should be something where it says make payments, and then it should say like additional payments, and then it says towards principal. But the whole idea is towards the principal. But you're not allowed to pay down principal until you've paid your minimum interest of that month. So once you pay minimum interest, pay your minimum payment, then you could pay whatever you want after that. So that's the whole idea. We pay the minimum payment, then add an extra $100 to principal. So now you're lowering what you owe on the house. Even if it's by $100, that's $100 less getting interest. And then another $100 and $100. And then over, you know, a 30-year mortgage, those little $100 and then less interest on the next payment, it slowly adds up. It's like the dividends, like dividend reinvestment, but in reverse. So instead of now compounding working against you, you fight against the compounding a little bit. And then again, the whole idea of bi-weekly payments is you get an extra payment. So think about it. If you paid every month, that's 12 payments, right? And then if you paid every 2 weeks, how many weeks are there in a year? 52, right? So now you have 52 weeks in a year. So let's cut that in half. You're left with 26, right? You're making 26 payments, but now think about that. If this was broken into months, that would be 13 months. So now you just got an extra 1 month of payments every year by paying bi-weekly instead of paying monthly. So by the end of bi-weekly, you technically made 13 monthly payments, where if you just paid monthly, you would be making 12 payments. So that extra one extra month of payments a year by going bi-weekly, that lowers your amount of interest that you owe on the mortgage. So you got to pay the same exact amount, the same bi-weekly like you were doing, but it converts into an extra payment, and then you're already paying down your principal. These little things will save you a fuck ton of money in the back end. That's if you're going to keep the house for a long time and live in it and pay the mortgage. Trump to ABC, recent attack on Iran was unnecessary, but I understand their motives. Thanks for breaking it down. Yeah, these are cool little banking tricks. You see what I'm saying? It's just like the payment thing is just a number thing. 52 weeks cut in half versus 12 months. That's you know what I'm saying? It's just like a weird little trick. And then again, paying down the principal, you know, just like your credit card. Every time you pay down your credit card, you're paying less interest. Same thing, just on your biggest loan that you own. Yeah, it saves you anywhere from like 7 to 10 years. It just depends on how much you do it, and then obviously how big the loan is. You could do it for cars, but cars don't matter as much because cars aren't on very long payments. You know, 3, maybe 7 years if you're really crazy about it, but the lower balance on cars, it's not the same amount. You could still save interest if you don't like paying interest, but like car interest, even if you paid off, you know, minimum payments on a 5-year car mortgage, you're not going to spend more than a couple grand in interest. Whereas like, again, a house, 10, 20, 30 years of interest could be like half of the home's value. So welcome to banking. 3 drone attacks hit Iranian Kurdish opposition camp. Would you rather have 5 houses or 15 mortgages? Do I have 15 houses with the 15 mortgages? Or it just all depends. It all depends. But I'd rather have real estate. Whichever way. Just that's the thing, man. Like I was saying the other day. This is what I was trying to explain to my homie. Because I'm trying to tell him, I'm like, bro, it's the #1 tax shelter in the world. So if there's a mortgage, tax write-off. No mortgage, tax write-off. Doesn't matter what any way you look at it, there's some sort of benefit on the back end of taxes, not to mention preserving the value. You put in a couple $100 grand, you know that money's not going to fluctuate on a Donald Trump tweet, right? You know, and it's just so much better to, and then again, if you levered it up, assuming you're not overpaying, that's why I give a strict emphasis on what you pay for the home, because then even if you have a mortgage on it, it's still going to put you in a better off position, ideally. It went good. I found him a property. We talked. He helped me with a couple things, but he's ready. He's still a little hesitant. But yeah, I have convinced him to sell off a portion of anything. I said sell anything, but I told him, I said he's not allowed to sell until he has a house to buy. But yeah, he's a little intimidated. What time is it? Oh, 12:47. Time keeps on ticking, ticking, ticking into the long term. Turning 34. Had my first month in the home funded by the long term. First harvest was great. Time and discipline and hustle till the second. God bless Chads. Amen. And happy birthday. So I'm talking about you cycling through, baby. Then the next cycle. Then the next cycle. And oh man, every cycle gets bigger. I'm trying to tell him, bro. I'm trying to tell him. Amen. 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 Should you do the mortgage thing if you're going to refinance in the next 5 years? It's up to you. I mean, if you are going to plan on refinancing, it may not, it'll save you some. That's all it's doing is helping you gain a little equity. But the real benefit of that mortgage payment is over time. Over time, split up the payments, add extra principal. That just keeps your equity. But literally, like hypothetically, you pay down more principal, what you owe on the house is going lower. So technically, if the house goes up in value or stays the same, that's helping preserve or increase your equity. The min-maxing, it gets you into forgetting the payment and getting used to it. Kind of, but it's like literally the same. That's just the irony of it all. Is like, yeah, I mean, it's like a weird math trick. So there's just more weeks than there is months. But then if you cut the weeks in half, it's 13 payments. Whereas if you did the same exact time frame on monthly, it would be 12. I think it's because the weekends and the leap year, but
So technically you're making an extra payment, but like it's the same schedule. It's very odd. I think it's one of those little weird math phenomena. It's kind of like it's like your foot is as big as your forearm. It's just one of those weird little fun facts. So like 13 payments is still 12 monthly payments. 13 bi-weekly payments is the same time frame as once a month for a year. Happy 31st. What's this? 10-minute rig. You got to pop and an Aragachi comment. Claim over Strait of Hormuz as Western diplomats push back. 10-minute rigged. The concept would be good to include in the next video. Yeah, so half of them be like, fuck real estate. I'll never afford a house. Give me a gamble. Right now. I need a gamble so maybe I could consider home ownership. Fuck your 10%. I'm like, why? Why did this? I'm like, you should have met all the Chads who started early and with a small amount. So, I guess. Wouldn't these tax policies eventually greatly distort the real estate market? Would necessitate a significant correction? No, I mean, it's just, this has been going on from the beginning of time. So, like, people have been, like, tax law and real estate, it's been like this even before the 2000s. You know what I'm saying? So it's always been like this. That's the elephant in the room of real estate. That's what nobody talks about. I've heard people tell you to move to Puerto Rico. I've seen people give the worst ideas to save on taxes and all of this, and then people only bring up real estate for living and all of these other things, but like, this is one of the biggest secrets in the world. Every rich family knows this. I'm shocked I got to learn it, but that's why I said I've studied this shit. The richest people in the world all have real estate. Why? Because it's a tax shelter. Don't get it twisted. Again, even when they're like BlackRock, single family, tax shelter. Every rich people, why are they buying? Why does fucking Maxine Waters have a $50 million house? Tax shelter. Nancy Pelosi, multiple houses, tax shelter. Go down the list. If you are buying more than one house and it's not for you to live in it, tax shelter. Or if you buy a crazy house to live in, tax shelter. I'm telling you, the answer is tax shelter. And it's been like that for before even many of us started even making money. To put it into perspective, before I ever touched any real bread, it was always like this. You know what I'm saying? And it's always going to be like that. So I don't think there's like a secret pricing in or missing or overbooked value in real estate when this has just been like the inherent feature of real estate from the beginning of time. What about it is a tax write-off? Everything. The money you put in, the upgrades, the depreciation. Again, like I said, if you have a mortgage, so a lot of people don't like the interest, right? And people are like, oh, I'm paying the bank interest. 100% write-offable, even without a company. So even if you're just a normal citizen, you work a job, that interest portion of your mortgage payment is 100% tax write-off. So it's like stuff like that where, again, and then how if you have put it into corporations, you're utilizing it for other business, then everything you put into it starts to become some sort of tax write-off. And then again, it's a lot of money, but then it gets parked and stuck in this liquid asset. So it helps you preserve value and keep value where you need to. There were a lot of people who went bust on real estate. Yeah. My parents lost everything on real estate. They didn't know what they were doing. So, and that's the thing. And my parents weren't using it as a tax shelter. That's what I'm saying.
So, but all of you guys with long terms, building it up, and I mean, again, if you're looking to expand in the future, and especially if you've had any experience with taxes, I'm telling you, that was my first fluke test. The first time I made a lot of money, and then I had to learn. I was like, wait, I owe how much? And that's the thing. Like, this will help you both make money in your life, and then down the road, as you get older and you start to cycle through and make more and more money, you're going to make more money as you get older. The idea is that the real estate is going to help you keep more of that money. And it's something a lot of people ignore. Like I'm telling you, everywhere on the internet, man, all these gurus, all these people selling you all sorts of stuff. And I'm telling you, nobody mentions that real estate is a tax shelter. It's insane. I think it's a psyop. I'm at this point, it's insane that nobody talks about this like they do house hacking or any of these other things you've heard, or again, go fucking move to Puerto Rico, go fucking eat out of go eat out of the sand and live in a country you don't know the language in, and then go get audited. Like, it's wild advice when all things considered. The one thing that people are, no, you'll never get it. Real estate, it's like, that's the number one thing that's gonna limit your tax liability from the day till the day you die. It will always be there. If you want to write off more, you got to operate it like a company, like a real estate company, a rental. But like I'm saying, any of you right now, if you went and you turned Intel into a house and then you had a mortgage, right? Even with as an individual, that mortgage payment, whatever portion of it is interest in the first 15 years are primarily interest, that's 100% write-offable. So technically, if you already are making money and have high taxes, again, this is what I was telling my friend. He works at Google. He makes a lot of money on Google. He has these investments he's making a lot of money on. I'm like, dude, even if you bought it personally, just as your first house to live in, you're going to write off your mortgage payment as a tax write-off just because it's all interest anyways. So yeah, bro, it's something people don't talk about. It's a secret, but it's not a secret because it's obvious. Like, you go once you go spend one day in the tax code, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's all real estate. And again, I'm not the only one who knows. There's people many generations before me that have been doing this. Nice, you put in a trust. That's awesome. Good for you. That's a really good move. I'm impressed. Most people don't do that. That's exactly what you should be doing. All right, Chad. Well, time keeps on ticking. It's kind of 7 hours to nowhere, but it looked pretty ugly today. But that bounce there at the end, not bad. Not bad. The tax, I have a bunch of old videos. I might need to make one on the real estate conspiracy, because it's getting to the point of being a psyop, because everybody's propagandizing you with real estate, then telling you all this other stuff of why it's good and bad, and then they're telling you avoid taxes. But I'm telling you, the easiest answer is just taxes. It's such a benefit to have. That's why I'm shocked that most people aren't making this their first point of contention. But that's the thing, is like, real estate could help you grow money, and I've used it for that. But at the same time, if you already have a job, you're making money, you got good investments, I mean, there's, at some point, it doesn't make sense to not own a property, especially if you have a high tax liability. But you only have 1 minute!
Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. Any plays for the CPI. It comes out tomorrow morning, an hour before the bell. Our first big set of data, and then, yeah, you're going to get a response. So I'd wrap it up less than 10 seconds. Make up your mind. Another wild day. And now all you got to do is wait for overnight and in the morning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, Chad, Adonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. Oh, yeah. I need an ICAP. I need a GG in the chat, baby. Let's go, baby. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. You learned something. You were in the game. Members, non-members, stream alerts locked in. Oh, GG's, baby. Good game. It's good sportsmanship. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for contributing. Oh, if you were a vibe, you didn't get banned. You added to the good conversation. Good questions. Good info. Good plays. Good long term. Oh, amen. GG, baby. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. You have no idea, bro. You have no idea. He wants to fight you, mad. Wow.
I think he's so sad. Or a little cuckoo.
Yasitola appreciate you. Thank you for your time. No. Pleasure is mine, brother. The pleasure is mine. Good game, brother. GG, good game. I see you tomorrow, God willing. Good game. Jesus is king. Jesus is Lord. I can't protect cause he gets bored. But Jesus is still Lord. I know the whole song now. I know it all the beats. Oh man. GG Chad, good game. What a day. Get ready for tomorrow. Get ready for tomorrow. It's here now, finally. Wow, Chadadonia. That is it. That's all we got. That's all we got, bro. That's the day. You wake up tomorrow, and we get the data an hour before the bell. We'll see what the Koreans do. Everyone else, the JD Vance, the Rand deal could come in a week or a month. It will definitely come before midterms. Nice. Midterm money glitch, baby. That's it. So, Chad, thank you for your time, bro. For real, man. If y'all were really a good contribution, y'all really learning off of it. You really understanding. I'm grateful because that means you're really prepared. I think you've seen it. You've seen how this stuff is played out. So that's what I'm talking about, baby. We got a long way to go. We got the rest of this year. There's no room for excuses. We just got to go, baby. No bias, no nothing. Let's just play the game. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's rigged against us, we're going to play it better than anybody else, dog. That's all we can do. Oh, so Chad. God bless all of you. Thank you for your time. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And why, my friends, we all have a special ability inside of us. Oh, getting ready for us to bring it out. It's called potential, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chadadonia. Wow. What a day. What a wild Tuesday. Oh, there's more in store. So, Chad, I will see you very, very shortly. I hope you all get ready.
and get prepared. We're going to have a good time. Thank you for your time once again. God willing, I see you tonight. I didn't post the Instagram video yesterday. That's it. I got a little busy, so we'll have a watch list. I hope I have an Instagram video tonight, but, you know, we'll see. We'll see where it leads us, but I should see the Locked In guys, and we'll see where the rest of I'm so excited, though, now, finally. We got to burn these first 2 days, get into some real data, see what the market does at 4%. Maybe they rig it and it doesn't come in at 4. Oh, anything could happen, bro. Anything could happen. So let's get ready for it and react. We'll be there. So, Chad, thank you again. Enjoy the rest of your day. Go get a good workout in. That's what I'm going to do. I already pooped, but, man, we'll see. I might have another poop left in me. We'll find out. But thank you for your time, bro. And all y'all really keeping up the honor. You know, the honor of the long term. You know what I'm saying? The honor of it. You actually living in it. The honor of the CRGC. You know, you respect the Josh Atola. Not by force. You know what I'm saying? You know, can I tell y'all, those of you who have respected the Josh Atola, I love you. You know, it reminds me of the scene of Fast and the Furious. You know what I'm saying? Where Ludacris, where after the race in Ludacris, he says, called mutual respect. You see what I'm saying? They honor the Josh Atola, not out of fear. Not out of fear of punishment. Not out of fear of reward. Oh, they don't feel me, dog. Finger to the sky. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone, Chattadonia, every single day. I will see you in the morning, and peace. I would play the sponsored video, but I want some Uncle. We haven't got some Uncle. Let's get some Uncle. You know what I'm saying? Let's get some Uncle. That's what I'm talking about. Goodbye. I love you. Bonds are on the high. Get ready for tomorrow. Woo-hoo!
It's a cold, baby. Yeah. Money long and the flow is impeccable. World shit, but my God's still incredible. They wrong and talk shit with a spectacle. Some got fruit, some got vegetables. Got bills, I could take this shit federal. God's will, cause the devil's not legible. They'll film, but this shit won't be forgettable. I'm gonna praise the Lord even if it's miserable. But the mission feeling biblical, cynical in intervals, turn them to a liberal. These the same people that kill Jesus, not the criminals. My God is really big, they want me to make it minimum. Comical, that's the thing that's not possible. Never kiss the ring, I won't even take the sponsor though. Jesus is the papa, told the story about the dominoes. Give Caesar what is Caesar, can't you see that we talking dough? Anyway it folds, anyway it molds. Everything you told was a bold-faced lie. The money take time, don't be a bitch who waste mine. I got a little too drunk hearing from the grapevine. Rumor ass bitches got my frugal ass senses. Ain't no talk too expensive, means you say it but ain't meant it. Every time you give them credit, then they go and try to spend it. But they father ain't taught them to borrow where to slay to lend it. Damn, you want keep Mars, I'ma change the fucking world. Used to only want a car and then I only want a girl. Funny, got it all, now I only want the word. Here, let's take a second, let me tell you how we good. Mama left the third world, what you mean the hood? I don't gotta murmur, I ain't never scared. You could take it further, but can you do a turn? No, stand up, don't give a shit, dog, I treat it like a urinal. Believe in things and they gon' happen. Yeah, they got the king that they demanded. Let's be real, I don't think they understand it. Off the dome, but it's fluid with the planet. Act dumb, but you clearly see I'm standing. We were small, but clearly we're expanding. If y'all ball, then how come you ain't passing? Heard the call and nothing more, we not abandoned. Amen.
Thank you.